Aula Magna main room, conference room, to the memory of Rodolfo Sacco, who was the president of the committee that established the Faculty of Law. And then we're going to have quite a number of people that were there at the beginning of the starting of the faculty and actually built the faculty. And while today is looking forward, tomorrow is also looking backwards where we started. And then finally in the afternoon, we're going to have a session on Mauro Cappelletti, who's been also a very prominent figure, partly for geographical reason, he was born in that region, and also for the legacy of his study in the area of comparative law. So let me thank all of our guests who accepted our invitation, particularly the guests that have been traveling a long way to join us, and also for those who didn't make it to join us and are going to be online. We got 2 today, and also all the people that are attending. Let me also thank the organizing staff who've been doing an excellent job. For a very contingent reason, we actually set the dates on the dates where the town is hosting an important sport festival, which made our life a little bit complex for organizing things, but I think the machinery seems to have been working. I hope it's going to be working. So let me also thank the staff for all the work. Now, going immediately to start our business, the day is structured on 4 sessions, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. We're going to have 3 presentations and then a discussion that is going to present some thought, and then we're going to have a Q&A session. We're going to have a short coffee break, but coffee is outside. We didn't manage to organize that. We try to be as much as possible on time. We have quite a long lunch break, so hopefully everybody will have some time for some fresh air before resuming our work. So the first session is dedicated to the subject of the West and Rest and comparative law and legal tradition. Now, that's because in selecting the topics for our conference on rethinking comparative law, one of the issues has been the challenges that have been raised since quite a number of years, actually of decades, about how much the structure, the concept, and the methodology have been based on a Western-centric approach. And the idea is to see what has come out of this discussion, what trends, what issues, what perspective and new insight are there. So the presentation that we're going to have today and the discussion are focusing on some of the issues. There's just a small technical issue. Professor Shui Jun from the Peking University couldn't join us because of COVID restrictions that are still in place in China. And as a consequence, he's actually made a video. So for matter of having a comprehensive discussion, we decided to postpone the video at the end of our session. So we're not going to start with Sojun, but we are now starting with Professor Letelier Wattenberg. So let me just briefly introduce you. He's now professor at the Università de Chile. He's also been studying in Spain, in the Università Carlos III de Madrid, and also has an extensive research experience in Italy. So I'm very happy to give him the floor, and thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this interesting seminar. Thanks to the Facoltà di Giurisprudenza della Università di Trento, and thanks to Professor Fulvio Cortese for inviting me to this wonderful and challenging venue. It is difficult for a Chilean legal scholar to talk about something different than our recently constitutional making process. When a society turns on itself, all legal forms become blurred and are put all together on a discussion table. It is not at all easy to imagine law when you are in the middle of this process. I am sure that this historic moment will leave a deep mark, certainly on Chilean citizens, but especially on law professors. It will be, it seems to me, quite difficult to reach again the foundations on which law institutionally rests after this process. On July 2021, and after a referendum that took place on October 25, 2020, a Chilean Constitutional Convention, a Constituent Assembly, composed of 155-person popularly elected, began its work. Those who integrated the convention were not necessarily lawyers. Moreover, there was no requirement to exhibit a professional or technical degree to participate as a conventional. Additionally, its composition was politically and ideologically varied, heterogeneous from an economic and social point of view, composed equally of men and women, included person, gender, and sexually diverse, and had 17 reserved seats for native peoples. The convention had the mandate of writing a constitutional proposal, which was finished and delivered on July the 4th of this year. The final referendum was celebrated on September 4th. Citizens rejected the proposal by 61% of the voters. The rejection of the constitutional draft, of course, had different causes. These kind of events, I think, are always multifactorial. But my intention in this conference is not to talk about these causes. My idea is to discuss with you about the role of comparative constitutional law on this failure, or rather to talk about the influence of the comparative constitutional perspective in the process of making a constitution and the way that these perspectives collaborate on the final failure of the process. As the literature has pointed out, the process of making a constitution has always a transnational imprint. A big part of the new generation of constitutions takes a model other constitution that at the same time took human rights treaty as a pattern. This is the central thesis of the book of Halliday and Schaffer, Transnational Legal Orders. Law can no longer be viewed through a purely national lens, they say. Applying this idea, Ginsburg says correctly that constitutions are a bit like educational systems. This means that local constitutions share topics with the rest of the world in such a way that the transnational image of constitutions is possible to follow up. The general idea is that human rights are part of a transnational constitutional core because several constitutions were written following the main international treaties on that topic, recognizing thus a common heritage. Beck and other scholars argue that the evidence justifies first the validity of a measure of constitutional human rights discourse and law, and second, to demonstrate how the inclusion of human rights in constitution are driven by a global transnational as much as national characteristic and international linkage. At the same time, they assert that constitutions should be considered global transnational documents. On the other hand, and explaining the implication or effect of this general idea, Halliday states that a transnational legal order brings order insofar as it produces norms that seeks to create regularity and predictability in behaviors which themselves are expressed in discernible patterns. Accordingly, human rights are the patterns, and its inclusion would produce predictability. But in the same vein, as Landau pointed out, across a range of recent cases, constitutions making has helped to erode democracy or to increase political tension, rather than strengthening the democratic order and bridging political and social divisions. Indeed, it is quite clear that the emergence of our constitutional making process does not occur precisely in a quiet moment, neither political nor legal. These processes are developed in environments of a strong division and intense conflict over the main normative decision of the country. The Chilean case was not the exception. The decision to begin a constituent process was adopted, in fact, after days of unprecedented destruction and violence, if we consider our young history. After that, the right-wing party inclined to maintain the existing constitution and fervent supporters of extending the main neoliberal policies inherited from the Pinochet dictatorship, agreed to begin the first participatory process of constitutional change in the Chilean history. This right-wing decisions, however, was adopted in an environment of abandonment, distrust, and reluctance. The left-wing side, on the other hand, was polarized, anxious, and revengeful. The election of the Constituent Assembly members was a consequence of this environment. In fact, the Constituent Assembly had a strong composition of independents that radically rejected the main current policies and political structures. The right-wing party, in turn, had, despite representing in the Congress about half of the seats, an excessively diminished role in the Constituent Assembly, given by the fact that they not even reach 1/3 part of the seats to block the voting of norms. Thus, with the 2/3 part majority required to approve the norms to be included in the draft constitution, the right-wing members were simply excluded from the approved norms. The internal scenario of the convention only showed division. Division, of course, between the left and the right bloc, but also more complicated division with the left bloc itself, one group pushing to replace the established right-wing policies, other expressing their fears towards such profound changes. So the paradox was to join efforts to design a constitution of national union in a harsh and atomized environment. Well, the thesis of transnational legal order provide reasons to convince us that there is some shared pattern in constitutional rules that consist of some decision that the evolution of social life has already taken. These decisions would act as a release valve in the constitutional making process. They would produce less discussion, less division. They would fix a minimum common agreement as a starting point. It is, of course, indisputable that a body of constitutional norms are part of some model or standard regulation. As Couso states, these happen more frequently in the part related to rights and not so frequently in the definition of the organic part, while the latter is typically done through the enactment of clear constitutional rules, thus making the political power distribution evident to all at once. The importation of universal rights would typically involve the introduction of open-ended clauses, which will necessarily require the interpretation of abstract principles and values done by the very institution that the engine room of the Constitution will set up. In consequence, and this is the idea, on the one hand, the process of building a new Chilean constitution was marked by this unity and the absence of convergence, but on the other hand, the idea of a legal transnational order with a common core of fundamental rights promised to allow the progress of the process by incorporating these basic agreements. The question then is how this constitutional disunity takes form in a constitutional process and how that transnational legal order can take pressure of the conflict. In other words, the role of the use of comparative constitutional law in a constitutional making process seems to be to put cold compresses on the revolutionary constitutional moment. However, I fear that the transnational legal order idea may be underestimating the particularities of national understanding of human rights protection, at least the Chilean ones. The idea of this unity core can only make sense if we consider that national constitutions are either being presented as a concretion of international human rights treaties, or the latter as a result of an inductive process from the other national constitutions. In any case, the reference to a transnational constitutional core, and this is what I fear, seems to be today a partial understanding on the matter. Indeed, I am afraid that the understanding of what those rights are meaning in the national sphere is increasingly distancing itself from the international understanding. In fact, each human right is meaning too many things in the domestic environment, while in international law, because still present self-restrained attitude in the application organs or tribunals, those rights are kept restricted. I do not know well for how long. And this is because the way in which countries are interpreting the old basic formula of human rights has been excessively particularizing their content. This is the idea that the overall law is configured as a concretization of the Constitution. This formula that in administrative law has received special attentions after Fritz Berner, president of the Bundesverwaltungsgericht, spoke precisely of konkretisiertes Verfassungsrecht. Well, this formula, this idea, I think, has been one of the variables that collaborated in the Chilean constitutional failure. Human rights were not a core of union in the constitutional discussion, but they play a main role in the disunity of the country. The wording of each clause of human rights reveal the most strongly disputable topics of the national politics. The adoption of a particular wording of the right of life, for example, involved at the same time a decision about abortion, euthanasia, or the right to palliative or high-cost medicines. This implies that without the intermediation of the statutes, it was assumed that the Constitution was decided not only about life in a strict sense, but about all those highly controversial issues that produce only division in the Chilean society. At the same vein, an express wording of the right to property was also a decision about the precisely performance that public regulation can develop in the private spheres. This was especially critical in Chilean law, characterized by the inclusion of neoliberal components anchored in property law. The drafting of the protection of property rights then was a decision about regulatory takings, the limits to direct expropriation, the domain of incorporeal things, the state tort law, or even the protection of the administrative allocation of scarce common goods. A drafting of the right to due process of law was a decision not only regarding its application to criminal proceeding, but also on the way in which the public administration should act, or how administrative sanctions or administrative procedures, even if they are not controversial, are understood. The wording of freedom of speech was a decision of hate speech, or on the design of social media, the form of protection of journalism, or even the power to ensure pluralism in the media domain. Even the drafting of rights such as personal integrity was transformed into discussion about the right to truth and memory on crimes against humanity and the role of them in the history of our transitional justice. In this way, and due to this panorama, we can conclude that human rights understood as a transnational constitutional order lack the power to diffuse the overall constitutional conflict. On the contrary, when human rights are constitutionalized, they became highly controversial because the uncertainty of their contents and the use of them by the political actors as a repository of different and specific decisions. It is true that this distrust towards the influence of globalizing human rights in the national constitutional legal order has been pointed out by a legal tradition that criticized this comparative law of understanding. The critics of Günther Frankenberg, for example, emphasized that this transnational legal order has been built by elites that use this standardized law as a reservoir, or for that matter, a supermarket where standardized constitutional items grant design as well as elementary particles of information are stored and available prêt-à-porter for purchase and reassemblage by constitution makers around the world. We can see the same critique in Marie-Claire Pontereau legal thought. Both highlights the fact that the particularities of national countries resist the process of objectivation and standardization driven by that elite's transnational law. But if we observe with attention that criticism share this with the transnational tradition that in the procedure of importation of human rights law, there was clarity on what they were translating. And this last conclusion is, I think, debatable. The process of neo-constitutionalization of human rights, if it's possible to use this concept, is dismantling the idea of a transnational constitutional legal order and making it impossible to have a deliberative process of constitutional creation. To this scenario, we must add that the language of human rights in a constitutional making process turns the deliberation more difficult, since they are constantly used as a priori arguments. That means arguments that the people do not put into the table for negotiation, but they assume that they have a higher hierarchy even in the face of the constitution. In this scenario, finally, lay persons perceive high complexity and a strong uncertainty. If people have no time, no knowledge, and no desire to read and understand a constitutional text, they will always prefer statu quo. The recent Chilean constitutional process is not the only case. In the Iceland constitutional making process, there is evidence that the consensus of the final draft submitted by the citizens, members of the Constitutional Council, show that they could all read the document and the vote itself as allowing the interpretation they favored. Well, would be normal for a constitution. The generality of the text advocate for the union. But once legal scholar and constitutional expert began to scrutinize the text, they could point out a number of articles that were either too vague or could be interpreted in a number of different ways from a legal standpoint. This situation of vagueness and uncertainty temporarily coincide with the loss of interest of citizens in the process of constitutional change. As Olafsson stated concerning the operation of the Council, the question most frequently asked after the draft was submitted was simple: what does this or that article actually mean? How can its consequences be assessed? Many critics immediately complained that the new constitution would need to be tested for stress, that, for example, some of the new rights could not be adopted unless it was clear that they did not impose too heavy obligation on the government. The argument behind these critics, as we can see, was clear. The effects of the constitutions are not created by the legislature, but they are implied in the text of the constitution. The government duties are simply deduced from the constitutions. They are only concretion of the constitution. My aim today was to present one thesis, one key element that can explain the failure of current constitutional making process, especially the recent Chilean one, is that the lack of a well-defined transnational legal order on human rights generates uncertainty and insecurity. Contrary to the mainstream thought, then, the appeal to a common core of minimum common agreements that could stand as a starting point revealed that there is only an agreement in the very abstract and general wording of each right. On the surface, we could say, but not in the deepness, that is, not in the concrete expression they adopt according to national idiosyncrasies. Today, human rights have a growing role on the national at the national and international level, because they are always case dependent. But when a constitutional making process tries to constitutionalize human rights, as they absorb the most important conflict on society, it is much more difficult for such a process to succeed. In this way, instead of allowing a union, this transnational legal order has become a conflicting element that prevents constitutional agreements. Well, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope we're going to have time to discuss many issues that were raised by your presentation. So let me turn now to the second speaker, Professor Mancuso from the University of Palermo, who's been a long-time friend of the University of Trento, has been teaching here for several years, then had extensive experience abroad in South Africa and Macau. And so I leave the floor to Salvatore to talk about the situation in Africa. Thank you.
Thanks to all friends who organized this conference and invited me to be part of this very important event for different reasons, actually. My idea today is to share with you some thoughts that I am making in studying the methodology of addressing law in Africa. Please don't accuse me to be of blasphemy, because I'm not putting under discussion the stratigraphic method that has been developed by Rodolfo Sacco, but my travels around Africa tells me that there is something more in Africa. There is something more that we cannot grasp just by using the stratigraphic method. So in my view, this has to be, let's say, developed in order to see what is going on in Africa with reference to law. My start point is that the pros of the stratigraphic method is definitely the one of giving the possibility to understand the development of and the role of the different layers in African law. We remember we have, I don't like the word customary law, it's blasphemic for me. I prefer the use of traditional law for different reasons that I won't discuss here. We have the religious law, the colonial law, and the law after the independence. These are the layers that are identified in the stratigraphic method. The contrasts, in my view, are represented by the fact that this is a method that is based on the historical observation of law in Africa. But it does not give us a picture of what is going on in Africa today. So I would like to, let's say, develop this idea using the stratigraphic method as a start point for a new way of observing law in Africa. That I would use the word contextual, looking at the context. But in order to better understand this idea and the possible advantages of this contextual method, in my view, I would like to introduce another concept, the concept of lawscape. I looked at the word of a sociologist for a different reason, Padurai. I borrowed basically the idea of the idea of scapes of Padurai. He basically focuses on the creation of what he calls different dimensions as a result of what he calls global cultural fluxes. So he identifies in his research 5 scapes that are the ethnoscape, the technoscape, financescape, mediascape, and ideoscape. In my view, we can say that we can add the lawscape. The lawscape would represent a different dimension. What is the legal situation arising from the circulation of the legal fluxes. And the idea of the legal fluxes is not new in comparative law. And the interaction of the different elements that are present in a given legal system. This gives us the possibility to look at the different components. And here we know also from Rodolfo's teachings about formants and cryptotypes that we have legal and non-legal elements. These components interact dynamically at all times. And here, when I think about the dynamic interaction at the element, comes to me Hugo's idea of the triangle of the different legal classification of the legal system in a dynamic approach. So the circulation of these legal fluxes and the interaction of the different elements that are present in the African lawscape become a sort of unique situation that we find in Africa. So this contextual approach that is based on looking at the context and looking at the fluxes that are present in Africa, actually the idea of the contextual approach itself is not new in comparative law. Recently, it has been adopted by Uwe Kischel in his handbook, in his comparative law handbook. This idea looks at the context of a given legal reality, concentrating the attention of the contemporary situation of the different legal orders that are examined. And here, in my view, the link with the stratigraphic method is very important, because the historical aspects of the legal order that is considered becomes relevant to understand the reason why a given contemporary context is shaped and how this contemporary context works. So this contextual method basically evolves from the stratigraphic approach to more actual and dynamic dimension, keeping safe the advantages of the stratigraphic method from one side, but also looking at what is going on in Africa today. And in my view, this approach gives us the possibility to look at different situations that are present in Africa that we can also say we can consider from a sort of geopolitical point of view. Law and geopolitics in Africa have been very close, looking at what happened in with the colonization when the European model, the European pattern was introduced into the African countries. This was obviously accompanying a geopolitical game that was played with the scramble for Africa. But today, the European pattern is something different. We see that, for example, France is very active in trying to defend the presence of the French pattern, for example, with the effort of the Organization for the Harmonization of Business Law in Africa, the OHADA. And there I have seen how this has been extremely strong from the French legal environment, and not only legal environment, when, for example, there was the idea of making a uniform act on contract law. And at that point, the Council of Ministers of OHADA tried to create something that was under the idea of business law. So they gave the task to Unidroit to prepare the draft of the Uniform Act. The reaction was that the Fondation Droit Continental immediately financed a counter project to have a new draft that was in line with the French contract law. The idea was to block the possibility of having something that was not French-based. And at the end, both projects have been blocked, and nothing happened in this respect. The same British common law is by itself. I mean, we know it's a system that using the rule of precedent, the reference to the British cases, gives the possibility to keep an influence, a legal influence on the former colonies. But the Commonwealth has been also a way to introduce the British model. Take the case of Rwanda, for example, where the joining to the East African community brings, and from one side, on the other side, the crisis that came out after the 1993 genocide brought the Rwandan government to decide to move from the French or the civil law model based on the Belgian heritage to the common law. And here presently we have a system in transition where most of the law are still those coming from the Belgian heritage, but have been adapted to be part of a regional organization where we have Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania that are common law countries. Mozambique, that was not a British colony, but has a strong South African influence, is now a member of the Commonwealth, for example. And there is a strong legal cooperation between UK and Mozambique. The same Portuguese countries, again, also Portugal has a strong program of legal cooperation with the former colonies, especially in Africa, to try to keep the presence of the Portuguese model there. The government, there is a very strong cooperation department at the University of Lisbon, apart from the other single relations that the Portuguese university have with the former colonies. This could seem, I mean, we look at the socialist model that arrived during the Cold War in Africa. And now we have new fluxes in countries that are starting to reject, take Mali, for example, very recently, that is pushing away the French presence and is welcoming the Russian presence. And Russian presence means everything. Take, for example, the Chinese presence in Africa. China is, again, legal fluxes. China is a strong, you know the strong presence of China in Africa. But the strong presence of China in Africa means an enormous amount of money that is paid by the Chinese government in scholarship for the African people that go in China and study. They stay there 3-4 months, and they learn not only the Chinese legal system, they learn the Chinese language. They have stages at the Chinese court, in the Chinese law firms. These are all legal fluxes, or also, if you want, also formants that, let's say, are when the people go back in their own country, they are the Chinese legal ambassadors in the respective countries. We have programs that are financed through the China Law Society for having continuous exchanges. On Saturday, there is, next Saturday, the day after tomorrow, there is the China Africa Law Deans Conference in Shenzhen. My friend invited me to make the conclusive remarks there. But they have these programs where they keep a continuous contact in the legal, in the African legal environment. The Chinese government has financed, for example, the creation of the Registro du Commerce et du Crédit Mobilier in the OADA, and they put the money to make basically this register is necessary to have a clear picture of all companies in the 17 countries of OADA, and they have to be all connected, and the Chinese government is paying this. They said, we give you the money for this, and the only thing that we want is that we are consulted when you make new uniform acts, considering that our presence is the strongest in Africa, and we have a direct interest in understanding how see how business law is developing in Africa. These fluxes are, I mean, the most, I would say, clear for us. But now we have a lot of other fluxes that are present in Africa. Turkey is not only a presence of the Turkish government there, but Turkey is using the common religious link with many African states to bring people in Turkey. Presently in Somalia, where I'm working a bit, there are Turkish consultants that are helping the Somali government in order to update the legal system. I mean, I could continue. We are talking about Russia. We are talking about China. We have the Brics, and also the Brics. It may seem something very far from the legal dimension, but actually, the Brics has a legal forum. And when the legal forum was held in Cape Town, not this last time, but before the last meeting, legal scholars and legal professionals from different African countries have been invited to the Brics Legal Forum in order to assist at the legal discussion that is brought forward on different items. And I'm talking about exogenous fluxes. We have also endogenous fluxes. South Africa, for example, is the reference point for the development of at least the legal system of the surrounding countries. Zimbabwe, I have served as external examiner at the University of Zimbabwe in Harare when I was in Cape Town, and looking at what the students were writing their assignments, the reference was always to South African presidents. And this is a flux, a legal flux. The same do the Namibian students, the students in Botswana, Nigeria. Nigeria is from one side surrounded by countries that are members of this organization for business law. Finished. But on the same time, Nigeria exports a lot of scholars. Not only in the surrounding country, but also in South Africa, for example. when I was in Cape Town, I had a lot of Nigerian students, so many Nigerian students. And the fact that South Africa is a mixed jurisdiction gives us also gives the possibility to Nigerian students to, let's say, to say, to say some words with reference to what is going on in Nigeria, with the use of, I would say, sort of, how can I put it? Not, I would, it comes to my mouth, the word precedence is not a real word, but the use of the Nigerian approach to law. So this is to say that the lawscape, what I identified as the lawscape, is very complicated. I mean, this is a sort of first, if you want, a first verification that tells me that there are a lot of things that are going on in Africa from the legal point of view. And my idea from which these reflections came is that we need a way to study that could grasp this legal reality. And this is my proposal, let's say. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we need some technical help for having the video played by Suejun. So just let me get somebody who can. Yeah. Well, no, I think we have to do the recording. So grazie. And also, by the way, I think if you want to sit on the other side in case you want to see, or whether you want to sit here, any. Okay, so just let me introduce, for those of you who don't know him, Suejun is professor of law at the University of Peking. He's been a visiting professor in Trento for many years, teaching civil law, and his presentation is going to be about the new Chinese civil code and the influence of foreign models, particularly the German one, but also a more general look on how legal transfer happen in very different contexts. So we're now going to look at his presentation.
Well, we've got a presentation and I can't hear it.
Chinese law is considered as a member of the so-called Roman legal families. And in these Roman legal families, the Chinese civil law is considered as a member of the so-called the German model families, which means the Chinese civil law is under the obvious influence of the German model. And in my discourse, I would discuss the meaning of this so-called the German model in Chinese civil law. Because as we, in the common treatment, in the common discourse of comparative law, usually describes that there is a sub-branch of the German model in the East Asia, composed by Japan, Korea, and Chinese. Chinese also includes our special zone, Taiwan. But which means this German model in East Asia? From the general structure of the Chinese new civil code, we can say that there is some similarities between the Chinese civil code and the German civil code. For example, the Chinese civil code also use the division of the general part and the special part, which is also adopted in the German model. But we can see some fundamental difference between the Chinese civil code and the German civil code. For example, in Chinese civil law, we can't find a book on the general law on the obligations. But why Chinese legislature has not adopted the traditional obligations? Because before the codification of the Chinese civil code, we have a special law on the contract, and we have a special law on tort law. So during the codification, to remain the continuity and the stability of the legal practice, the Chinese legislators was unwillingly to modify the pre-existing law, and they would prefer to remain the structure, which means to treat the contract law as a special part in the Chinese civil code, and to treat the tort law as a special part in the Chinese civil code. So in this circumstance, in the Chinese civil code, we not construct a special book on the law of obligations. But how we treat the traditional part of the arrangement and the gestionis of affairs, and so we can find a subtitle. So the so-called quasi-contract in the Libra, in the book of the contract. So a very traditional category of the so-called quasi-contract can find in the newest civil code, which is a very interesting point. Another character of the Chinese civil code structure is that we can find a special book on the personality rights. But why Chinese legislators insist to establish a special book on the so-called personality rights? Because in Chinese civil law series, scholars insist that traditional civil codes in European countries ignore the importance of the protection of personality interests, and they too heavily focused on the protection of patrimonial interests. So Chinese civil code, as the new civil code in the 22nd century, we should make some innovations in this field. So the establishment of a special book on the personality rights was considered as an important innovation of the civil law from the point of view of Chinese scholars So with this difference between the Chinese civil code and the German civil code, how we can say that the Chinese civil law or Chinese civil code is under the important influence of the German law? Or in other words, how we can define that the Chinese civil law is a so-called German model. From the point of view of the codification of the Chinese civil code, I can some conclusions that the general structure of the civil code of one certain countries, just as China, is heavily influenced by its social context. For example, the new Chinese civil codification has a very different context with the codifications in European countries, because after the new policy of the open and the reform, which began from 1978, conducted by Mr. Deng Xiaoping, the Chinese legislators have followed a very special way in the legislations in civil sectors, not as European countries. Chinese legislators has some tentatives to do codifications comprehensively, but as the economic system and the social were in the phase of great transformations. So in that period, people considered that is not a good time to do a great and comprehensive codifications. So the Chinese legislators has chosen another way, which means to do a special series of the special legislations in several sectors. For this choice, during about 40 years, in Chinese civil law sectors, we have a special law on family, we have a special law on the succession, we have a special law on contract, we have a special law on property, special law on tort, and a special law on guarantee, etc. So when we come to the time of codification, our work is not to build a completely new work from the zero background. The substantial of the new Chinese civil law codifications is to unify, reform, renew, and in some sense to restate the existing special laws in civil law sectors. This factor is very important to explain the characters demonstrated in the Chinese civil law codifications. And this determined the fundamental difference between the Chinese civil code and the German model. As all is explained very briefly about, can we continually to define the Chinese civil law as a German model one? This is the problem. This is a question that I will discuss with my colleagues. From my point of view, when we discuss the diffusion or the transplant of some certain models in other countries, we can observe or we can define the so-called diffusion or circulation of certain legal model in other legal culture or legal areas from different point of view. The similarities of some structure of civil code is important, but from my point of view, is not fundamental, because as the case of the Chinese civil code, we can see that the Chinese civil code is a very special one in the Roman legal families because of its very special law development path. And this so-called path-dependent effect, the Chinese civil code demonstrated some peculiarities. But I would say, from other point of view, we can also define that the Chinese civil law is under the heavy influence of the German model. So the question is, from what point of view? First, I would inform you, my dearest colleagues, that also in Chinese civil law doctrines, the German model of the legal reasoning is very popular in Chinese civil law scholars, especially the German model of the legal reasoning from some general rules, especially some general categories. For example, the legal act, or we can use another denomination as legal transactions, which is a very fundamental legal categories in German civil law scientists. This is a very interesting topic because as we observe the Chinese civil law, the categories of the so-called legal transactions is a legislative concept which is used in the text of the Chinese civil code. And Chinese legal scholars, their research, their study, their teaching of this concept is heavily based on the German model. And some important legal writings, legal monographies, and legal handbooks written by German scholars were translated and widely read, cited among Chinese legal scholars, especially Chinese civilists. I think this is the important influence. From another point of view, in recent years, the style of the Chinese civil law scholars to do their researches was under the heavy influence of the German models. For example, after or before the promulgation of this new civil code, the style or the methodology of the legal research of Chinese civil law scholars was very popular to use the German model of the Kommentar. We know that there is a type of works which is very also important in German academy and among German scholars, which is Kommentar, as also in Italian, the Commentario. And in these years, the Chinese civil law scholars use the German model of the research as Kommentar to conduct research works on Chinese civil code. And during their research work, they widely cited, used the books translated in Chinese or directly written in German as their reference. And this method of research is become widely accepted and considered important among Chinese civilists. So personally, I think this is the other proof of the influence of legal model. So legal model is not only some structure similarities, but also we can find in other dimensions. The third one I would refer of the influence of the German model is the model of legal reasoning. The legal reasoning, or the method of judges when they treat the concrete judicial case is a very important one. About 10 years ago, young scholars who have the experience of study in German universities returned to Chinese universities, and from that time, they began to widely use or advocate, I will not use a propaganda, the usefulness and the importance of the so-called German method of Ansprüch series. We know that the famous German jurist Metodi and some other, also as Lawrence or Canaris, as we can make a long list, they used a very interesting method of legal reasoning as the Ansprüch-based legal reasoning, which means we can treat the legal institutions and legal systems from the point of view of Ansprüch. For example, the legal actions which arise from a contract. What is when we use the Italian terminology is pretesa, and the German is Ansprüch, and the English nomination legal claims, which based on some participation. So this is the legal reasoning method which is widely used in Chinese legal scholars. So also in Chinese universities, law schools, we began very special legal courses, lessons, which is named on the case study of the Chinese civil law. During these lessons, during these classes, we use the German model of the legal claim-based case examinations to train the legal reasonings methods for legal students. I think this is also the influence of German models. The first one, which I consider is very important of the influence of German model. For about 20 years, a lot of young Chinese students go to the German university law schools to study German civil law, also German commercial law, German labor law, German penal law. But among them, the most of them study German civil law, and they get some PhD degrees, and when they return to Chinese universities, they become professors of civil law, commercial law, labor law, or constitutional law. I think this is a very important dimension of German model influence. During their teaching work, during their legal research, and also during their work as the legal advisors to the Chinese legislators, naturally, they would prefer to choose the German model as the better one. So this dimension of the legal education, I think, is a very important important force of the German influence in Chinese universities. Some time ago, I read a book written by a young Chinese scholars who teaches law in a German university. There is a very long list, very long list of young scholars who have the experience of training in German universities, who then came back to China and become Chinese university professors. Here I have not an exact number of these scholars, but from my general observations, in Chinese, almost in all the important Chinese universities, there are minimum 2, 3, or 4 civil law professors who got the PhD degrees in German universities, which is a very special phenomenon, because we also have a lot of young students who have the experience of study in the United States, in American universities, but just as a tradition, but it is a common phenomenon that students who have the experience of training in American universities, when they come back to China, they become successful lawyers, do some legal practice. But in Chinese Chinese university law schools, the students, the professors who have the background of the study in German countries is predominated situation. So I think it is also a phenomenon that we cannot ignore. So my dearest colleagues, you would ask me why you explain all these phenomena. From my point of view, in this time when we conduct the comparative law studies, we, in some sense, we should widen our vision of the comparative law studies. We should not concentrate on the comparative law studies on the general features of some legal systems, on the general structure of a certain civil code, and the general comparative law studies on some big issues. Maybe we should change or widen our visions and find the new dimensions in the comparative law studies. For example, the comparative law studies on the difference or the similarities between different countries, the comparative law studies on the composition of the legal scholars from the point of view of different countries, and the comparative law studies on the translations, problem of translations of legal works, the comparative law studies of the case law studies in legal in different law schools of the different countries. I think from this kind of comparative law studies, we can observe some new conclusions. So in this time of the new era, the so-called informative societies, there comes some new feathers or new issues, new topics of the comparative law studies. And the Chinese civil code is a very interesting issue, or very interesting topic in the legal studies, in the comparative law studies. But this is also a simple phenomenon. When we do the research work of comparative law, maybe it is also important to research that the elements which is underground the water, underground the iceberg, which has a force more also important to determine the features, the characters of a legal systems. So I observe the issue of this succession is the European and the rest. I think this exchange of the student, exchange of legal scholars, exchange of the legal method of reasoning is a continuous one between different countries, different legal cultures, which I think is a very fruitful one. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for your tolerance for my poor English. I hope in the future I will have the opportunity to discuss you face to face. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Soijun. I'm really sorry that he couldn't be with us. So I now give the floor to our discussant. Luca Pesso is our colleague here at the Faculty of Law, who's had extensive experience in non-Western law and legal anthropology for his observation and remarks. So Luca, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Luisa. Thank you to the three speakers for very stimulating papers. I'm very honored to share my thoughts on this morning's panel, entitled "The West and the Rest: Comparative Law and Legal Traditions." So I will try to stay on time, but we've been good so far, and allow some time for questions and discussion from the floor. So let me just say as a precaution that it will be hard to draw some conclusions. Consider that the panel tackles broad topic, and the three papers are rich, but also quite diverse in their approach. So the aim of my intervention would be to comment on this morning's paper, while of course trying to offer some elaboration on the topic under discussion. But I wish to leave to my senior colleagues the responsibility to draw some conclusions, possibly after the discussion. So let me start from the last paper we have just heard in the video recorded by Professor Jun Chu on the Chinese Civil Code. And this is probably the most recent codification of private law in the world. And interestingly, it is also the first civil code to be adopted by the People's Republic of China since its establishment in 1949. So the code is replacing a special legislation in the field of private law, which started to be passed in the aftermath of the Cultural Revolution, marked by the anti-rightist movement of Mao Zedong, as part of the economic reforms of Deng Xiaoping era since 1976, that made China the fastest growing economy in the world, the second largest after the US. So the paper analyzes the influence of the German model on the new Chinese civil code, first by focusing on the structure of the code, and then by considering softer means of influence and imitation, such as legal education. So the analysis conducted on the structure of the code concludes that differences are outweighing the similarities in some way. A number of innovations and deviations from the German model find their cause in path dependency from the spatial legislation, which was passed over the 40 years before the civil code. And this legislation did not necessarily reflect European legal models, but it was responding to Chinese social needs, as put it by Chu. And I would add, from the standpoint of comparative law, that it also reflected the rule of political law as different from the rule of professional law, according to the characterization suggested by Ugo Mattei in its essay on the three patterns of law. So, although it was inspired by the German model, just like other civil codes in East Asia and elsewhere, the new Chinese civil code is not a copy of the German BGB because it was not made from scratch. Its drafting was aimed at unifying, reforming, and renewing the already existing spatial legislation. And its technical solutions are best understood as a compromise between the German model and the legislation preceding the code. Nonetheless, the second part of the paper argues that Chinese law is under the heavy influence of the German model because of soft means of diffusion and imitation of the German model of legal reasoning. In scholarly work, the style of legal research, book translations, in legal education, and in the career of law professors, with significant numbers of German-trained professors working in the most prestigious Chinese universities and serving also as legal advisors to the Chinese government and legislature, as different from US-trained Chinese lawyers most inclined towards a professional career in law firms. So the paper invites us to push comparative legal research beyond the most symbolic sources of law, like the civil code, by reconsidering dynamics of legal transplants by prestige, especially by means of legal education. And of course, this topic has been investigated quite extensively in comparative legal literature, from Alan Watson's legal transplants to the more sophisticated sociology of the reproduction of the elite of professional lawyers by Desolé and Garth, for example. So I'd like to point out as a possible theme for the discussion connecting to the other papers as well, the geopolitical context in which the influence of the German model on Chinese private law is taking place. So no matter how prestigious we may believe the German model of legal reasoning, and maybe there are, I suspect, there is an ethnocentric bias in this belief, we are dealing with a borrowing country, China, which is now an established superpower in geopolitical terms, in an emerging new world order unfolding from the war in Ukraine, in which European countries and the European Union seem to have lost much of their weight. And this is somehow puzzling, consider the argument of the paper. So what would drive China to take inspiration from German law in designing and enforcing its civil code? Perhaps path dependency, that is the historical influence of German legal models in East Asia. Perhaps the fact that among the civilian jurisdictions, so among the compatible donors of legal models to be transplanted in China, Germany is the largest economy, the fourth largest in the world. And finally, how we should represent this process of legal imitation or borrowing. Does the metaphor of legal transplants hold any heuristic value with its implicit parallel between legal systems and human biology, with its implicit hierarchy between donor and recipient of legal models circulating by prestige? Questions to be answered. So the paper by Raoul Letellier brings us to the realm of public comparative law by addressing the issue of constitution making in Chile. And this is another account of a very recent process of lawmaking we are dealing with this morning, arguably less successful in its outcome because the constitutional proposal drafted by the Chilean Constitutional Convention was eventually rejected by overwhelming majority in a popular referendum just a couple of weeks ago. And almost inevitably, this paper reflects on the causes of this failure, but it does so by focusing on a particular topic of the use of foreign legal models in constitution-making processes, and notably on human rights as a transnational constitutional core, a sort of standardized basic content which is expected in any constitution of new generation in the world. So the hypothesis, which seems to be verified in the end, is that the reference to this transnational constitutional core of human rights has brought confusion and disunity within the Constitutional Assembly, more broadly in the public debate about the constitutional draft, and ultimately favoring the status quo and fostering the rejection of the proposal. And this is explained as a sort of clash between the expectations raised by the transnational legal order of human rights with its vague language and the understanding of what those rights actually mean in the national context. And in so doing, the paper provides interesting details on the political tensions within and without the Constitutional Assembly, on the composition of the Assembly, with more than 1/2 of the member being independent from political parties, and I quote, radically rejecting the main current policies and political structures, end of quote. And finally, on the extremely polarized and yet unbalanced composition of the Assembly, with right-wing members counting less than 1/3, so being excluded from the power of decision-making. And the paper by Salvatore Mancuso takes a somehow more theoretical approach. It deals with the general representation of African law in comparative legal literature, trying to move forward from an understanding of African legal systems as bounded entities, often dubbed as pluralistic, but invariably described as derivative from Western law, that is, the law of former colonial powers. So perhaps his approach resonates quite well with the theoretical preoccupations concerning the representation of Chinese law we heard in Chua's paper. In order to refresh the way comparative lawyers should look at African legal systems, Mancuso proposes to take a geopolitical approach based on the consideration that law, I quote, is an instrument of hegemony and economic influence for the powers that play their geopolitical games in Africa, end of quote. So the geopolitical dimension of law has been the object of several works in comparative legal literature, with a focus on the ethical and political dimension of representing differences and similarities among the legal systems of the world, for example, by Frankenberg, Bussani, Monateri, and others. Here, however, Mancuso seems to react to common representations of African law based on the mantra of legal pluralism, to a lesser extent on the so-called stratigraphic approach inaugurated by Rodolfo Sacco in his seminal studies in the Horn of Africa. So to be sure, both concepts are still fundamental tools for the understanding of African law, but over time, perhaps, they have been quite overused to the point of losing part of their heuristic value. In particular, the stratigraphic approach, while remaining a valuable method for the study of African legal systems in a structuralist fashion, ultimately fails to capture the more dynamic dimension of legal relations, the agency of legal subjects that are better conveyed by the notion of legal pluralism, perhaps. So what Mancuso is calling for in the end is the adoption of a contextual method informed by geopolitical approach or consciousness, let's say, which, as a student of African law myself, as a researcher, try to combine law with anthropology and ethnography, I entirely subscribe to. And I wish to turn this call into the conclusion of my talk by declining it on a more general ground. I think that all three papers this morning invite us to adopt less orthodox, perhaps more skeptical style of comparative law, to put it in the words of Gunther Frankenberg. And looking at the mainstream comparative legal literature, the Western-minded representation of non-Western legal traditions is still plunged into ethnocentric assumptions of Western superiority. Even by overlooking the last 50 years of critical theory on the way the rest is represented by the West, starting from Edward Said legal Orientalism and its legal declinations, with little curiosity of what the Westerners do think, write, say about Western models of thought, including legal models, The attitude of Western superiority is simply no more attuned to the relative weight in geopolitical terms of the Euro-American model of society compared to the rest of the world. So in this context, it is increasingly apparent that Western-minded ethnocentrism is a sign of parochialism, the opposite of comparative law. As Western supposed superiority gets challenged, even in the most material and mundane domains, like information technology, surveillance, the power to wage war, not to say in the more spiritual domains of culture, in which, of course, all civilizations should deserve the same attention. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Luca, and thank you to all the speakers for having kept the time. So we're just slightly late, but I think we have around 10 minutes for questions. So we could take a couple of questions from the floor and then possibly also allow the public that is following us on Zoom to pose any question on the chat of the Zoom, and we try to read them. So if anybody wants to start in the audience here, yes.
But it's for the methods. Yes. Thanks so much. I'd like to start from the last remark of Luca's very interesting conclusion. And I would like to try to understand the three papers as different histories of decline. And I would like to kind of pose into question and to question the idea that just because you have produced a code, first of all, it was a success of the law. And secondly, is actually something that is copied from a Western experience. These are 2 points that are very important. And I think we have three stories. Chile, which is a story of a failure, at least as far as we expected. But it was a very interesting political process, has been an extremely innovative way to produce a constitution. And perhaps exactly because the process and the constitution would have mattered, it didn't work. Because the geopolitical structure made it impossible to a legal process that actually deals with the law in a very politically informed pattern and way to reach the outcome. But the process was still there and was still an extremely important story from that point of view. China, it seems to me that the fact of producing a civil code just shows that the law doesn't really matter so much in China anymore, as it probably doesn't matter elsewhere either. I did some work in this last few years about the technological impact, the impact of technological transformations on the way in which law matters in general. And so it is not a chance that they reach codification in the moment in which China has been emancipating itself from the attempt to control its legal system by the introduction in the World Trade Organization earlier in the 2000s. So it is a moment in which it seems to me that the law doesn't really matter so much for the point of Chinese hegemony. And therefore, you leave the lawyers play their game and enjoy themselves talking about general parts and discussing codification as some sort of an artifact that is becoming politically as relevant as a lot of other scholarship that is not politically relevant. It's extremely interesting from the point of view of scholarship, but I don't think it's particularly interesting from the point of view of the geopolitical balance of power that is happening at the global level. And the paper on Africa of Salvatore, which is as usual extremely interesting, extremely informed, very detailed in his knowledge, seems to me that also offers kind of a story of a place in which the law really matters just to a certain extent and just really matters as a process to limit emancipation. So my take on this whole thing is that a lot of the work that lawyers are doing is becoming more and more irrelevant, facing the emergence of different patterns of social control that probably we should discuss and we should look at more closely, also in trying to draw the picture of general comparative law. It was more of a remark than a question, but I thought I felt to do it. Thanks.
Shall we take another question from the floor and then allow the speakers to reply? Is there anybody else that'd like to? No? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
Thank you so much. Well, there are so many things to say, but I just want to raise a question to Mancuso. And it is indeed, you have made a juxtaposition between layers and fluxes. Where is it just rhetoric? I mean, because of course fluxes are moving and layers seems to be rather still. But it seems to me that, of course, in the analysis of layers as that made by Sacco, there was a lot of interest for what is going on. I mean, he was always saying and underlined the fact that the law is constantly changing. And so the 4 months approach is certainly not static. It was labeled dynamic exactly by Hugo. It's there. So I think that there is just a false opposition between fluxes, which was the word preferred by Lupoi, and Sacco's 4 months or layers. So there's just a question on this point.
Right. So I think, unfortunately, about the civil code, it would be very interesting to discuss that with Shay. I will definitely turn the question to him, but I think for now we ask you to.
Well, thank you for your comment. I completely agree with your appreciation. I think the process was incredible, was great. 155 citizens. No politicians, all of them thinking about what they want to leave in the life that they want to live. With their individuality to make an aggregation of way of organizing his citizens. Well, the question was what these people had as an heritage, as a social heritage. And human rights was the idea that people want to do this heritage. But the things that happen is that the neo-constitutionalism has blurred this heritage, I think. The discussion about the human rights that people maybe think that was not a very divided discussion about that, was the most strongly discussion, was the most strongly topic that divided the people that write the constitutions. And what happens that? And I think this pattern is possible to see also in Ireland, also in Iceland. There is too much pattern that shows that that human rights now are so debatable, not because they are in strict terms debatables. They are debatables because when they are constitutionalized, they means too much things, and I think this is the problem. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, thanks to Ugo and PG for the remarks and questions. I mean, observing, I mean, continuing on what Ugo was mentioning, I definitely am on the line on the fact that law sometimes becomes irrelevant, but on the other side, in my view, this circulation and of legal situations, let's call it in this way, shows us that at least in Africa, I mean, law is becoming more and more a tool that is used when it's deemed necessary. Where sometimes it's not in this way. I mean, it comes to my mind the fact that I mean, it's a long story, but I try to make it very simple. When the DP World invested a lot of money in Somaliland for the refurbishing of the Berbera port, there was a clash between the central government in Mogadishu and the government of Somaliland that is not recognized by the international community. And at that point, the clash was exactly on which legal system has to be used. Considering that from one side, Somaliland claims independence, and they said, we have our own legal system, we can use ours. On the other side, Mogadishu says, no, you cannot use yours. You are a member of the Federal Republic of Somalia, and therefore we have to use the Somali law because this is a matter that should be managed at central level. But if you go and look in the Constitution, the definition of competencies between the central government and the local government is not yet clarified in the Constitution itself. But I mean, when it's necessary, they try to use, and this is to a certain extent, if you want, a very Chinese way to use the law as a tool. Whenever it's necessary, I open my drawer, I take the law out from the drawer, and then I use it. When it's not necessary, keep it in the drawer. To answer, I mean, to PG's question, it's very obviously it needs clarification. In my view, fluxes and formants, I don't see exactly the same thing. They are both dynamic, definitely. I mean, we know the seminal work of Rodolfo, dynamic approach to comparative law. But in my view, I might be wrong, but in my view, the fluxes, I mean, I see that the formants as an element that determines the way how a given legal system works. In my view, the fluxes are something more, I would say, composed, where we have elements that are all, we have the formants, we have the, I mean, we can call a group of formats, let's put it in this way. But there are a lot of elements that make a flux. So definitely the two things go together, in my view. But I see this as a more composite element than the single legal format. That's it. That is, I mean, how I think, but it's, I mean, I'm ready to criticisms.
Right. So I think we now stop in order to allow a short break because the morning is long, and then we're going to resume. Let's say we take around 15 minutes break, just for getting outside, getting a coffee or whatever, and then we'll come back. So thank you very much to the speakers and also to the test.
Okay, welcome again. I think it's time to get started. So if you want to have a seat, please, we can start this session. I am Carlo Casonato, and I will chair this session at the crossroad of comparative law, the relationship of law with other sciences. I don't have time for a proper introduction, but just let me say a few words, 7-8 minutes, Luisa, maybe. And I will organize these few words in 2 points. First point, variables and complexities. Second point, ingredients for a good relationship. First, we know that the relationship between law and other sciences is complicated, actually. It depends on many variables. Just to mention a few of them, what kind of law we have in mind when we speak about that? What legal format, I wouldn't say what legal fluxes we are considering when we speak about this relationship. We can think about, I will be very plain, statutory law, case law, legal doctrine. Dealing with statutory law, for instance, we can see that in many countries there are institutional channels trying to connect legislatures on one hand, the lawmaking process, with scientific expertise. A good case in point is the Parliamentary Office for Science and Technology, which is located in Westminster, and it gives non-partisan and peer-reviewed scientific briefings to the parliaments. We have other bodies like that in US, Spain, Germany, and other countries. We do not have anything alike in Italy, unfortunately. We have the audizioni parlamentari, the parliamentary audition, which are neither effective nor very rewarding, if I may say that. But we don't have something like that. As I mentioned, we can also think about another component, case law, judicial rules. And when they act vis-a-vis other sciences, here typically we have the interaction of technical experts, science panels, assisting judges. Sometimes we have also a special composition of the court itself. Think about the Green Court with a dedicated environmental jurisdiction. And we can, and there is a number of propositions also to compose special courts for artificial intelligence issues, for instance. These tools can help, for sure, in bridging the gap between law and other sciences, but the actual outcome of decisions typically depends on the judicial philosophy of the single judge, judges. Let me just mention very briefly the case of the US Supreme Court. The debate on the role of science in courts actually originated in the US. Think about Sheila Jasanoff's Science at the Bar in 1995. Nevertheless, today, the Supreme Court is making decisions considered by many people, I am one of them, considered contrary to science, contrary to scientific evidence. Let me just quote the editorial of the last issue of Nature. They quote Dobbs on abortion. They quote, the New York Pistol Rifle Association, and they quote the EPA, the Environment Protection Agency case. And based on these decisions, the title of the editorial is quite explicit. The Supreme Court's War on Science. On the other side of the ocean, we have other examples. Let me just quote the Italian Constitutional Court, which is, in my opinion, has a pretty good relationship with science. We will discuss this if you're interested. We will discuss this topic next week with the president of the National Research Council, Maria Chiara Carrozza, and Daria De Pretis, among others. This as far as the law is concerned. What about the other part of the relationship? What about the other sciences, variables and complexities? Here too, we have many variables, many complexity. For instance, we have scientific results with very, very different degrees of reliability and robustness. Take meteorology, for example. Unfortunately, we know that it is very difficult to predict, and we know about the very tricky issue of legal liability of researchers when they fail to warn population of, politicians of extreme events such as earthquake or, unfortunately, major floods. Other scientific outcomes can be relatively more certain. For instance, sometimes surprisingly, this is the case of biology or genetics. Mitochondrial transfer, for instance, but I will not go into that. But medicine, to take another example, in some areas, just in some areas, medicine is sufficiently certain in some field, so that the Italian Constitutional Court itself, for instance, developed the constitutional principle of scientific reasonableness. So, which means that the law is unconstitutional if it doesn't take into account, and sometimes if doesn't respect the outcome of, of medicine. Faced with all these variables and this combination of, correlations and entanglements, the relationship between law and other science can be very complicated, uncertain, sometimes confusing. And besides, we know that different researchers use different terminologies, different categories, different methodologies. Sometimes the law we have to present is uncertain in itself. Sometimes it is our way of presenting the law to our colleagues, which is unclear. To sum up, when we speak about the relationship between law and other sciences, well, we speak about a complicated and not easy relationship. Against that, and this is my second point, but I will just mention it because time is actually running out. Against this problem, maybe we can, think about some ingredients that we can add to the law in order to try to face and perhaps to solve the mentioned problems. And I think here to three things. The law must be tuned, timely, tailored. I might venture to talk about the 3 T's: tuned, timely, tailored, that the law must have when working with other sciences. We need a tuned law, a law in tune with the evolutions of social and cultural plural positions. We must give due weight to the other component of our social living. From this angle, Roberta Luffi will talk about the often forgotten relationship between law and religion. Anne Griffiths will advocate for the adoption of a more socially oriented approach to law. And also this morning, more than one speakers talk about that. And we also need a law which is in tune not just with the social dimension, but also with the scientific innovations and the technological application. I have in mind a formula, a kind of evidence-based law. Second ingredient, second T, a timely law. We need the law able to react, as quickly as possible to changes in society and in hard sciences. And from this perspective, law must combine flexibility on one hand with predictability and certainty on the other hand. Nothing particularly new. Almost a century ago, Roscoe Pound said the law must be stable and yet it cannot stand still. So, nothing new under the sun from this point of view. Third and last ingredient, the last T, a tailored law. When working along with other sciences, I think that we need a law which is in some way narrowly tailored to fit the peculiarities of the specific object to be regulated. when speaking about artificial intelligence, I mean, there is not one artificial intelligence. We have, different things, different versions of technology, and we cannot, we have to tailor the specific law in order to fit the particularly features of the object to be regulated. To abstract law can be very tricky from this point of view. Well, these are just some of the challenges I have in mind when I work at the borders of the law, facing, the crossroad of law. But as I said, there are just, very fragmented and patchy points that I decided to talk about. Instead, we have here 3 colleagues and 1 discussant who will certainly give us much more, stimulating and valuable report. The first speaker is Roberta Luffi. Roberta is professor of comparative private law at the University of Turin, studied and published a lot of many topics, and I want to waste time on that, and specifically on the relationship between law and language and between law and religion. She will focus today on law and religion within a comparative network, a framework. Roberta, thank you so much for being here, and please, you have the floor.
I'd like to thank the university and the organizers for having me on this very challenging topic indeed. As we know, comparative law, as any kind of comparison, provides us maps to navigate the world and make sense of it. In every period, it reflects the interests and concerns of those who compare. Just let me remind myself about where we start from. In the aftermath of the Second World War, religion played a very marginal role on the maps drawn by legal comparatists that were dominated by the opposition between East and West. In 1950, René David listed religion along with the economic and political structure of a country and the race of its inhabitants among those ideological and civilizational factors that shape the structure and spirit of legal institutions. A decade later, the role of religion was further marginalized. At that time, David, in fixing the second criterion in order to recognize the existence of a legal family, spoke of philosophical, political, and economic principles that characterize it, no mention of religions. But he considered the role of religion beliefs in dealing with Asia and Africa as a possible obstacle to the reception of European laws, be it Romano-Germanic, common law, or socialist law. At the end of the 70s, though, religion would have played a crucial role in undermining the bipolar paradigm and eventually toppling it. Neither East nor West, the Iranian Republic, with his famous statement, Ayatollah Khomeini not only rejected the neo-imperialist policies of the two blocs, but he proposed an alternative legal and institutional model, Islamic government. It does not correspond to any of the existing forms of government. It is a constitutional government where sovereignty belongs to God alone and law is his decree and command. Religion was instrumental in the collapse of the Soviet Union and in the disintegration of the socialist bloc. In the meantime, Western European society became more religiously diverse because of migrations. I'd like to just say that at the very first, that is to say in the 60s and 70s, the impact of migrations on the religious landscape was not so evident. In a first phase, I quote a sociologist, D'Assetto, Muslim immigrants were socialized in advance to a Western modernity to which they aspired, and they did not define themselves on the basis of their religious affiliation. Everything changed from the end of the 70s. It became clear that religions deserved more attention from lawyers too. On the front line of facing the urgent and unprecedented challenges of religiously diverse societies, we find the specialists in ecclesiastical law, law and religion, Staatskirchenrecht. They had to face the challenge to find a timely law, as you said. I just mentioned the Italian experience. Silvio Ferrari has inspired a generation of scholars to build a new comparative law of religions. The comparative law of religions approach assumes the existence of certain characteristics shared by religious laws and exclusive to them, and intends to test their transcultural nature. This new branch of studies focuses on the three revealed religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and occasionally broaden its horizon to Hinduism and Buddhism. It remains to explain why the comparative law of religions has not yet taken the step to go beyond the circle of revealed religions toward those, I quote Ferrari, laws that are prima facie religious, but not easily comparable, end of quote. This was the original plan, after all. This theoretical incompletion of comparative law of religions has probably the same origin as its practical achievements. That is to say, it is deep-rooted in the European legal tradition, where the lens through which lawyers look at religion was calibrated on Christianity, a highly institutionalized and relatively autonomous religion. They may be masterfully, the lens may be masterfully reshaped to fit other religions too, not too dissimilar from Christianity. But the adaptation of the traditional legal tools and concepts cannot go beyond a certain limit. If a religion is not institutionalized enough, if religious norms are not distinguishable enough from a broader context, it is likely that the religion in question will be missed by the legal grid set up by states for the management of state-church relations or for the public governance of religions. It will fall out of the scope of the comparative law of religions, to enter maybe that of the protection of cultural rights. A radical critique of the comparative law of religions comes from the ecclesiastical law camp itself. Sergio Ferlito questions the very idea of religious laws. A longue durée approach to legal history shows that, I quote, the conceptual separation between religion and law, already very problematic in Western legal systems, is even more doubtful in other legal traditions, end of quote. It comes as no surprise that Sergio Ferlito was the translator into Italian of Patrick Glenn's work. We are thus back to the field of comparative law proper. Not many comparative lawyers do engage with religion. However, it was not easy for me to select the I don't know if happy fews, happy fews that are included in this presentation. I apologize for any omission, major omission. Let's start from the most recent piece of scholarship I could find, that is to say, Zur Vergleichbarkeit religiöser Rechte by Ralf Michaels, who vigorously claims the comparability of religious laws, thereby admitting that such a specific category does exist. The religious nature of these laws cannot be denied, but not even absolutized or essentialized. Michaels advocates what he calls a post-secular comparative law that recognizes religious laws not as simple expressions of opinions, but as laws whose religious nature is to be taken seriously. However, comparative lawyers have to get accustomed to laws that consist of discourses rather than sets of rules, and apart from canonical text, codifications, court decision, they must consider religious laws as laws in action. To do this, they have to look at sociologists and anthropologists for cooperation. Ralf Michaels' post-secular comparative law approach actually focuses on those religions where a group of legal scholars develop a Juristenrecht, largely autonomously from a set of revealed texts. These perfectly fit Islamic and Jewish law. It is not clear whether such an approach can be applied to other religions or not. A more comprehensive idea of religion is used to define new law legal maps where the opposition between center and periphery, between the West and the rest, has disappeared. Sometimes the West itself has disappeared, as it is the case for the manual Comparative Law in a Global Context by Werner Menski, who deals exclusively with the legal systems of Asia and Africa. Werner Menski adopts a pluralist approach to law and represents it in the form of a triangle whose vertices respectively correspond to the state, society, and religion/ethics/morals. In his more recent works, the triangles turn into a kite with the addition of the human rights vertex. The interconnectedness and interaction of these elements generates a fractal vertigo of complex legal structures. Werner Menski tests this global definition of law also with reference to Africa, where among the potential sources of laws, he considers the African, quote, shared assumption about the existence of a superhuman order of some kind, undefinable but ever present, to which everyone and everything is subject. Actually, he says, such cultural constructs of religion, quote, require more than legal skills and knowledge, but to deny their legal relevance is intellectually dishonest and has been damaging to comparative legal scholarship. In tracing his legal map, Glenn develops a complete typology of the possible relations between religion and legal traditions. He distinguishes between explicitly religious legal tradition, recognizing revelation as the direct source of law, traditions in which law is only a part of religion, chthonic traditions in which the legal order is indistinguishable from religion, legal traditions in which religions plays a very limited role, Western and Chinese traditions. though, he says, you can perhaps find a religion everywhere if you look hard enough. This new focus on religions requires comparative lawyers not only to cooperate with sociologists and anthropologists, but also to consider how the use of the category of religion may condition their research. They have to look at the ongoing debate within the field of religious studies, where the category of religion is often presented as the mere creation or invention of scholars, on the one hand, and on the other as the tool and product of colonial policies. Now, the attempt to decolonize religion, when too drastic, may lead to aphasia. Less radical approaches may be mentioned. For example, Baudouin-Dupré, according to Baudouin-Dupré, religion and religious law, and more specifically Islam and Sharia, are not the root of a society or of a civilization, but one of its multiple components. Among other things, Islam and Sharia are often, I quote, and I translated also, and I apologize, terms of a stenographic language, it stays for une facilité de langage, sometimes a family name, and the object of innumerable language games. A praxeological approach will then help the researcher to focus on the methods people use locally to produce the truth and intelligibility of those terms that allow them to cooperate and interact. End of quote. Talal Asad. Talal Asad, the anthropology of religion, advocates the exploration of ideas and their questioning, so as to either abandon or modify them, or to give better reasons to keep them. He critically reviews, of course, the idea of religion together with that of secularism, inextricably linked to that, to the building of the territorial state in Europe. As an alternative to the territorial state, he describes a plurality of groupings, each with its domain of normativity, non-hierarchical groupings. This experimental image may be inspirational for comparative lawyers, for those comparative lawyers at least, who focus on competing transnational or global laws or on failed states. I'm now coming to the end of this presentation. I would like to devote my closing remarks to Rodolfo Sacco's teachings and research on the theme of religion. Religion was one of the Sacco's lifelong interests. He would consider it even in the less obvious contexts, such as his courses on socialist law. But it was in Africa that his thoughts on religion fully developed when he built legal anthropology as the extension of comparative law. Sacco considers religion just as one of the possible forms of the supernatural, and it is the supernatural that retains his attention. Rodolfo Sacco investigates the relation between the supernatural and the categories of law, justice, truth. He shows that the role played by the supernatural in legitimizing political authority is but an aspect of the broader support it can offer to legal compliance. The supernatural may interfere with legal sources or generate single isolated commands and powers. It can cooperate in establishing facts and make suggestions to legislators even when they refuse any supernatural legitimation. Sacco warns us not to overlook religion in legal comparison. Religion is not pervasive, but it is relevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. A very intriguing speech with a number of stimulus and insight. I will not comment it. Just one question, maybe the never-ending question: where do we draw the line? But I stop here. And when speaking about the relationship between law and other sciences, I just spoke random and very non-systematic. The next speaker will speak about this relationship with far greater theoretical and structure and depth. So Giorgio Resta, Professor of Comparative Private Law at the University of Roma III, like our first speaker, he also deals with a broad range of topics, from dignity to privacy to new technologies and stuff. Giorgio, thank you so much for being here, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Carlo. Let me also thank sincerely Luisa and Elena for the invitation. It's a really great pleasure and an honor to be here. I'm very happy to be back to Trento with all longtime friends and mentors. And thank you so much for having me here. First thing that you may do when you don't have much to say is look at the title of the session. So I'm looking at the title, and the title of this session is At the Crossroad of Comparative Law, the Relationship of Law with Other Sciences. And I think that in this title, there is much to say, because we are not simply dealing with comparative law. We are dealing with the relationship between law and other sciences, as we heard from our president a few minutes before. Secondly, there is an implicit assumption that the law is a science if we are talking about law and other sciences. And third, what is the position of comparative law in this debate? So what I would like to do in these 20 minutes is to try to provide a sort of a general overview of these complex issues instead of focusing on one specific prong of the problem, as, for example, Roberta masterfully did with relationship with law and religion. First of all, I would like to speak a little bit about law and other sciences, the relationship. Why this relationship today is back to the forefront, which was something which was heavily debated, in particular at the turn of the last century, but now once again is at the center of many discussions. I think that if we want to isolate a few reasons why we are talking in more intensively about the relationship law and other sciences, we could at least think of three main factors. First of all, as we heard before, the fact that the law is challenged from other social systems in an increasing way. What the French say, les droits saisis par, there are thousands of books on every single moment of history, les droits saisis par l'éthique, par la politique, et aujourd'hui par la biologie, and the data sciences, of course. One of the main challenges that come to the law is today from the automatization and from artificial intelligence. Roberto Caso is here. I don't have to speak very much about it, but let me quote the book a few years ago by Richard Susskind, The Death of Lawyers. And the death of lawyers, with all these imaginary deaths that we have seen in the past from contracts and so on, will not happen, but we are discussing about the death. And one of the reasons is the application of new technologies. Garapon wrote a book about la justice digital, and there is this question debated between data sciences on one side and lawyers on the other side? Should we delegate decisions to machines? And this is one of the reasons why we feel menaced in our traditional autonomy. And we start to debate about what relationship. Secondly, with the increasing juridification of social spheres, another type of problem arises, the problem of management of different social systems that interact with the law. Let's think about the body and the decision affecting the intimate aspects of our anthropology, of the future generation and the use of technologies that decide what the man will be in the future. And so, of course, the law should interact with the disciplines. Secondly, there is an enormous crisis going on, as we know. The crisis of university as a particular historical institution, the modern institution of university related to the nation state of the 19th century is in crisis. And the reasons why it is in crisis is not only technological and ed tech, which is growing. There is a recent book by Stefan Grumbach, a theorist of data science, but also a sociologist teaching in France, which is called L'Empire des Algorithmes, in which he says in a chapter very interesting that platforms will overcome universities as institutions. And somehow this is happening with the rise of importance of these alternative forms of education in a global sphere. But also the academic capitalism is underway, and we see the effect in terms of funding, the importance of the ranking of universities and how these are affecting the way in which administrators react in the world. And this, of course, raises the issue of law with other sciences, because there are leading models that do not start from our same assumption of the autonomy of the law, as I will explain later on, of course, as most of you will know. Also, I think it is very important to reflect on the internationalization of research, because this is affecting the way in which social sciences and humanities are developed. We should never forget that social sciences and humanities started with a strict relationship with the nation state in the 19th century, and they were mobilized for the needs of a building of the new nation states. And they developed with this idea, which affected not only the funding, but the type of research produced. Let me just recall a wonderful book by Stefano Rapisarda on philology, but historians, the works by P.G. Monateri as regards to the law, all tell us how important was this instrumental link between the nation state and the social sciences. What happens when we switch the research in a transnational network, in a transnational era? We can see the impact and how humanities in particular are affected by this switch. There are very important sociological studies on the European research area, and in particular on the ERC system. When we switched from the framework program of the Commission, which was a sort of top-down definition of what areas should be researchers, to a bottom-up model with the European Research Council, we saw how changing are the taxonomies, are the boxes that we use nationally when they are transplanted into a transnational level. First of all, we should never forget that the very definition of what is a social science varies among the cultures. For example, history and philosophy tend to be regarded in France as a social sciences, whereas in the Anglo-American model, they're regarded as humanities. So where is the law when we talk about the taxonomy of the modern sciences? And this taxonomy is used not just for debates, but for funding, for affecting the excellence research and therefore the type of the research that is produced. Well, I think that it is very well known, but should be emphasized once again, that the law in the traditional taxonomy of the ERC has a very marginal part. And it is considered within the box of the social sciences, SH2, whereas in SH5 and 6 are the humanities. So there is a clear choice, law as a social science. And this creates some issues. First of all, there is an issue of autonomy. So the traditional autonomy of the law is menaced whenever a legal project is assessed together with typical social science projects, because they tend to use quantitative methods. We don't use quantitative methods. They tend to talk about, and the reviewers expect a lot in terms of methodology. We don't have a methodology in a strict sense, I would like to say very provocatively. We know how law can be discussed, reasoned, argued, but I'm not talking now about comparative law, but talking about traditional orthodox law. This raises a serious issue. And this issue is not limited to transnational research, because institutionally, there is a wonderful study which was published last year in the Austrian Journal for Sociology about the impact of the ERC model on humanities and social sciences, that traces the way in which the words and the models that are used in the project change dramatically from a national to transnational arena. Frontier research is expected for excellence, and frontier research means interdisciplinarity. Europe, with a quantitative analysis, is at the forefront in the projects, differently from the national projects. But I was saying this is affecting the way in which research is produced bottom up, but it's also affecting the way in which a national legal system research is funded. We all know that the Italian Ministry of University in the last year adopted the ERC taxonomy. And the effect was that 3 years ago, more or less, in the funding for research in Italy, just 3, I think, of projects in the legal field were funded. Because of course, whenever you put law with political science, sociology, statistics, you get a sense of everything goes, of interpretation, but not of hard numbers and methods. And this is a serious issue, not sufficiently discussed, in my opinion, at the national level. And the second question is not only the absence of a box for the law, but what is the proper box? And we should start debating, as for example, David Haworth did a few years ago in England. Is law more like a humanity or a social science? Humanities tend to look at the idiosyncratic, at the singular. Social sciences, in particular, after the takeover by economics and the economic method to other social science, tend to look at the general laws. So what kind of research, as lawyers, are we going to produce? It is very important, whether we take as a reference point social science or humanities. Balkin has written wonderful essays about this dichotomy between law and economics and law and literature in the United States, and how it's been affecting the funding of the research. What are the reactions by traditional legal scholarship? I have just one example. The book published by Stefan Grundmann and Hans Miklitz recently, which appeared the first one in the German edition, Privatrechtstheorie, and now translated by Cambridge with the title New Private Law Theory, but with an important subtitle, A Pluralist Approach. Because the idea of the entire book, which is very interesting, is that law should be regarded from an interdisciplinary perspective. It is a source of cases and materials of philosophy, sociology, but what kind of sciences interact with the law here? Just the social sciences. There is no literature, there are no post-colonial studies, there is nothing that is related to humanities as we consider it. Probably part of the preconception, but what I want to stress is that in my perspective, interdisciplinarity as a reaction of this transformation is probably deemed to fail in our tradition, because we should never forget that the scientificity of law is nothing ontological, but it is culturally produced and historically produced. And therefore, I think it is important to debate once again, because we are comparativists. What does it mean to be scientific in the law? And we can see that the Wissenschaftlichkeit, which is an untranslatable term in English, is perceived differently in the different legal traditions. There's a wonderful article by Helge Dedek in the Jurisprudenza. Unfortunately, it's not translated into English in 2009, in which he reflects on the different patterns of scientificity of the law. And he retraces not only the birth of the law as a university discipline, not Bologna, but the modern Humboldtian university in the 19th century, which changed the perspective dramatically, because the modern university is different from the old one, and the way in which the law reacted, because the law had the constraint of being strictly related to a practice, together with theology and together with medicine, differently from the new sciences, which were freed from the constraint of preparing a professional for some particular practices. Well, the law reacted first in a similar way in the continent and the United States. Langdell and the German legal science follow similar tracks, similar patterns. But then the wind changed, and with the realist revolution, interdisciplinarity became the paradigm of scientificity in the United States, and the law in the continent went along the same pattern of dogmatic stabilization as a way of recreating its own scientific statute. I don't have time to go into the details because they are very much known, but what I want to stress is that this idea of scientificity of the law that we developed in the continent, in the continental legal tradition, is not something that will change rapidly just because the law is in crisis as an autonomous discipline, because there are some institutional factors that tend to recreate this dichotomy and tend to maintain the bridge with the United States. In particular, the idea of the exams as a way, state administered exams as a way of selecting legal professionals. And despite, and paradoxically, we tend to think that the legal scholarship in the continent is more dogmatical than other types of legal scholarship, but still it is much more intertwined with the needs of the practice. This is clearly said in Article 5 of the German Richtergesetz, in which the second stat exam is aimed at appointing judges, at selecting judges. And in the end, the way in which we select the lawyers, judges, and notaries affects the way in which the idea of scientificity of the law is developed and created. A simple distinction, things that we all know in comparative legal arenas, but people working beyond comparative law tend to underestimate. The type of legal education in the United States is influenced by the fact that people arriving at the law school have already had a major in a different discipline. Secondly, PhDs are taken mostly in other disciplines than in the law. Third, how people are selected for the legal practice. Let's take away the judges, of course, because it's a different story. But for the bar, yes, of course, there is the bar exam, but the way in which people are selected by law firms is depending on the reputation of the university. So the university has a much important role to play than what happens here, in which the exam is important for selecting legal practice. And this means that, for example, in German, the Grundlagefächer, comparative law, philosophy of law, history of law, have a marginal place because in the expectation of the students, what is really important for passing the exam are the traditional positive laws. And this, of course, is, in my opinion, a barrier to a different way of looking at interdisciplinary as in the American legal model. This is not pessimistic, things that I leave for the paper, because I think it's a great opportunity for comparative law. Comparative law is probably the only discipline that is structurally freed from the authority trap. Authority paradigm or authority trap is something used by Jeffrey Samuel in a wonderful paper about law and legal sciences. And we cannot work with an authority paradigm. First of all, because we know that the idea of authority changes in different legal culture, and because we are more concerned with context than with text, whereas legal positivistics, so to say, deal mostly with the text. And historically, comparative law is a creation of modern times and is, since the beginning, freed from this, let's say, need to satisfy the needs of legal practice. Yes, we like to play the game that comparative law is important. There are clients of comparative law. Comparative law is just not a theoretical discipline, but let's talk realistically. People who want to go into practice do not study comparative law. They tend to take them to graduate in criminal procedure or in civil law. But this is an opportunity because this creates a condition for a strengthened dialogue with other sciences. And since the beginning, I would say, I'm interested in not simply in looking about synchronically about what happened today, relationship between law and other sciences, but looking diachronically. The development of this discipline is, I would say, marked by the relationship with other sciences and recently also with the humanities. So given the time constraint, I think it's important to stress with Helge Dedek that we tend to look at the birth of comparative law in the Paris Congress. Zweigert and Kurtz state from the beginning, comparative law as we know it started in Paris. But this is, so to say, absolving us from a very serious and difficult exercise in analyzing the colonial roots of comparative law, which is one of the topics today debated and on the general discussion. Because the comparative law before the birth of comparative law, has a very important history, which was retraced masterfully by P.G. Monateri in some of his studies. And one of the main things that we may learn by retracing the history of comparative law is first, the strict relationship with the natural sciences. Because natural sciences at the time were the paradigm for scientificity. And this was affecting also legal scholarship. Let's think at Mendel. But in comparative law became the methodological trait. Comparative method was written with capital letters in literature, in comparative literature, comparative political sciences and comparative law at the time. Because the comparative method was one. There were no more methods. And the comparative method was the inductive method developed within anatomy, Cuvier, as a substitute to the results in laboratory of the hard sciences. Then it was, P.G. taught us, used by linguistics, by creating the discipline of comparative linguistics, and from here came back to the law, and in particular to comparative law. Very first and most important relationship with a different discipline. I have retraced some important, there is a nice quote by Greenleaf, who was the successor of Story in Harvard before Langdell, in which Greenleaf was advocating for a comparative approach to the law as the only way of creating scientificity, because comparison means inductive analysis of the difference, and from the analysis of the difference, the recreation of general laws. Development, evolution was here the main paradigm, as we know. But then the wind changed. And the second important turn was toward the functionalism. And when Rabel gave the theoretical foundation to functionalism in comparative law with this wonderful paper on the Aufgabe und Notwendigkeit der Vergleichen der Rechtswissenschaft, unfortunately not known in the Anglo-American world because it's not translated, well, he was using a type of reasoning very similar to what Franz Boas in anthropology and then Malinowski did in anthropological studies. We should stop with the deductive analysis of general laws of development. We should go back to the ground, to the field work, and make induction, empiricism, and look at the context, despite the criticism that today are raised against the functionalism. The functionalism of Rabel was a very contextual one. And he was a judge in the Versailles Tribunal, and he saw very importantly how the isolation of the legal thought in Germany weighted in the decisions of the tribunals against Germany. And I'm going to the conclusion because the time is over. We could go on and look at the various intersections that people in this classroom have developed between the law, comparative law, and other sciences, from literature to history to linguistics. And let me recall, of course, Rodolfo Sacco, and then sociology, psychology, economics, of course, even genetics, population genetics. All dialogues that are necessary for comparative law, because comparative law looks at the context. And it is, let's say, it's driven by a spirit of inquiry and not by the spirit of authority of traditional law, which has been defined a narcissistic discipline by Jeffrey Samuel, because it looks just on its own objects and not outside. I would provide in the paper an application of the possible interaction or the different way of looking from the perspective of comparativist to the interaction with other disciplines, in particular with law and economics. I would like just to recall in conclusion Guido Calabresi's wonderful book on the future of law economics, in which he contrasts the two models of interdisciplinarity. Bentham, the imposition of external parameters on the law, and Mill, the plurality of the viewpoints from which look at the law and try legal consequences. And then there is another side of the story. What other disciplines and sciences could learn from the law? We know that from a history, the law provided the basis for the rational argumentation in the West, just to recall Berman and Antonio Gamba. But today, other disciplines might learn from comparative law. We try to have a debate with other comparative discipline in a conference of whose proceedings are published in this book, Comparative, which is an article by P.G. Monateri, philologists, historians, and so on. And there is a tentative, I would not call more than a tentative, by the American Journal of Comparative Law last year, in a symposium, the role of comparative law in the social sciences, in which, in my mind, you feel the embedded idea in the US, the universalism, the assumption that what is in the US, in the methodology in the West, can be translated to other words. And if you read the paper, for example, by Ulen on comparative law and economics, you feel this difficulty of understanding the fact that the assumptions on which, on one hand, economics as a discipline, and secondly, the American way at looking of economics tend to be universalized. And we should criticize this, as the entire literature on comparative law by numbers is done in a productive way, not just denouncing the ideology, but providing different alternatives. And the different alternative, I think, is that the anthropology of the law is much richer one than the anthropology provided by economics. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Giorgio. Your abstract was already interesting. I mean, your presentation really food for thought, and if I may, also food for translators, because, you know, it's important that some articles will be translated in English in order to have, you know, a wider, a broader circulation. You end up with the anthropological dimension, and studying law through an anthropological perspective is also a very welcome opportunity to understand a little more about the relationship between law and other sciences. Anne Griffiths is professor of anthropology of law at the University of Edinburgh. Her research focuses on a number of topics, for example, family law in Africa, gender, culture, protection of rights in a context of mobility of people, and also in some way mobility of law. So, Anne, thank you so much for being with us, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. I'd like to thank the university and the organizers of this meeting for giving me the opportunity to participate. And I'm really sorry I can't be there physically, but if anyone wishes to have further discussions with me, I can be contacted on email. Well, my talk approaches rethinking comparative law from critiques that have been leveled against what is referred to as the mainstream or orthodox approaches to the subject set out briefly in my abstract. In doing so, however, the critics do not call for the demise of comparative law, but rather for its recalibration and transformation. This includes providing a more contextual approach to the interpretation and analysis of law, one that would bring political, economic, and social considerations into play that would erase the division between law and society that, to quote Riles, has outlived its analytical utility. Thus, Frankenberg argues that there is a need for a more interdisciplinary research, creating, to quote, a widening of the legocentric lens to bring text and context into focus. In order to do this, he argues that contextual analysis, and I quote, must include addressing social struggles behind the law to develop a consciousness of difference that would involve moving away from the study of ideal types. While mainstream comparative law was not completely divorced from an understanding of society, Watt cites David Kennedy as asserting that in the latter half of the 20th century, mainstream comparatism has self-consciously asserted political agnosticism, retreating in acute discomfort from the sphere of ideology and projects of governance. And I think a number of speakers have already required us to take account of geopolitical engagements. Another reorientation involves shifting away from an emphasis on communalities in law towards developing a more informed concept of difference. Thus, Watt argues there is a need to challenge, and I quote, more or less overt presumptions of commonalities between diverse laws and focus on otherness and respect for difference. This would ground an understanding of how comparative law, to quote Matai, fosters practices of hegemony and domination. It involves engaging more with non-European legal systems that, according to Riles, previously only held marginal theoretical interest for mainstream comparative scholars. Now, I have to tell you, my participation in this conference is not based on a training as a comparative lawyer, but rather as someone who's become engaged with the comparative dimensions of law. As an African colleague of mine said recently, I guess we're all comparatists today. As a lawyer whose training was largely doctrinal, I have, as a Scots family lawyer, had to challenge assertions that what claims to be UK family law merely represents a paradigm of English family law. At the same time, as a result of helping to set up the law department at the University of Botswana in Southern Africa in the early 80s, I also had to get to grips with plural legal sources, and this included customary law that is based on oral, unwritten traditions. Well, engaging with law in all its forms entails a serious rethinking of the role of the state. The way in which mainstream comparative law has approached this relationship echoes that more generally of a Westphalian model of law and sovereignty based on the nation state. And this was a model that was highly influential in the 19th and 20th centuries in Europe, and it continues to exert its influence today. This model of law has always been highly contested, especially by social scientists, particularly anthropologists, who have adopted a contextual approach to the study of law. Adopting a more social scientific approach to law becomes all the more prescient when dealing with the current forms of globalization at work in the world today. Reframing law's relationships, especially with the state, is critical in an age witnessing the increasing proliferation of international and transnational regulatory frameworks, norms, and legal rules that have given rise to what Sasson has termed the epochal transformation we call globalization. These lead to the reconfiguration of law both within and beyond the nation state, so that there is now a growing acceptance that they may be sources of law other than the nation state. The actors involved in these concerns not only include nation states acting as sovereign lawmakers or in concert with other states in the construction of international law, but also involve national or transnational non-governmental organizations, law merchants, epistemic communities, self-regulatory networks, traditional and religious authorities, and local communities. Well, given these multi-scalar activities, what theoretical and methodological approaches are appropriate for undertaking contemporary comparative studies? My own research for over 30 years in Botswana, dealing with family disputes and land, has presented challenges for me in dealing with legal plurality. These stem from having to deal with law in terms of written, statutory, and case-based texts, as well as unwritten oral submissions on customary law. In dealing with this type of pluralism, I first had to get to grips with customary law, which presented difficulties for me as formalist sources of law were inadequate for this purpose. I therefore needed to adopt a different theoretical and methodological approach with a new set of skills. This led me, after consultation with colleagues in social science, primarily in social policy and anthropology, to engage in fieldwork as an ethnographic project to acquire empirical data on how customary law is constructed and implemented. In pursuing data, I had to draw on a variety of sources derived from a range of methods. These included archival research, examination of formal court proceedings and records, participant observation of disputes, and interviews with government personnel, members of non-governmental organizations, and local citizens. In addition, extended oral life histories of families from Molopololi village were carried out and updated over the years. Engaging with these type of sources enabled me to move beyond conventional legal sources such as legislation, court records, and court proceedings to a more open-ended discussion with social actors and their perceptions and experiences of law. It led me to engage with what Clifford Geertz has called thick description. This allowed me to access what was taking place in everyday life. It provided an oft neglected perspective in legal studies, one which makes visible the context in which ordinary negotiations between individuals over property can lead to voluntary agreements that do not necessarily involve disputes. It also provided a means of how transformations in law may take place on the ground in a variety of settings. As a result, my approach reflected a social scientific approach to legal pluralism of the new, strong, or deep kind referred to by John Griffiths, rather than adopting the weak or classic view of legal pluralism based on a state-centered perception of law. And I'd like to talk a little bit now, please excuse my throat, about transgressing disciplinary boundaries. Drawing on sources and methods from other disciplines is well suited to dealing with comparative law under conditions of globalization. For a number of scholars dealing with humanitarian intervention, for example, this reflects adopting a less bounded and more relational or interconnected perspective on the production of security, be it with regard to war making, peace building, or addressing concepts of security and normative ordering beyond the state, including charity and humanitarian aid. Coming from different disciplines, embracing law, geography, anthropology, and sociology, scholars adopting this perspective argue for an approach that one should attend more fully to heterogeneity and inconsistency of contemporary war endings and peace processes. For Smith, in the case of intervention in Afghanistan, this involves perceiving the interplay between US and Afghan law, and I quote, in the dynamic and hybrid spatio-legal relations arising from a Western-led intervention that is at once a combat operation, a development program, a state-building exercise, and a legal transformation. By extending his gaze to cover 4 overlapping moments, invasion, occupation, pacification, and autonomization, and he uses the term autonomization to refer to efforts to build the governing capacity of the Afghan state institutions and promote reconstruction and economic development. And in doing so, he reveals the action of an assemblage of different actors connected to different spheres of activity. By transgressing boundaries, the theoretical methodological approaches promoted by these scholars allow for a move away from a standpoint that treats groups of actors and social entities as reflections of an internally coherent and bounded set of domains that are geared to address predetermined objects such as security, justice, or poverty. Instead, they explore relations between actors, entities, or domains. Thus, they foreground the interactive dynamics that are at work in mutually constituting, reconstituting, or reconfiguring such entities in an ongoing process that engages with law. This leads Ben and Fetters to argue for a new interdisciplinary and collaborative approach to law on the grounds, and I quote, that the ethnographic endeavor is a fruitful point of convergence to make both empirically grounded and theoretically ambitious contributions to the investigations of law, culture, and society beyond disciplinary boundaries. Now, the findings from these investigations do not lay claim to a monopoly of knowledge, to a primacy over all other visions of law. What emerges from their empirical encounters is a form of knowledge that cannot be said to represent an objective authenticity, but must always be viewed, to quote Callaway, as positional, partial, and constitutive of reality. For what fieldwork, empirical, or ethnographic research entails reflects a multifaceted history, drawing on a whole range of techniques that make it impossible to present ethnography in terms of a single methodological approach. Now, my own research on land in Botswana addresses the ways in which multi-sited actors form part of a global, national, and local set of networks that frame and contextualize their relationships to land. In my recent book, Transformations on the Ground, Space and the Power of Land in Botswana, published in 2019, I employ a spatial and temporal approach to my analysis of these relationships. This is because land not only embraces a grounded, physical, or territorial place, but also represents a more intangible universe. This is one where space is viewed as a product that embodies social relationships with interacting dimensions. These make it clear, as Lefebvre has observed, that space cannot be divorced from ideology or politics because it cannot be viewed as a natural medium that stands outside of the way it is conceived. The multi-locational spaces social actors inhabit within interconnecting transnational, national, and local spaces shape their capacity to regulate, construct discourses about law, and to make claims on land. In my case, this involved engaging with transnational international agencies such as the United Nations, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, as well as national institutions such as the Ministry of Lands and Housing, along with district administration in the form of Kweneng Land Board and Bakwena Tribal Administration, and finally with local families and households in Molopololi village. What emerged from these encounters is, to quote Mensah, a multifaceted dialectical process involving complex interconnections between socioeconomic groups, individuals, and institutions worldwide, the ultimate effects of which vary both within and beyond nations. Pursuing a spatial perspective allows for diverse interpretations of how relationships to land are constituted and makes visible the ways in which they may vary, complement, overlap, or even come into conflict with one another, and with the broader competing global perspectives in operation at any moment in time. At the same time, it is necessary to have a temporal understanding about how these actors are situated. This is because human behavior is linked through time to human experience that encompasses different interpretations of time at different moments in history that may exist simultaneously. Thus, space and time are inextricably linked in a multiplicity of domains that need not separate the past from the present, but that acknowledge that the past, present, and future are mutually implicated. How land is regulated in Botswana is shaped by the country's encounter with colonialism, and we've had references to the importance of recognizing the role that colonialism played. Formerly known as the Bechuanaland Protectorate, it was under British indirect rule from 1885 to 1966, when it acquired independence. As with other African countries, law represented what Martin Shannock observed was the cutting edge of colonialism that promoted a particular vision of social order and property rights in its attempts to control and govern its colonial subjects. This superimposition reflected an ideological quest for power through the inscription of law on territory. While it is clear that property regimes cannot be captured in one-dimensional political, economic, or legal models, nonetheless, the colonial model of law sought to make them so by creating separate legal regimes that distinguished between and were applicable to those designated as colonizers and those who were classified as colonized. This approach that sought to establish separate and parallel systems of law was one in which one type of land regime applied to the colonizers, while another applied to the colonized who were assigned to tribal areas by their colonial overlords. As a result, colonialism, according to Home, and I quote, created and maintained boundaries through dualistic or pluralistic legal structures that represented boundaries in physical space defined and managed by laws and regulations. So just as space may represent what Doreen Massey calls, and I quote, a sphere within which distinct trajectories coexist as a sphere of coexisting heterogeneity, so time may also embody a multiplicity of forms that may be used to organize different dimensions of space in ways that give rise to contestations over people's entitlements to it. Yet this heterogeneity and multidimensional modeling of space and time may find itself denied when it comes to the normative power embodied in transnational regimes of governance, such as international human rights. For these regimes, assessments of progress and the way in which policies are formulated and implemented treat space and time in a very particular manner. An example is provided in the rankings of countries as being developed or undeveloped on the basis of techniques that measure GDP and other factors such as the Human Development Index. These are used to create what Morton has called an aura of objective truth that creates a dangerously misleading air of accuracy, where the resulting numbers are used to make critical decisions that allocate resources in ways that conceal their political and theoretical origins. Yet, as Massey observes, where space, and I quote, represents that dimension of the world in which we live, it is one within which distinct trajectories coexist. This perspective, however, is negated by ranking countries in the way that these international agencies do. For by classifying a country as developing, the country is no longer viewed as being on a par with developed countries. And thus, even though it exists simultaneously in space, in terms of time, it is, to quote Massey, a country which is following our path to becoming a developed country like us. In employing this form of categorization, we are, to quote Massey, denying the simultaneity and the multiplicity of space and turning all these differences into a single historical trajectory. This negative aspect of governance is based on a trajectory that derives from a linear notion of time. It is built on the concept of progressively ongoing intervals, underpinning a single evolutionary narrative operating as the only authentic, authoritative, and legitimate perspective to the exclusion of all others. It also represents that aspect of the global and globalization that is premised on moral superiority or hegemonic discourse that relies, to quote Fassin, on exclusion as much as inclusion. This perspective results, to quote Massey again, in turning space into time, turning geography into history, and as a way of denying the possibility of something different and of opening up politics to the possibility of alternatives. Where, however, the power of time that operates in this way is challenged by confronting claims to a historical authenticity that is based on an assumed natural order of things, and where one reconstruction of the past or construction of the present may be displaced, then there is the possibility of creating a disjunction so that what Lund has called the inevitability of history may become unsettled. This disruptive juncture is necessary because, as Santos observes, and I quote, the linear time presiding over the Western logic of development, based on a linear conception of development, according to which different pasts converge in a single future, must be contested. And this must be done by acknowledging, I quote, a pluralistic conception of time based on the idea that there are alternative development paths and that there are therefore different pasts that underlie different presents and may lead to different futures. If comparative law moves in this direction, then I would argue it will certainly make a valuable contribution to ongoing debates about the nature of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne, for all the insight you offered us, and also for recalling us the necessary combination of the theoretical dimension with the practical, operational side of our work. Okay, so now it's time for our discussant. Roberto Caso is professor of comparative private law here at Trento. He will combine the title of this session with a topic which I know is very, if I may, is very dear to his heart, communication of science. Roberto, thank you. And I know you have also a presentation, so. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Carlo. And thank you so much to Luis Antonioli, Elena Ioriati, and all the organizers of this conference for inviting me to discuss these three very interesting papers of Roberta Luffi, Anne Griffith, and Giorgio Resta. I will try to make some connections between all the three presentations. From my perspective of law, science, and technology, I showed the meaning of this reference at the end of the presentation. All the three papers investigate past and future of comparative law through the lens of power. Power of the West vis-à-vis the power of the rest, but also power of the West vis-à-vis the power of the law vis-à-vis the power of other scientific communities. From this perspective, cultural and institutional power of a scientific community that recognizes itself in a discipline the law, in front of the power of other communities and disciplines, history, linguistics, anthropology, and so on. In this perspective, each author suggests specific solutions. Roberta Aluffi, on the wake of Rodolfo Sacco's studies, suggested that comparative law has to dialogue with anthropology to overcome the Western-centric framework and take into proper account religion. And Griffith proposes to apply an anthropology methodology to comparative law, contextualization, and Giorgio Resta urges for an historical investigation of the interdisciplinary paradigm shift of comparative law, linguistics, economics, and data science. As Giorgio Resta points out, we are facing a deep crisis in university. The university is deeply transforming its nature from a non-profit institution. It is turning into a sort of a private company. There is a large stream of literature about this under various names and labels, academic capitalism, neoliberal university, and so on. But I would like to shed light on one particular aspect of the academic capitalism and neoliberal university. The way we build a discipline, for example, law, or interdisciplinary investigation depends on how we shape our scientific communication ecosystem. Modern science was born as open public science. These are two prominent examples of this way to communicate science. Modern science born as a public science. For example, Galileo Galilei chooses to publish his scientific results in this book. And the first model of the scientific journal, the Philosophical Transactions, was essentially the collection of various letters from the secretary of the Royal Societies in order to publish the letters and so to boost the scientific dialogue at international level. And you know, this system of communication evolves in a very complex way. Nowadays, we have many stakeholders and many tools for the communication of the science. But the last transformation of the system is very, very relevant for our discussion, because in the academic capitalism, the scientific communication is dominated by few private companies. This is an example of investigation of this phenomenon. Björn Brems and other colleagues published very recently a paper about the ecosystem, the new ecosystem of the scientific publications and all the functions of the scientific communication, from the discovery of data until the outreach of result of the scientific research is in the hands of a few private actors, such as Microsoft and Elsevier. But think about also the role of Google with Google Books, Google Scholars, and so on. This is linked, this trend is linked to another typical phenomenon of the digital age, surveillance capitalism. And there are a large stream of literature about this, starting from the famous book of Zuboff. And I can cite, quote, one of these papers, when the journal reads you, quando la rivista legge te e non il contrario. This is probably one of the most relevant phenomenon on this landscape, for the ecosystem of scientific communication. In fact, the rector of the University of Amsterdam, Karen Max, last year, during her speech on the 8th January for the Dies Natalis of the University of Amsterdam, denounces the fact that the future end of university and democracy was at risk, is at risk. Private companies continue to enlarge their role while the public character of an independent knowledge system is further eroded. And from my perspective, probably this is a field of investigation for comparative law. Studying the relationship between comparative law and more in general law and other disciplines perhaps today also means to explore and reconsider the role of private companies, in particular tech giants, in shaping the interdisciplinary dialogue. This is the last reference showing the meaning of first slide. I'm not a number, I'm a lawyer playing an irrelevant game. Thanks a lot.
For instance, our universities are evaluated also on the number of the patents deposited, which, you know, could be something we can think about or work on. Okay, thank you so much, Roberto. Now it's time for a debate. So let me ask if there is any reactions and interventions from the floor, both the real and the virtual Zoom floor. Yeah, there is a question here. Yeah. Joan Mendes, right? If I can see, yeah, okay. Do you want to come here? So maybe. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I have a question for Giorgio Resta. I very much appreciated your diagnosis, and I think like many of us in the room, I'm as concerned as you are with the current trends in university and with the autonomy of law as a discipline. My question is more on the idea that comparative law comes to the rescue because it's the ideal ground for interdisciplinary dialogue. Isn't that too narrow? Aren't we leaving then the law to the authority and giving up on the spirit of inquiry that perhaps also in view of what we just heard is more and more important in every area of the law? So how do we disconnect then? How do we go about reconciling the role that universities have and law schools have in forming professions, and with the role of us as academics and legal scholars to induce that spirit of inquiry rather than the spirit of authority.
Any other question, comment?
It was very much along the same line of this question that what I wanted to ask to Giorgio. When talking about the authority trap of Jeffrey Samuels and linking the trap to positive law, whereas it seems to me that comparative law is totally within the authority trap of soft law from the variety of perspectives we are seeing. So I kind of find it difficult to see a difference between us, you know, as a community. It seems very an echo chamber, you know, because we are comparative lawyers, we think to matter a lot, and therefore we think we're different. It goes back to the old Cinderella complex, and I think we should get beyond that.
Thank you, sure. I don't see any raised hands, so please, Luisa.
Thank you. This is partly for Giorgio, but I think it's for everyone. And there are so many suggestions on what are we here to do. And I think there were two underlying issues. One is about legal education. That is, how do we produce a lawyer that is fit for the purpose? And of course, I think interdisciplinarity by now is almost universally accepted as a need. But how do you do that? Because it's one thing to recognize that you need to collaborate with other disciplines, and another thing is to say, which discipline do we bring in? And it seems to me that there's no clear-cut answer. If, like Carlo, you are working on biolaw, of course, you need to work together with medical scientists, with IT people, and so on. If you are working on intellectual property, like Roberto is doing, of course, you need to dialogue with IT people. But if you're looking on Botswana land law, of course, what you're looking for are different disciplines. And so you need to work with anthropologists and ethnographists. So when it comes from the point of view of research, there's no clear-cut idea of where we need to go. But when you're looking into what is the role of law as a discipline for forming professional, then you have to make a choice. And this fight that you pointed out on, are we a social sciences or are we part of the humanities? Of course, as you said, it's culturally embedded and it has a very clear ideological dimension. So to me, what is more worrying is the fact that we are so unaware of it and we simply take it for granted, even us who are inside the project. So I would keep the part on what tools do we need for doing research from the debate on how do we build up a lawyer. And another issue, I think, is when you were discussing the first part, I was reminded of a very beautiful article by Carlo Ginzburg about the difference between individualistic sciences, sciences that are working on the very specific phenomenon and don't want to generalize, and sciences that are generalizing. And he said, of course, the Galilean model went for that. And those are the real sciences, the one that you can strictly call sciences. But as he was arguing that in a number of situations, it's just misleading. What you're looking for are for the details of any specific situation. And so I think for us lawyers, we are somewhere in between, because of course, we are looking at social phenomenon. And as a consequence, we need to be able to work with generalization. But at the same time, our method is something of look of the very specific context, and as comparative lawyer, even more. So this dichotomy is something which we coexist, and probably there's no single right answer, but I think awareness is something that we should look for.
Sorry, just because I'm here. Sorry, just because I'm here, but since I'm very sympathizing with what she was saying, I really guess if there is we can trace a difference between us and them, I mean, between comparative lawyers and the other lawyers now, because there are too many different projects involved and pursued in the field of comparative law at present. And these projects are challenging and contrasting with one another. So for instance, maybe Hugo is trapped in the authority trap of soft law. Certainly I ain't, others aren't. Certainly Arash is not, and I think that George is not. And so it is also true that the soft law is cultivated the most by municipal lawyers, constitutional lawyers, for instance, and so on, and not by comparative lawyers. So I really presume that it is now impossible to try to draw a line between what the comparative lawyers as such are doing and the others are doing, because there are too many different projects within these two sectors of the law.
There are no questions on the chat so far, so let me add two footnotes. The first one is that Giuliano Amato actually, before leaving the Constitutional Court, in a meeting organized by the Comparative and European Public Law Association in Roma La Sapienza, Roberto, maybe you remember that. I cannot quote him, but the sense of his intervention was that constitutional law does not make any sense without comparison. I don't know, but this is something linked with another intervention. The second footnote is that everybody speaks about interdisciplinarity, every project, every proposal. You have always to take the interdisciplinarity box. But look actually at our university system. Look at our tenure track systems. They are totally based on the disciplinary scientific area, the settori scientifico disciplinari. I mean, we have to work a lot on that. Okay, sorry for this, intrusion, but would you like to react? I mean, every speaker can have, some time to add something. Giorgio, do you want to?
Okay, thank you so much, Carlo. Thank you so much for the comments and the questions, which are, of course, thought-provoking, and we would need a lot of time to discuss properly each single point, which is particularly important. I think that a couple just of point, why comparative law is different and how should we do interdisciplinarity, more or less. Well, to the first point by Joanna, the crisis of autonomy of the law, and this is a risk and how we should react. I remember, because he said the same things much better than me, a wonderful paper by Rod MacDonald, which is called Resisting the Colonization of the Law School. And the colonization was of different types. One was the market colonization. The other one was the cultural communication from other legal traditions. And another one was the colonization from the economics and generally from other disciplines. And I think that there is always a very difficult balance to achieve between the autonomy, lowest technique, which is a value, which is an historical value of protecting the functionality of the social system, and the importance of looking at other discipline through a perspective of cognitive openness to grasp reality in a more reliable way. So we need to do it, we as lawyers need to do it, but my point is that we should not forget, as comparativists, the institutional constraints, because the institutional constraints are altering the way in which research is produced. We should never forget, for example, that there is a schizophrenic situation this moment in Europe and in Italy in particular. On the one hand, research of excellence, so research projects funded, have to be interdisciplinary. But then, if you have to be hired as a professor and you try to use interdisciplinarity, try to go in private law, in the traditional orthodox legal theory, why is that most of the interdisciplinary studies are brought in comparative law? And I'm speaking about Italy, the national system of habilitation, because we are more open to the diversity. We resist the spirit of authority, and I trust in this mission of comparative law as a liberating exercise, despite the pessimistic reality. But we want to be optimistic about the tool that we have as a liberating exercise, because we look at other ways of coping with reality. And it's not by chance that most of the critiques that have arisen in the last years to the state of the art in the disciplines, but also in the society, and we have heard this morning about geopolitics, we hear this call in comparative legal settings mostly. When we go in congresses in the traditional orthodox legal disciplines, they do not come in, because also the institutional setting that selected the lawyer is asking for something different. And I think it's important to go back to history, and would like just to quote one short sentence by Jacob Grimm, written in 1849, which is quoted by Rudolf Stickwe, a very important sociology of scientists. And Jacob Grimm said that theology, law, and medicine, the traditional professions, are not to be considered academic sciences, because left just with what does not already belong to other sciences, they retain a stable, unmovable statute that, in spite of its high value, lacks any scientific content. If ecclesiastical history, Oriental and classical language studies, and ethics were all taken away from theology because they are already part of the history, philology, and philosophy, or if jurisprudence lost its abundant history of law, the theologian would be left with his dogma and the jurist with his code. Both are interested in enforcing them, and both require instruction and not infinite research. I think that there is some truth in this comment, because it really illustrates the way in which the history of law as a university discipline developed, and the difficulty that we still have of being freed from this interaction with this practice. If you read the document of the German Research Council, the Wissenschaftsrat, on the reform of legal studies a few years ago, it starts with the idea of we need to strengthen the Grundlagefächer, but at the same time it says law is one of the few academic disciplines that is aimed at educating professionals. And so I think that this, compared to what happened in the United States, paradoxically, because we start from the idea that the law school is a vocational school, but then interdisciplinarity and innovative methods develop in the United States. Why is that? And not the opposite. Why this paradox? Because of the institutional elements that I tried to underline before. So if we don't have the courage as a legal community to try to alter these institutional constraints that make it not rational for a young scholar to look at, for example, private law from an interdisciplinary field, I think that the interdisciplinarity will remain something for the elite that is already has a place in the university, but will remain marginal. And the last point, why comparative law is different, because I think that in that book by Miklis and Grundmann, it is quoted a very famous passage by Niklas Luhmann about the relationship between law and other social sciences. Cognitive openness, so pluralism in the perspective, but normative closure. We may have cognitive openness without having a normative closure as comparative, and therefore use comparative law as a critique. That does not mean that comparative law will be in fact used as a critique, but this depends on the single scholars and the single schools of comparative law. But we have a very important, good example, I think, in the field, and would not be so pessimistic as you on the point.
Thank you, Giorgio. Let me ask Anne, would you like to add
I would like to comment on the institutional constraints, because I think these are very, very real. Just recently, I was asked to mark a PhD from the University of Western Australia, and I was rather surprised that the candidate said it was with a heavy heart that she was submitting this. And I went to look up what had happened, and I discovered that the humanities faculty had been scrapped. And this is happening in a number of places. So on the one hand, we're recognizing the need for interdisciplinarity, but universities are not really pursuing or funding it. And so this makes it very hard to go ahead with our project. And I do think we need to think about how we might be able to get them to think or reverse some of these trends. It's the same in the UK. We're doing something that goes with digital stuff, economics, and anthropology, sociology going by the wayside.
Okay, thank you. I think that okay.
I just joined the hopeful conclusions of Giorgio Resta. Cannot add anything better.
Okay, so the web is still silent, so we are out of time actually. Let me just conclude quoting Rodolfo Sacco again. Comparative law is like other sciences in that its aim must be the acquisition of knowledge, working on it. Okay, now there's a break and we will be back here at 3 sharp. 3 o'clock. Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we can start. Okay, so we start this second session with a first panel concerning globalization and legal systems, the role of comparative law. So we will speak about this relationship between globalization on the one hand and comparative law as on the other hand. I'm very glad to be here as a labor lawyer who tries to practice comparative law since many years. So as we did this morning, we will have in this panel 3 speakers and 1 discussant. And okay, we still miss. Oh no, he's here. Okay, okay. Professor Casini is also here. So I did not do any introduction because we are already late. And so I will give now the floor for the first presentation to Professor Joana Mendes. Joana Mendes will speak about the foundations of EU administrative law as a scholarly field, normativism, functional comparison, and integration. I will just present her very briefly. She is a professor of comparative administrative law at the University of Luxembourg, where she teaches courses in comparative administrative law and EU law. Before she worked at the University of Amsterdam, and she studied at the University of Coimbra in Portugal, and then she got a PhD from the European University Institute. She has a number of visiting positions. In particular, she was Fulbright visiting scholar at Yale Law School in 2014, and a number of publications, monographs, and also articles in prominent journals. So, Joana, you have the floor for the next 20 minutes, and I will be quite strict with everybody here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers. I'm delighted to be here today among colleagues and friends and in this beautiful, beautiful city. So my motivation behind the motivation behind the work that I'm going to present to you today is to better understand the frame of thinking of EU administrative law and the role of comparison in leading to that frame of thinking. Why do we use state-like categories when talking about administrative law of the European Union? And in particular, I was curious to understand the role of the functional method of comparison in creating a specific way of thinking about administrative law in the European Union, and of framing also the terms of legal research in the European Union. So I will divide my presentation in two main parts, and with the third point, final point. I will first start by mentioning the approach that judges and scholars had in the early days of European integration to highlight, and their approach to comparative law, to highlight the different roles that they had and the different responsibility that they had when using comparison to develop administrative law at the European Union. I will then argue that and this is the second part, that the normative premises and the methodological assumptions of the functional method of comparison have determined the way that Jürgen Schwarze has thought about EU administrative law, and that work, which was highly influential in EU administrative law, delimited the core field of EU administrative law, but also I will highlight that it suffered from structural deficiencies of translation. And the third point and last point, where I will be very brief, but if I'm going over time, then please make me a sign. I will refer briefly to the lasting legacy of this work. So the role of judges and the role of scholars in using, and their different responsibility when using comparative law. The early case law pointed to directions of development of EU law that was clearly in need of completion in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and still is today. And the premises of that use of comparison by the court, they are well known to all of us. One would look into the comparison, one would look into the legal traditions of the member states with one specific purpose, which was to find a solution that best suited the goals of integration. And in addition, and this is the second condition, whichever solution would be found, this needed to be acceptable by the national legal orders. This is well known, and this is a very solid basis to begin the development of EU law in general, not only administrative law. But it is important, and what I would like to highlight in this relationship, in the relation to this, are two points. This use of comparative law by the courts in building the EU legal system since the very beginning was not a scientific enterprise. And this is very clear from the early writings of Paul Reuter and Pescator. The court had a great liberty to find solutions to fill lacunae that obviously existed in the legal system, to create a general part of EU law. And this is interesting because this is referred explicitly in a piece by Pescator on the role of comparison, that the idea was also to create a general part of EU law that did not exist. And this way of proceeding, of the court of proceeding with liberty and creativity, this was grounded on the mandate of the court. Paul Reuter is quite explicit in a writing of 1964 that there was no jurisprudential policy behind this. There was no particular intention on the side of the court. It's simply this resort to comparison resorted simply from the very role of the court, from the fact that the governments had created a court with jurisdiction to control the public power of the EU institutions and with the requirements of the institution of the jurisdictional function. When interpreting the treaties, when faced with lacunae, the court had two choices. It either resorted to national law, which it did frequently, or it created a new notion. Either way, what the court was doing was fulfilling its function. It needed to decide the cases. It was bound by the objectives of integration because it is an institution created, bound like any other institution by the goals of the treaty. These 2 points that I've just highlighted set apart the role of scholars and the role of the court, because both scholars and the court resorted to comparison, but scholars, unlike the court, when resorting to comparison, they were engaging in a scientific enterprise to create a field of research, to create an academic discipline. And they, unlike scholars, unlike judges, they were not bound by a legal duty to decide cases. They were not bound to the duty to avoid a non-liquid situation. So what did scholars did at the point? I will start very briefly with Jean Rivero, but I will dwell much more in detail in the work of Jürgen Schwarze. Jean Rivero, and there is at least one person in the room that knows much more about this than I do, was, to my knowledge, the first scholar referring to comparative administrative law and the role of EU integration in a book chapter that he has on vers un droit administratif européen, vers un droit commun européen. And his analysis focused on the possibility of there being common administrative law. But this is very important to stress, because where his object of analysis was the commonality at the horizontal level, the commonality among the member states. We are still in the work of Jean Rivero in the realm of the state. And to the question whether it was possible to identify a common European law, Rivero gave a cautious answer. His answer was that there was no doubt that the 9 member states at the time all shared the same constitutional foundations of liberal democracies, but there was also no doubt that the diversity among the states was such that the commonalities could not be taken for granted and would not by themselves ground a common law among the 9 states. These differences in commonalities needed to be studied. Comparative administrative law was almost at its infancy at the time. And in his view, community law would have a role progressively, because community law, the court would progressively identify common denominators. But this was where he left his reflections at the time on the possibility of there being a common law. Jürgen Schwarze built on the premises of Jean Rivero's work, but his goal was very different, because the purpose of comparison, of the resort of comparison in Jürgen Schwarze's work, was to establish an administrative law of the European Union, an administrative law at the level of the European Union within EU law, so there was a vertical dimension to his work. He started from one of the premises of Rivero, the commonalities that Rivero had established, but he made a logical jump. We were no longer talking about horizontal comparison, we were talking about vertical integration. So now Schwarze's work with a little bit more detail. His was the first attempt to systematize EU administrative law, and this is why his work is so important, and the reason why I decided to go back to these origins. And I'm going to be critical, but I also want to say that I'm talking with the benefit of hindsight, right? So it's not a criticism to the work as such. It's reading the work with a distance of 30+ years. His objectives, I will talk about the objectives and the approach that he took, but also the choices that were underlying the approach that he took. The objective was, and I'm quoting, to establish the extent to which a European administrative law can now be said to exist. This was the first goal. And the second goal was to assess what possibilities and limits condition the further evolution of EU administrative law. Its approach for to achieve this goal was to focus on one object, judge-made principles, and the method would be to establish the doctrinal content of administrative law resorting to comparison. And I'm going to dwell a little bit on this object and the method, because both choices of the object and the method add normative implications, but these were only very implicitly, if at all, addressed in the work. The object, judge-made principles, this would be the object of his work, and it was the object of his work. Why that choice? He gives reasons for that. General principles were the core and the point of crystallization of European administrative law. We're talking about the end of the 1980s. He was critical of written law. Written rules that govern the activity of the supranational institutions, according to him, were thin, were generally thin, were sketchy. And for that reason, they were unsuitable to anchor the development of European administrative law. Written rules, he said, were far from offering comprehensive and uninterrupted coverage, because he was looking for the common ground, the systemic ground, the general part. And written law, according to him, and I'm quoting again, barely contained sufficient rules to ensure administrative implementation. So written rules were way imperfect and not suited for the goal that he wanted. This choice of principles over written norms as the focus of analysis had one consequence, or better, had implied a normative assessment of the role of the institutions themselves. And he's also explicit about that. He says that the written law reflected the weaknesses of the council, while the court had been given a powerful position in the treaties and until then had exercised its function of ensuring respect for the law in an exemplary fashion. And he was talking about Les Verts, which at the time was a community based on a rule of law, which at the time was a relatively recent judgment. A lot remained implicit in this normative choice, in this choice that he made. He relied in general principles, and this is where I'm getting to the core of my argument. He relied on general principles, legal certainty, protection of legitimate expectations, proportionality, that implied transposing to the EU law the same premises and normative foundations of national administrative law. It implied the same relationship between an authority, a public authority, and the private sphere that needed to be protected before the exercise of a public authority. It implied the relationship between public power and the protection of individual rights. This was the dialectic dynamic that defined what administrative law was in essence at the national level. And this was what EU administrative law was to become and to be through the work of Jürgen Schwarze, or that he would emphasize in his work. Now, two observations in this regard. There's no doubt that the court had developed case law that emphasized individual protection. I'm not denying that. But what I want to highlight is that this would only be one possible feature among many others that for the focus of the construction of EU administrative law. The weaknesses of the council that Schwarze highlighted could potentially be the point that better suited to identify the specificities of the community legal order and less the commonalities with the member states. Also, quite strikingly, he admits this, of course, but this dialectical relationship between individuals and the public powers was rare, very rare in community law at the time. And he acknowledges that, but that is not an obstacle to choose this perspective as the fulcrum, as the core of the development of EU administrative law. Most relationships were established, legal relationships were established among administrations, which meant that administrative collaboration was a core characteristic, and it still is, of EU administrative law. But this aspect, this structural aspect of EU law was minimized, was neglected, I would say, in Schwarze's work. On the method, the method was functional. So function was the common denominator that could ensure the comparability that he was engaging with. This choice assumed that the problems that were in want of solution were the same at the national level and at EU level. And he was clear about his task, his purpose of finding the legal principles that may appear in different form at EU level, but that have the same content irrespective of the form and the same function irrespective of the form. So the political and institutional differences between a state and a supranational organization, they were downplayed in this analysis. I'm not saying that they're not there. I'm saying that they were downplayed in the choice that served as the anchor of the whole doctrinal construction. He followed Zweigert and Kurz here. The great differences in historical development, conceptual nature, and style of operation of the legal systems do not preclude that the similarity of the problems that must be addressed in different legal systems. So one needed to eradicate preconceptions that one would have vis-a-vis the specificities of each system to find a commonality in the function. Why this functional method was suited to make a vertical comparison is something that is not explained in Schwarze's work. And this was the first time, to my knowledge, that the comparative method was being applied with this vertical dimension in EU law. He acknowledged, of course, the structural differences. Of course, that is there, but those structural differences, and he acknowledged also that those structural differences prevented certain parallelisms. For example, in relation to the principle of legality, he says that a democracy-inspired, democratic-inspired principle of legality was not possible, did not exist at EU level. But whether such differences could justify the use of the same concept and the presumption that that principle would have the same content in EU law and the national law, that he did not address. Which adaptations would be required by the specific institutional reality to which that was the object of his inquiry, that was also not addressed. Both the choice of object and the premises of the method hid this difficulty of the vertical translation and supported the assumption that doctrinal administrative law would consist of a law aimed at ensuring, of course, the effectiveness of administrative action, but also a law aimed at protecting the citizen, the individual, vis-a-vis the exercise of public powers. This sovereign relationship, it talks, this is a citation, the sovereignty, that the sovereign, that is public law relationship between the administration and the citizen became the center of the investigation and the center of the creation of this law. And this became, in my view, also the core ethos of EU administrative law. But why? Why this center? Why not administrative collaboration? Why not the interplay between the vertical and the EU powers and the EU public powers and national governments, that national administrations? That was never addressed. Comparison had an integration purpose in itself, and he says that the aim of comparison was to complete the unscheduled incompleteness of the treaties. So this legal order was in need of completion, and comparative law would be the source. That also, of course, this way of thinking also improved the legitimacy, and this is also a citation, improved the legitimacy of the community in the eyes of the citizens and politically promoted integration to a significant extent. And I'm reaching the conclusion. On the last, so this is my analysis of the work of Schwarz and the answers that and the questions that to my view are important and that were not addressed in his work. This lasting legacy is reflected in two aspects. That there were citizens in need of protection became a fundamental premise of administrative law since his work, at the very least. That the new administrative law was very much comparable to national administrative law was also largely accepted. Administrative law was developed to protect rights and legally protected citizens of individuals, steer the reasonable exercise of administrative power, and subject administrative power to controls. Of course, that we're talking about the late 1980s, early 90s, and after that, the field has evolved. The breadth of material that is available to researchers today because of the development of the EU administrative legal system is unparalleled to the one that existed at the time. And the object of inquiry, of course, became much broader. And the awareness of the distinctive institutional features became much more present in scholarly work afterwards. But the vocabulary and the concepts of national legal doctrine remain dominant, nevertheless. In 2006, in an introduction to a reprint of his monograph, Schwarz ascertained that the fundamental binary premise of EU administrative law, the protection of citizens against the possibility of arbitrary power, was no longer contested. And this is where I leave it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mendes, for this very interesting presentation and also for respecting the timing so that we will have some time for debate at the end of this panel. So now we move on with the second presentation by Professor Roberto Scarciglia about methodological pluralism and legal comparison, challenges in a post-global age. I would like to introduce him very briefly too. He is former professor for comparative constitutional law at the University of Trieste, where he also was the dean of the Faculty political sciences. He has a number of publications. I would like to, in particular, to remind some of the monographs and books he wrote, for example, Derecho Constitucional Comparado, or Trieste Multiculturale Comunità e Linguaggi di Integrazione, then Islamic Symbols in European Courts, Normative Pluralism and Religious Diversity, Challenges and Methodological Approaches, Diritto Amministrativo Comparato, and Metodi e Comparazione Giuridica. So thank you for being here, and you have the floor for the next 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. It's a great honor to be today here with leading scholars and colleagues. And thank you very much to Luisa Antonioli and Ella Iorati for this kind invitation to be today. It's very difficult to analyze this title after the presentation, morning's presentation, very brilliant and with many suggestions. So before I start some little consideration, I would say that after this Congress for thinking comparative law, it was good to try to write a little manifesto for these ideas that today we have here, because Trento created the Trento thesis, so we have to add some reflection, not in new manifesto, but for our next reflection on comparative law. I won't expand the title. The title is Challenges in Post-Global Age, because I have idea after these black swans, so we have the war in Ukraine and also pandemics, that the question for me is which is the role of a comparatist or comparatist at law, when other colleagues says. And today we speak about some different phases of comparative law. But I know a lot of criticism about comparative law and what is comparative law. In 2 or 3 presentations was the word new comparative law. And my question is really new comparative law at this moment? Because reflection of some leading colleagues has to presentation a reality different for future than in this moment. So this so interesting problems open to 2 other words that today were present in this Congress. The first one was pluralism, and the second one was interdisciplinarity. I am a follower of these 2 words, and I concentrate my reflection about methodology and pluralism and methodology and interdisciplinarity. I have looked to teach in political science faculty. So in political science, these students have a good reflection about history, sociology, and economics and other different field of knowing. And it's very difficult to say what is possible for a comparative law future, but we have to give a reflection of our reflection to our students, because the problem is not what we discussed together here in this circle, fantastic, but how much we are able to transmit to the students. Because to live a science like comparative law, when we are according to this idea that comparative law is a science, is important to transmit our ideas, our reflections, and not only the same books that we study for a long time. And at this moment, some classical books are not useful for teaching a new comparative law, as some scholars like also Jaco Usa or Matthias Sims or other, today was Jeffrey Samuel, to give some other phase, some other perception of a comparative law. There is another word in today's morning. It was complexity. The question is, are we able to use the instrument of comparative law with complexity, or we need other people, or we need other field of knowing? This is interdisciplinarity is very, at this moment, was really interesting to know that this private law book was a challenge of interdisciplinarity. Fantastic. I didn't know this book. But when we speak about complexity, it's very normal to have some ideas of other sciences. Because today was in a presentation about religious point of view, the interesting perspective by Werner Meski and Patrick Glenn. And after my personal attention to this book, this fantastic scholar, leading scholar, I try to go to the bibliothèque of engineering, economics, and other disciplines, because many important concepts that we have to decide in which way a legal scholar can traduce in legalism, to have the confrontation between different indication. Today, my colleague told that artificial intelligence is a different a word with different meanings. So the meanings for, when we use in our lesson or in our books are a contemporary meaning at this moment. And another point of view is the title of the Congress is The West and the Rest. For my opinion, the new comparative law is the rest and the West. We have the opposite to the title, because when we confront the globe is very little West, and the rest is very, very big. And we have another difference that was today's in presentation, and we have two different kind of comparative law: static comparative law and dynamic comparative law. Many colleagues spoke about dynamic comparative law, dynamics, because law is dynamic. Every day is changing, because we have a lot of variables in our analysis, and every day are different. We think about a war in Russia, or about economic crisis, because we speak too much about the consequence for law, about this situation, this black swan, but is very uncertain to speak about the effects of global for the people, unfortunately, with no right in many parts of the world, because it's difficult from constitutional law to speak about social constitutionalism. That is a way to give guarantees to social rights, to give the minimum of condition for dignity for the people. That is not universalism, but is to operational side of comparative law. For that is important administrative law, because without administrative law, administrative case law, it's not possible to give the rights a good attention, because formal and material. I think that we have to change our view. Today we speak also about methodology, but I think that it's not easy to have idea which methodology is useful for comparative law at this moment, because if we speak about interdisciplinarity, the methodology are different in different fields of knowing. So I lack very much reflection of Feyerabend and Nietzsche. Nietzsche in a passage 432 of Aurora emphasized that there is no exclusive method of knowledge in science. So this is my starting point. And it's interesting to know that functionalism is very important to start a comparison. But when you need, for example, data, or for example, to have indicators, and as in very, very good book wrote Marta Infantino, no? Indicators Global Law. It's very, very nice book. And in literature, many colleagues speaks about a variety of methods. And my idea is that pluralism, I like very much this word pluralism, and also methodological pluralism is not to accept all the methods, but to reflect in every stage of comparative process what is necessary to give you the best results for your project. Because when we speak about methodology, we speak for projects. And it's very difficult to present the projects with an interdisciplinary point of view when the referees are professor for Strafrecht or penal law, and with one vision of the legal world. That is impossible, because for advanced, I remember when Carlo Casonato presented the first year this idea of science and law, and it's difficult for referees to understand what happened, because in many occasions the referees demonstrated that they are studying not many hours today and not interested for the future, and not interested for the future, pardon me, is not interested for next generations, because if we work together today, is also for the next generation, for the younger, for the students, for the people that have no ideas of our work. And today a colleague told me that to be a comparatist is very difficult, because it's not easy to be a comparatist. And it's not easy because all the people look at comparatists like perhaps a strange colleague, or a colleague with strange ideas in the majority, but other colleagues at the idea that perception of problems, perception of the law, dynamic law, is easier for comparatists, for comparative law. And for methodology, because the time is, I have 5 minutes.
Yeah, 7 minutes.
7 minutes. And when I speak about methodological pluralism, I have to say that in 2013 was a really important book by G.P. Monateri, Methods of Comparative Law, and was for me like a window in many words, because when I study in some projects the effect of something for the judges without quantitative analysis, it's impossible to say. Or for example, we have to spend some money for that, but we have to analyze how many people are today interesting to this problem. For example, when I have concrete problems, I have to find solution, but it's impossible solution without a dialogue. This is, in other words, really important that today on morning was. So dialogue is not dialogues between we and others, but dialogue is a general perspective of future. So when we speak with informatic people or engineers, very difficult to have a common dialogue. But I have idea that a common space, a common ground is possible. Also, when we have this idea that common ground is the first point to develop more. And the lesson was different religions, but with a common origin, give me the possibility to think about a common ground where difference can in some way recompose. This is comparative law for me, one of more important function. I want to say in the last 3 minutes that when comparative law is deep comparative law, it's not surface comparative law. Surface comparative law is with Teubner words, legal irritant for me. So comparative law is very seriously, and we all takes very seriously comparative law. But we have to eliminate the extra legal connotation or uninterpreted utterances. We have to give something for interpretation. This is, I think, the most important, to have less variance in our analysis. But if the analysis is for collaboration, very good, for collaboration and not with loneliness, because collaboration is not loneliness. Today with my colleague, we speak about loneliness as comparatist. And which is the sense of the word loneliness in a comparative law or the new comparative law? Because we have books of new comparative law, not textbook, classic textbook, because they give not the basis, but only some ideas. Because comparative law is ideas. And when we have in our courts comparative law, constitutional, administrative, penal or civil law, private law, comparative, all comparative fields, international, how many ideas we are able to transfer to our students? How many ideas we can give without repeat the classical? And this is a moment to hear also the opponent voices. I refer to negative comparative law by Pierre Legrand, that is to analyze with a lot of attention, we dedicate a lot of interest in reflection to distinguish what is comparative law and what is not comparative law. So better comparative law and bad comparative law, bad law perhaps. And so I have idea that the difficulty today, you speak about many complex system of norms, of regulation, and comparatists have many possibility to understand, which is the conflict, antinomies between legal norms, and it's possible to give a solution to save more eye of interests, because this is a good solution. We go to concluding remarks, and I think that my idea is not to application idea to study the book of P.G. Monateri. very interesting book. And there is a division between idea that we have one method, but one method is the base for improvisation in methodology. Improvisation is quantity, improvisation is numerical comparative law, as Matthias Sims points out. So we have European, we have a patrimony of values. We have to defend one of important mission for comparatives to defend our common values patrimony, but with attention to other patrimonies, that the other patrimonies as other, but we have to find, as you told before, a common point we have to discuss. I saw in London, and close this is last, a lot of discussion of two religious different, but around a table. In the end, all standing without conflict. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Scarciglia, for your presentation. Now we move to the third one by Professor Lorenzo Casini, who will speak about taming globalization through comparative law. I would like to briefly introduce him. He's a full professor of administrative law at the School for Advanced Studies in Lucca, where he teaches global law and cultural heritage and law. He holds a PhD in European comparative administrative law, from the University of Rome La Sapienza. And he was also a research fellow at the New York University School. He has a number of collaborations also with the government, with the Minister for Cultural Heritage and Tourism, for example, and a large number of publications about public law and comparative and global administrative law. So I think he has a PowerPoint presentation. So yes. Okay, so you have the floor for the next 20 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I was asked to talk about the role of comparative law in globalization and the field of global law and global legal system. In order to do that, I will focus on four topics. The first will be the context that we are talking about. Then I will see why we need comparison and for whom. The third point will be what to compare and how. And then I will give three examples of fields, so in the fields of internet, sports, culture, and before concluding. The context, I think, is quite well known to everybody. This graph behind me is self-explanatory. It shows what happened in the number of international organizations in the last century. So with a huge growth going to over, nowadays, there should be around 75,000 international institutions of different kind. There are plenty of taxonomy. The yearbook of the Union of International Organization goes with criteria from letter A to letter U in order to classify all these institutions. Usually in text you find 3-4 different taxonomy with interesting cases. Now all these institutions are connected between each other to the extent that political scientists have counted around 2,000 global regulatory regimes. This explains why, starting in 2004, 2005, American scholars used two different images in order to represent all of this. One that you probably are familiar with is the Jackson Pollock painting. So with the dots and connection between all the different regimes. And the other that you can see from this photo that is a bit US centric, probably in how it was considered, but American scholars tend to see all this connection between international organization and their rules, procedures, and intra-institution as the earth taken in night with all the connecting lights that you see taking a picture from the space. Now, if this is the context, the question that the answer would be quite easy, no? Why comparison? Why we need comparison and comparative law? Because of course it is needful. But what I want to introduce here, it will be one of the point of my provisional conclusion, is of course the why we compare is curiosity, is better understanding, better knowledge. Due to comparison, we are able to understand why a specific global legal system is adopting a technique and why another is adopting another technique. But the point I want to introduce here is that there is a managerial approach that simply because global legal systems need comparison and comparative law in order to develop. So it's an instrument of governance. It's a technique, it's a technology of governance. They need to choose what is the best instrument in order to develop themselves. So in order not to end like this, so that is after that Alice followed the white rabbit, and I will go again to this at the end of my intervention, comparative law becomes crucial because it is the instrument in order to use and to adopt the best possible technique of governance. So the question why, beside the reason that we know, is that global legal regime needs comparative law and comparison to develop, and to whom? To themselves, to the institution, to the international organization themselves. They need it in order to better act and to better deliver the function that they are supposed to pursue. So this moves to the third point, that is what to compare and how. And now, I mean, in comparative legal scholarship, there are plenty of works in showing how the same and the very object of comparative law switched from the nation state to the legal principles. Or now, what we experience in the global legal context is that not only states are compared between themselves. What you see here is the map of the level of stateness according to the fragile state index. So the blue are the less fragile, Australia and Canada, Germany, Sweden, Norway, according to this index. The red and deep red are the most fragile. So of course, some of you go, okay, what does it mean? Fragile according to which? Because there is a comparison of different indicators, and that goes with what Roberto was saying, quoting and citing Marta Infantino's book. So using global indicators, most of them are legal. So it could be the rule of law or the due process of the stability of the government, of the election, of the human rights, freedom, different fundamental freedom. And then they are able to rank different states. So you see that from this perspective, states, which are still part of the game and probably are the most important and are even more powerful because of this phenomenon, they are assessed, they are evaluated. And basically what happened is that what we compare is something that is not only what usually comparative legal scholarship has highlighted quite well, but also there is a plenty of elements of the indicators which are part of this comparison. How? From this is why comparative law is needful and is crucial in order to study any global legal phenomenon. How? Of course, considering every single instrument in its context, its history, its implication, because if global regimes don't do that, that will be highly problematic. Probably the most interesting example comes from the preliminary ruling. Preliminary ruling, according to many, is the secret of European integration. So due to preliminary ruling, the European Court of Justice was able to spread European law through the cases and through national judges. When in Latin America, the Andean community decided to establish an integrated legal community, they introduced the preliminary ruling to be used by the Andean Tribunal of Justice. And after the creation and the establishment of this new body with the preliminary ruling, after 30 years, the number of preliminary rulings used was 0. Never used, because in that context, national judges didn't want to recognize a supranational judge. So the context and the history in that case was not capable to embody and to accept an instrument like was preliminary ruling in European Union. So that's why comparative law, using the Merriman words that was cited with the lowliness by Roberto before, so studying the history, the context, the problems is the only way. So deep comparison and deep comparative law is the only way to have a global legal regime growing. Three short examples that would be public and private distinction, but I will just focus on the institutional dimension. The second will be the regulatory dimension, and the third one will be, let's say, the quasi-judicial or arbitration. So let's say dispute settlement. First example, you see here the board of the ICANN, that is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, is the governing body of Internet. What's this animal? What kind of animal is this? Non-profit organization regulated by Californian law, but there is always a but. That's a governmental advisory committee within the system. There you find all representatives of different governments sitting, and they have a growing power in deciding or in having a veto or blocking specific decision with a public interest. Why I'm mentioning this example? Because in all those thousands of institutions that were developed in the last 20 years, many of them are hybrid public and private body. Very particular, very peculiar. You have the International Organization for Standardization in Geneva, under Swiss law, with government taking part, the Anti-Doping Agency in Canada, under Swiss law, with government, European Union, part of it. We are plenty in the field of environment, other sectors where what do you need in order to make this work developing? Comparison, comparative law. If you read how they were established, if you read and try to understand how they work, there was plenty of study in comparative aspects in different countries, different legal system, in order also not only to choose where to sit them, that according to this, Switzerland, in most cases, wins the prize because of the immunities of other aspects, the fiscal benefits and all that thing, but also for many other aspects, including labor law, of course, because then this is very important when you have to decide where an institution should be located. So the first example is that global legal systems are developing through hybrid and public-private mechanism, and in order to develop that, you need legal comparison and comparative law in order to choose what is the best instrument. Second element comes from culture and cultural heritage. This is the regulatory dimension. So here we tied a bit because you see a bit Eurocentrism in the map of the World Heritage Sites. Those are the World Heritage Sites of the UNESCO, the 1972 Convention. So the yellows are the cultural sites, the greens are the natural sites, and the red are the sites in danger. Now, the example I want to pick is not directly from the cultural sites and the World Heritage Sites, even though this is a gold mine of comparison whenever the UNESCO have to process the candidacy and analyze this. But And let me say that all the system is inspired directly by Italian legislation, the mechanism in order to identify if a site is or not of outstanding value, outstanding universal value. So, but beside this, I want to focus on another example that is very interesting from the regulatory perspective. That is when in 2014, the Italian state, Italy decided to establish state museum as institution. So why this is an example of globalization and comparison? Because the decision was inspired by the need to embody into the Italian regulation the global standards for museum adopted by the International Council of Museums. That is an international organization, private, made of both public and private entities, that since 1948 states what is a museum, what is the definition of a museum, and how a museum should be managed. All of this was never embodied in Italian legislation. It happens in 2014, but when it was done, what the Italian state, of course, studied what happened in different countries, and using comparison and legal implication of embodying an international standards, international standards, and in that case, France was the model for many reasons, not least because we were referring to administrative law. And so the solution was to have cited 2-3 times in the regulation the international standards. So you find according to the International Standard Museum, according to International Standard Museum. So a national law embodying directly international standard after watching and studying how they compare, how in other countries happen. Third one and the last one of the 3 examples is the arbitration and dispute settlement. You probably recognize this former cyclist, Lance Armstrong, so I will not focus on the episode of doping. Now, this is interesting because when Armstrong tried to oppose to the decision of the United States Anti-Doping Agency, he went before a national court in Texas, and the National Court of Texas basically said, you don't have to come here. You have to go before the International Court of Arbitration for Sport. So yes, I'm your judges. I might be your judge. I might be your court, but not now. So first you have to defend yourself before an international arbitration body. This international arbitration body, that is the Court of Arbitration for Sport, is extremely interesting because if you look into the awards, now there are over thousands of awards since the 80s of the 20th century, you will find several times in comparative law, traditionally, meaning traditional in different law, different countries. So there are plenty of cases where the panel that made of arbitrators, the sole arbitrator or 3 arbitrators, they use comparative law in order to solve the case. So this is the second point of my conclusion before I get in there. What we are seeing at the global level with global legal regime is that there is a genuine, a truly comparative law emerging, that is the law produced by dispute settlement bodies at international level. See, they have to apply comparative law in order to solve cases. So Roberto was mentioned the loneliness of comparative lawyer. Merriman was, I mean, famous for this quote of comparative law is our effort to be cosmopolitan. So of course, if you ask how and why comparative law and comparison is important for the study in globalization, I think that this is the response that you might find that was already in 1998, 1999. But so my provisional conclusion is twofold. So on the one hand, legal comparison and comparative law in the field of global legal studies becomes the genuine instrument that international organizations must use in order to develop their own legal regime. Second aspect, there is an emerging and quite now recognizable comparative law that is the one produced directly by the growing number of international dispute settlement bodies, which must solve cases at the global level, and they use comparative law and they cite comparative law much more than national courts are doing, and they are doing in any event. So we see this phenomenon also at the national level, but at supranational level in even more evident. So I apologize for being late before, but I see that I just have 3 minutes in advance, so hopefully you can forgive me.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Casini, for your presentation, which also reminded me what happens, for example, at the International Labour Organization level too. So now I would like to give the floor for the next 15 minutes, more or less, to Marco Pertile, so I don't need to read in order to present him, because he's a colleague from the University of Trento. He's professor for international law at the law faculty and at the School of International Studies. And he's an expert in human rights, natural resources, armed conflicts, and there is also an interest we share, which is exactly international labor law. So you have the floor for the next 15 minutes, Marco.
So thank you very much, Matteo. I am delighted to be with you today. Thank you very much to the organizers, Luisa, Elena, for this wonderful session. I am a distant relative here, so the advantage of the comments of a distant relative is when he or she leaves, you can just forget. And so I'm visiting you from Australia and just dropping some observations on comparative law from the standpoint of a scholar of international law. So first of all, I would like to take issue with, of course, the title of the panel. Title of the panel is Globalization and Legal Systems, the Role of Comparative Law. And the first point is, in my view, does globalization still exist? So what is going on today? Of course, I don't want to spend too much time on that, because of course we can discuss globalization from the Roman Empire to colonialism, and then of course to the epoch before the First World War and so forth and so on. But nonetheless, I think this is quite a peculiar moment, a moment of crisis. Everybody, of course, understands that perfectly, but it's a moment of crisis of international organizations. So we have the Security Council of the United Nations, which is not operational at the moment. We have a crisis everywhere in international organizations. For instance, let us think of the Arctic Council. The Arctic Council is at the moment not operational. So issues of navigation in straits are not tackled at the moment. Or let us think of the new pandemic treaty negotiated within the WHO. The new pandemic treaty is stuck, and there are no prospects for adoption, apparently. So this is a huge moment of crisis, and we don't know what will happen. What will happen in terms of the globalization we have known so far. This is a big question mark, I guess, for the comparative method as well, and how the comparative method could help healing the wounds of international law and international systems, possibly. Perhaps the comparative method as a way for a new understanding between different legal cultures. I don't know whether that will be possible, given the state of international relations at the moment, within international organizations, at least. So I didn't mention, but I will mention now the crisis of the WTO, which is probably the most symbolic in terms of the effects on the globalization, the way we knew it. So the crisis of WTO, of course, is quite. Let us. Do we want to mention Brexit? Do we want to mention the resurgence of conflicts, interstate conflicts, not only between Russia and Ukraine, between Azerbaijan, Armenia, between Ethiopia and Eritrea? So we are witnessing interstate conflicts. So we had the narrative of civil wars all over the place, and now we are witnessing interstate conflicts. So does globalization still exist? I think it's an open issue, and which globalization we will face in the future, it's an open issue as well. The second point, the second remark I wanted to make as a general remark underlying my talk is about the difference between international law and the comparative method. So may the comparative method, can the comparative method fill the gaps, address the shortcomings of international law? And more specifically, is the comparative method capable of playing an anti-hegemonic role? Because I think one of the main issues with international law has been channeling Western values with a globalizing ambition throughout the world. Is the comparative method capable of addressing this huge problem in the globalization which has been channeled by international law so far? So that being said, let me tackle the points made by the colleagues in these enriching and truly important talks. Joanna Mendes, I'm not an expert in EU administrative law, so just listening to your points, I was struck by the description you made of the early days. The early days, you said, in which, of course, the comparative method was adopted. You said in a non-scientific manner. So it made me think of the principle of communicating vessels, which we witness in international law as well. International courts, in several cases, they just grab a legal concept because they need it. And you don't know why. So modes for acquisition of territory are modeled upon internal law. So let us think of cession, or let us think of prescription, which is grabbed from national legal systems. Or the law of occupation speaks of usufructs, or the administrative function of the occupying power. So just modeled upon the Code Napoleon, because at the time when they negotiated the Hague regulations, the Code Napoleon was the model, but there is no reason. I mean, they need it and they took it. And under international law, the concept was not present. So it was just a way to fill a gap. Then you said nonetheless, it was, I mean, thing was done with a purpose of course, strengthening integration. So that is perhaps under international law, it's more difficult to identify the purpose. Here within the European Union and the European community earlier on, identifying the purpose was easier. The purpose was all over the place, favoring integrations. And then when you described the scholarship of Schwarze, I was thinking of the role of the general principles. You mentioned general principles, you didn't dwell upon the content of the principles. But I am under the impression you were speaking of procedural principles, reasonableness, proportionality. So those principles, we know, they give courts a wide room for maneuver. So again, the issue of the purpose, because I think they are not pointing to values. So clearly they are procedural principles. So again, the underlying question is, which are the values pursued by this operation? So the purpose of the enlargement, of course, is one underlying value. But when you were speaking of protecting the individual, that opens up the Pandora's box. In light of which values? And the principles you mentioned are giving courts a wide room for maneuver. So I was thinking perhaps also in this case, the role of epistemic communities, the background of the judges. So will they choose in light of a background, or will they choose in light of a precise set of values, perhaps set by the legal order, which is probably, should be the case. So how were these principles chosen and which value they were protecting? That is my question. And also the importance of the changing institutions in light of the enlargement. So what is the situation now in light of the enlargement? Is it truly comparative? Or are they referring to the, so to say, most important traditionally legal orders within the European Union? Then Professor Scarciglia was speaking of methodological pluralism, which is, of course, straight to the point, quite important. So to what extent is the comparative method truly pluralistic? this is truly a question, not a provocation. But my question is, do you do what we do under international law, that we say that we collect the practice of all of the countries all over the world, and then we know 2 languages, and then the practice of states available is only the practice of say the United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union, and then of course from time to time you give a look at the African Union. But is that the way? No, this is of course criticizing our own method as scholars of international law. So the question is, how can it be truly pluralistic, the method of comparative law in the light of the hurdles of true comparison in terms of understanding the culture, as mentioned by Professor Casini, the background of any legal system, potentially all over the world. So this is my take here. And again, is the choice of the objects and the parameters of the comparison driven by the epistemic communities? To what extent? The choice of the parameters and the method is driven by our backgrounds, of course. This is, of course, nothing new, but just thoughts that I had in mind while listening to your talk. So, Professor Casini, taming globalization again. Can we tame globalization, and do we know what globalization will be? This is a huge problem, and I was struck by the examples. I loved the examples, the Jackson Pollock and Arthur Knight metaphors, and it made me think, of course, of the debate on fragmentation of international law, which has been so important, the Koskaniemi reports on fragmentation. So essentially, to make a long story short, the problem of fragmentation is also a problem of power. So one point which has been made is creating several subsystems within international law, which has in itself a globalizing ambition. Creating several subsystems could end up creating systems which are more easily governed, controlled by powerful states, because there is no need to create interrelations, there is no need to show uniformity, there is no need to show that you don't contradict yourself in different fora. So you might say one thing within the WTO, a completely different thing before the Human Rights Council, and that's fine, because they don't speak to each other. Or you might interpret conditionality within the World Bank in a way which is fairly incompatible, again, with your position before the General Assembly. And nothing happens because they are interpreted, or they could be interpreted as different subsystems. So this is a given. I mean, we are not fighting with the given. But the point, when you said, I was struck because you said the comparative method could be useful to choose the best governance method. Again, the best is pretty general. What do we mean by best? And what is the value judgment at the basis of this choice? Again, is it the hegemony of the most powerful actor within the system? You mentioned, of course, Switzerland as one of the legal orders, of course, incorporating so many now new international actors, of course. So what is the value at the basis of the choice, and what can we do to play, should we wish to do so, to play an anti-hegemonic role for a more democratic representation of the global society within these new actors? And can comparative law play a role in this respect, which is usually needed for international law as well? So thank you very much for all your presentations. It's been illuminating.
Thank you very much, Marco. You raised a lot of questions. I don't know, Luisa, do we have time for? Okay, perhaps if there are questions from the audience, and then clearly the speakers can react also to the questions raised by Marco. Yeah. Okay, let's start with 2-3 questions from the audience.
So thank you very much. I'm Giacinto della Cananea. I just wanted to make a very short comment on Joanna Mendes' very interesting and thoughtful presentation, concerning the choice she made of Jean Rivero. And first of all, you are totally right in pointing out that Rivero was at that time the only French public lawyer who was involved in an analysis of comparative administrative law. By the way, he had written those wonderful lectures, which have been for a long time the only element of reference. The other point which you mentioned, which might have been not fully grasped by some of the audience, is the argument which was used by the European Court of Justice in the early and seminal case, which was Algira. So that was a case in which they had to decide whether an unlawful administrative act could be either withdrawn or annulled. And the argument which we used was, unless this court is to refrain from rendering justice, we have to use comparative legal analysis. So the argument which was used was the argument which was at the heart of the prohibition of denial of justice in the French civil code, as well as in the French criminal code. So they used very ingeniously that point of departure, and then zoom, they introduced several principles, not only of procedural nature, but that's an aspect which I don't have time to elaborate. So thank you very much, Joanna.
Other questions? Yes, Luisa?
You don't have any right, but it was so challenging. Thank you so much. I think this panel was the other side of the moon. This morning, there was a lot about the scientific paradigm of comparative law, whereas I think in this panel, there was much of what do we do with comparative law? So EU law, well, they had to use comparative law. There was no other option. And how they did was just partly discussed in epistemological terms, but the effects were quite clear. The same thing is now happening with international organization. And that makes me come to my mind one concept that was never raised today, but I think which is very important, it's competition. There's a very important phenomenon on competition for legal models. Shuijun this morning was speaking about the German legal model, how much this is really influencing the structure of the law, but clearly there's a push for that. And in international organization, when you said, well, international law just happens to find out a model, it needs to have one. Maybe it's just by chance, maybe it's not by chance. I mean, in international organization, you can clearly see that kind of play. So possibly as comparative lawyers, when we are analyzing how comparative law is used, competition is an important aspect to take into account. And another matter that I think is very important, comparative law has started to compare states, national law. Then we now grasp that after the 90s, that was not enough, that you have to take transnational law and international law into account. But I think that the further step would be to have comparison at the higher level. How do regional organizations work? So for example, the European model have been extensively used in the African context, in Latin America. How does it work? How does it work among international organizations, not just the traditional one, but the ones that you were mentioning? Because that's again has a comparative dimension that probably hasn't been sufficiently analyzed, but which is very important. So it's no longer a vertical issue. It's also a horizontal, and I would say diagonal one that moves from the state level to the regional, to the international and transnational one. So thank you very much. It was really inspiring.
Okay, thank you very much. I would propose I give the floor to all the speakers so you can react to the questions and also to Marco's remarks. So please, Joanna.
I'll start, I'll go by order, and I'll start with Marco's remarks, which are also related to one of the things that I would like to say in reaction to Giacinto's point. And what Luisa just said now is what we do. No, we need to decide cases, we need to act, we need to have solutions, and it's exactly that. It's a pick and take. And this, to my view, is fully understandable when you are, and here I'm linking back to the discussion this morning about the scientific approach. This is fully understandable for practitioners, for judges, for people sitting in the boards of international organizations. But then when the scholars go and build a doctrinal system on this basis, that is a different type of enterprise. And my criticism to this scholarship as it existed, and I took the example on comparison, and Schwarze is clearly the person who developed that approach. There, a lot of questions, scholarly important questions, were clearly not addressed. So can a scholar just pick and choose? Of course, it didn't pick and, well, it picked and chose on the basis of what the court had done. But this distance of scholarship to the object that they were researching, that did not exist then, and it also still doesn't exist largely today in many aspects. But that's a different discussion. The principles, what was the purpose of this, of relying, of building on these general principles, of stating the general principles? That was, from the court side, filling lacunae. There was no solution to the situation of Algera, and that is quite clear that the court says, if we don't use comparative law, we'll go into denial of justice. Again, denial of justice. In that case, an official of one of the institutions. Why am I underlining this? Because then with the doctrinal interpretation comes the individual, the citizen. But we're talking about officials of the institutions, we're talking about corporations confronted with competition law cases. Where is the citizen in the 1980s, in the early 1990s? And the ethos of administrative law then became the same. So the purpose was to create a body of law that would resemble, that was recognizable at the national level, and in that way solidifying it, which served its purpose. But I think that today, when we think about a very radically changing world, can we still keep on referring to the same terms? Can we still continue using the same type of operation? I don't think so. And what are the values then? And opens a whole Pandora box, right? Because this formal construction of administrative law at EU level hid a lot of the contradictions that were there. And one of those comes from the enlargement. What happened after the enlargement? I admit I didn't have, it's something that I have not done yet accurately enough, but something that the court keeps on reasoning on the basis of the common legal traditions of the member states and continues stating the common legal traditions of the member states. But can we today talk about common legal traditions of the member states? And how does the diversity among the member states that has always been there, but that today is clear, how does that impact then on this jurisprudential development, on this heuristic device of the common legal traditions of the member states? How are they established? I don't know. There is a lot of historical research on the first cases that possibly might unveil some of this, but I think that these are important questions to understand EU law as we have it today. Yeah. So, and to Giacinto, it was essentially the same. Well, yours was a remark, but my point is, yes, the court did it, but Schwarze was not before a situation of denial of justice, right? So what was there then?
Thank you very much, Professor Scarciglia. You want to react? Or?
Yes, I want just for definition, what is methodological pluralism? I derived this idea from Paul Feyerabend because he used the term pluralistic methodology presented to indicate the assumption that a scientist who wishes to maximize the empirical content of his opinions and understand them as clearly as possible cannot do without this approach. And also in perhaps in sociology, political science, for example, there is a good paper by Payne, Williams and Chamberlain, methodological pluralism identifies the tolerance of various methods, also used in different phases of a comparative procedures, even for realization of such projects. When we speak about pluralism, this is a word, quasi a magic word, because we have a pluralism with norms, we have pluralism with people, we are pluralism with analyze some institutions. And as I follow this idea by Paul Feyerabend, because it's very important for our studies. And my counsel is to read the monetary books, Methods of Comparative Law, because it's open to understand what is methodological pluralism. Thank you.
Professor Casini, do you want to add something to react?
Yes, thank you. There are 2 points by Marco, fragmentation and what is the best, no? Who's the best? And 2 points by Luisa, competition and horizontal comparison. As for the point of fragmentation, there are so many global regimes that I think that we can detect everything. So what you were saying is part of some regimes, so that you see that is a way to detain power. There are cases where, because of the history of the regime, because it was, think the sports regime, the doping, the anti-doping, it's a case where a system that was fully private became hybrid when government decided to step in, but they were not able to take the control. So it's a truly hybrid system. And it's a very strong system. So you don't see that phenomenon, probably because, and this is something interesting, because I believe that what happened in the case of doping might be a model for the platforms and the power that now social network is. So that couldn't be to take them as they tried in internet, and they have to say that was not possible. What is the best? So I very thank you for this question, because probably I wasn't clear enough. So perhaps I was lost in translation. Best, not because il migliore, best because the more effective. So it's a truly managerial approach. Effective to govern, to do what you need. So I have to deliver this. So that model will allow me to deliver what I need to. Do I have to adopt standards and to reach a high level of compliance? So I will follow a model of proceeding with participation that, pay attention, participation and this kind of values that in the democratic national context we see as positive at the global level might be only used as an instrumental aspect. It is crucial to remember that procedure is a neutral concept. It is developed in private law as far as in public law. So when you have a global system using procedure, this doesn't mean that is our administrative procedure with the value, with the citizens, with the... No, it's a technical governance. So best, I mean something that allow you to work. This is how then administrative law in the United States developed, copying the industries. So from that perspective, and then added values, of course, as Joanna also said. In terms of competition, of course there is also borrowing. That is very interesting. So what happens is that you see a regime, oh, I will need a dispute settlement body. Let's see if there is a dispute settlement body that is working. So for example, in the case of ICANN, they said, oh, there is the WIPO Media Center, the World Intellectual Property Organization, is working quite effectively. So let's go there. So you see a comparison of different systems, you don't establish yours and you go to another. But there is, of course, also competition. And this goes also with what you were saying, very interesting in research project. There's a competition, I would say, more research project than international organization and try to say this is the right way to frame global governance of globalization. And finally, horizontal comparison. There is a lot, of course, between them. And also I remember Giulio Napolitano was also involved here. We were part of this huge project of the ASEAN that was a comparative project between international organization and to see. And I must say that the European Union was the elephant in the room. So on the one hand was the point of reference, but on the other, it appeared that was not replicable. So there is no way to reproduce what happened in Europe with the European Union in the other context. Even the African Union or the Latin American context and the Asia was quite difficult to. You could see pieces, but the kind of integration that was that we have here is very, very unlikely to be, at least in the short period, in the short term, of course. Thank you.
Okay, let me thank again the presenters and the discussant for this very, very interesting panel. I think I look at Luisa, we have 10 minutes break now. Okay, at 5 o'clock, everybody here, please to start again with the last panel. Okay. Okay, thank you very much again.
May I kindly ask you to start again?
Just like this?
Caterina?
So we have 20 minutes, sharp.
And I did not time myself.
So we are now starting the fourth and last panel of the day. I'm just going to say only a few words with regard to the title of the panel. Comparative law and legal taxonomies, is there still a public-private law divide? And I must say that selecting the subject for the panel on legal taxonomy has been a rather smooth choice among the scientific committee of this Congress, not only because private and public law is a category crossing almost all our field of research and composed by a grammar we all have inherited it, but particularly because of the private-public law divide is one of the categories of the law being recently challenged, as we will hear from the panelists. And this division has somehow complex dimension. And I must say that I'm very glad to remember that Ugo Mattei, when he was teaching at Trento Faculty of Law in the 80s, and we were all students, he used to remind us that with regard to the division public law, private law, in common law, on the one side, there were the categories, what in Italian we say le partizioni del diritto, but on the other side, the rise of public law in the USA was a crucial and systemological data. So this division has a normative and a descriptive dimension. And the reason why the private law, public law conceptual distinction has played a central role in shaping the world of law, it's particular because of this, its normative dimension, and not only because of the descriptive one. As we all know, this distinction has its origin in the 16th and 17th century with the emergence of the nation state, when the core was that of protecting the autonomy of private law, and on the basis of choices related to setting the limit of the state power. And later on in the 19th century, this distinction was brought to the center of the stage in the American legal theory, political theory, and then it was treated differently by the different political theories, because we all remember that the liberals care about the autonomy and protection of private law, while the legal realists, for instance, the theorists of the critical legal studies, the economic and law movement, and others challenged the autonomy of private law. So that was the first time in which this division was challenged. but it was also the period in which the distinction was perceived as an iconic categories, setting up the relationship of public law in a vertical frame and private law governing civil society horizontally. With the rise of the social state and the end of the liberal era of laissez-faire, again, the idea of private law was challenged, and so this division was discussed again. But once more, the category remains central of certain importance in conceptualization and legal education. So now we are witnessing the third wave in this current new liberal reality, where the distinction is challenged, this time on the side of public law, because of the forces of globalization, privatization, the role of the market, the absence of supranational authorities, as Sabino Cassese reminds us, and the loss of power of the traditional political actors, as Maria Rosaria Ferrarese describes in her very recent book, Nuovi Poteri, New Powers. So as we will hear from the first presentation by Giacinto della Cananea, several scholars are suggesting to abolish the category of public law. A collective volume having the evocative title After Public Law carries on the idea that public law should be abandoned, this category should be abandoned, because of the huge transformation of the public sphere. So I now giving the floor to Giacinto della Cananea for the first presentation. Giacinto della Cananea is full professor of administrative law at the Bocconi University in Milan, where he teaches Italian and European administrative law and also global administrative law. In research, he is interested in administrative law and European Union law, with specific focus on comparative law of administrative procedure, general principle of law, and budgetary issue. His last book is, the title is Judicial Review of Administration in Europe, Procedural Fairness and Property, written with Mauro Bussani, published by Oxford University Press in 2021. Giacinto della Cananea has been awarded several grants and prizes, and particularly worth of mention is the advanced grant by the European Council of the Research Project, the Common Core of European Administrative Law. So thank you, Professor della Cananea, for having accepted our invitation.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be back in Trento after these terrible years of Zoom meetings. And I thought that it could be helpful to make our discussion even more interesting, to have, first of all, someone challenging the case against the distinction between public law and private law, just for the sake of the argument. And secondly, I will use arguments which are mainly based on legal principles and rules. I'm a simple person. I don't want to engage in the sophisticated discussion which is going on about the dynamics of public law. And so I will use 3 examples, one of which is about Italian public law. The second is about European Union and ECHR law, where the third example, which has to do with administrative procedure, can be seen with 2 different methods. One being the more traditional way to compare legislation, in this case, administrative procedure legislation, while the other one I will examine it, which I will use, is the common core method, which Mauro Bussani and others have elaborated in the context of the seminars on the common core of European private laws. And I will give you in a few minutes only the flavor of what has emerged in 7 years of research, with several volumes which have already been published or are in the pipeline. So the first example, I mean, there's nothing wrong in saying that public law should be abandoned, probably, I guess, but we should consider that there are not only discourses about the law, but there is also the law, and in particular, there are constitutional provisions, general principles of law, established legislative frameworks, which seems to be based on different ideas. Just to give an example, In this country, following an old tradition, the tradition which is criticized by the advocates of the demise of public law, our constitution establishes that property shall be public or private, and economic assets may belong to the state, to public bodies, or to private persons. And while the second part of that provision serves to clarify who can be the owner of goods, the first part has a totally different function, but is to say that there are two totally different legal regimes of property, one being the regime of public property and the second being the private one. And that is, by the way, coherent not only with our tradition. Traditions may evolve. Sometimes they can be abandoned or slightly modified. But it's also at the heart of very frequent disputes before the courts. And interestingly, this is what I would like to discuss with the advocates of that respectable opinion. When there are cases in which there's an individual who is occupying a part of the public domain, and the question which arises is, how can we protect the public domain from undue, unlawful, unbearable transgressions? Interestingly, the Court of Cassation has developed throughout the years an interpretation of our traditional rules, according to which the public regime, which apparently is reserved to what we call the public domain, can be extended also to related goods, those which are included in our terminology, or in the French one, in the patrimoine, in the patrimony, while the administrative courts are more rigorous. So the Council of State said, that's not possible. If you can use extraordinary authority powers in an area, that doesn't mean that you can do it wherever you want. So paradoxically, the defenders of the limitation of the extraordinary powers of the administration seems to be the administrative court, in contrast with certain received ideas, I would have to say, in certain intellectual circles. Now, the other thing, one element which is important about public law is how do we deal with public money? That's a good part of public law, public expenditure, taxation. And interestingly, if there is one single important provision of European Union law, which has been at the heart of all political debates in the last 20 years, is the prohibition of excessive government deficits. It is not a prohibition of deficits per se. It's a prohibition of excessive government deficits. And if you look not only at the constitutional, if we may call it like that, provision laid down by the treaty, but also at how the ambit or scope of application of that norm has been construed by the protocol on excessive deficits, it clearly said that government means general government. That is to say, central government, regional or legal government, and social security funds, to the exclusion of commercial operations. So that is an important line which all the member states, whatever their different internal organization, they have to respect. Now, of course, every rule may be changed, but it is difficult to see how the distinction between public law and private law would be irrelevant, so to say. And interestingly, and I would like to spend much more time on a part of law, whether it is public or private is less important to my eyes, which we have neglected, which is taxation. Now, taxation is quite important, not only practically, but also for a better understanding of certain ideas about the law. And interestingly, one of the holy principles of the ECHR, Article 6, the right to a fair trial, which applies to the disputes concerning civil matters and obligations, civil rights and obligations, according to a settled case law of the European Court of Human Rights. And I'm quoting here 2 cases out of many, because one of the interesting elements is that the advocates of the hybridization or the damage of public law, they generally mention few rules, where it would be interesting to have a more robust analysis of many rules and many judicial decisions, not only of some, which are regarded as being more representative, a bit apodictically. So from this point of view, the two sides of public finances, taxation and expenditure, are still viewed as being different. And interestingly, the European Court of Human Rights argued that tax matters still form part of the hardcore of public authority prerogative. Now, we may question the decision taken by the court. On which basis do you decide these? What is the hardcore? How do you distinguish from others? Which are the prerogatives? And so on and so on. But that is the law. Third and last example, the one which I will discuss in two different ways. One is the traditional method of legislation comparée, as the French called it, while the other one is the common core method, which Mauro Bussani and I and others have tried to develop in the last years. Now, one thing which has been neglected for a long time in the field of administrative public law is that even though for a very long time our public law has evolved judicially, we had no civil codes, no systematic architecture, no general categories laid down by the legislator, no Napoleon Bonaparte adopting le Code Civil des Français. We had nothing like that, which explains why, in contrast with certain received ideas, which were very popular in the UK 1 century ago, there's a striking similarity between the main requirements of French and English administrative law, a really striking one. And interestingly, in the last 50 years, after the great codification, which for us is the Austrian codification of administrative procedure, interestingly, after the dissolution of the Habsburg Empire, they did something which was regarded as the model by so many other nations. But in the last 40 or 50 years, practically all the members of the European Union, Leonardo Parona and I, Leonardo Parona is a young PhD, post-PhD student who is here around the room, and I have made an article for the American Journal of Comparative Law, and we made a research. Now, there are 24 out of 27 member states of the Union having this type of administrative procedure legislation. And interestingly, here I have taken a few examples, but I could provide many more. And they are all based on the idea that if you want to understand what is an administrative procedure, what is administrative power, you have to distinguish between power under public law. Now, that is elaborated in different ways. That the Germans did it as usual in a very systematic manner, but also the Dutch, with a very important general legislation, they argued that administrative authority means an authority which has been established under public law, or another body or corporate which is invested with any public authority under public law. And there are similar rules in Greece, in Estonia, in Hungary. So different groups of countries have different formulations, but the same underlying concept. It could be old-fashioned, but it is quite diffuse as a concept. Now, the other part of the story, which is perhaps more interesting also because we are in Trento, is the common core analysis. Now, I will not spend the time in explaining why it can be interesting. So we have chosen for our research examples, very practical, hypothetical cases, such as what happens if there's a lady with a license and the local authority just abruptly revokes that license inaudita altera parte without any due process requirement, any reason, any disclosure of the elements supporting that decision. Or we have an interesting case, which is more difficult. What happens if there is a violent police officer who is abusing of his powers of stop and search, which is a power which does exist everywhere, also within liberal democracies, but which can be exercised in different ways and with different consequences. So what emerges from our research, because I think that I have only 2 or 3 minutes, there are 3 elements. 8. Even too much. So first of all, we were taught years ago that there was a basic divide between civil law and common law systems, a holy divide between those countries with only ordinary courts, and then there were the French with what Merriman, by the way, called the French deviation, which is a bizarre way to call another tradition, another legal tradition. And the truth is that what emerges from our comparative analysis is that there is an increasing and generalized trend towards specialization. And even where there are only specialized panels within generalist courts, there are 2 interesting cases, which are Spain and, incredibile auditu, the UK. There, the principle of specialization has been gaining consent. Of course, the Brits, they don't change legislation, but just slightly modify one rule governing the functioning of the court itself. Judges will no longer rotate between the commercial and administrative division of the same court. Just a little change, practically unnoticeable by outsiders, but with huge consequences. The second element which emerges regards what the French called le fond du droit, and everywhere where public authorities discharge functions and powers, they are required to respect duties of legality, procedural fairness and propriety, transparency, just to give a couple of examples. Everywhere, with different words, but everywhere, there's the duty to collect all relevant facts before taking a decision which may adversely affect anyone. And increasingly, with the partial exception of the UK, again, there's an emerging generalized duty to give reasons, which is why Joanna has a strong argument in saying, well, but if you have the duty to give reasons practically everywhere within the Union, it is not so surprising that you have at the European Union level the same principle. And the question that arises is, how do you deal with those who don't have a generalized principle? And you will see that they use the technical distinctions in a very smart manner, in a very ingenious manner. Finally, even though there is not a general principle of liability for public authorities in the UK, everywhere the old principle of immunity has been abandoned. But here again, there are some differences. For example, within the new democracies of Central and Eastern Europe, an area which is too often neglected in our field, in our studies, there is a sort of reluctance of the court to accept that the state, its officers, may be held liable for certain abuses or misuses of power. Now, all that brings me to a conclusion. If there are colleagues who are enamored with the idea of the demise of public law, that's not a problem. I mean, we have had very big controversies in theology in Europe for centuries. What emerges from the law as it now stands is that there is not a huge divide, but there are many differences. So my conclusion is distingue frequenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Della Cananea, for this very interesting analysis that is really law in action. So now let's move to the second speaker, Another problem emerging from the debate on the divide, public-private law, and that seems to be the only shared aspect, is that this dividing line between public law and private law has been de facto blurred, and the two terms are becoming less rigid and nuanced. So we need to ask ourselves whether the grammar we have inherited from earlier generation needs to be revised with regard to legal education. And this is the fil rouge of Silvia Ferreri's presentation. Silvia Ferreri is full professor of private comparative law at Orario University, where she teaches Anglo-American law and comparative legal system. Her field of research are the interaction between uniform laws drafted at the international level and the national legal order, especially national private law, and the relationship between law and language. One of the recent publications is Terminology Matters, Danger or Superficial Transplantation, published in Boston University International Law Journal. Silvia Ferreri has cooperated in many international research groups like the ACI group. She has been general reporter to the Congress of the International Academy of Comparative Law, Washington, on the subject complexity of transnational sources, a national reporter to the Fukuoka International Academy of Comparative Law Congress on comparative law and multicultural classes. So thank you very much for being here, Silvia, and the floor is yours.
Yes, I have a written paper which I have already delivered, so the references may be found in written form, and even though it looks long, I can cut my speech at any time. I have thought that I would present 5 points. A sort of introduction saying that there is a sort of swinging movement between the private and the public field. Having a longer period of observation as my age increases, I more and more have the impression that nothing is definitive, and that a sort of pendulum, a swinging motion often occurs, and some prerogatives that we used to think that belonged to the state seem recently to have been outsourced to private people, to private citizens. And I'm going to give a few examples, starting from perhaps the Italian perspective, and then looking at a very shocking experience in Texas concerning abortion, a legislation which may be familiar to most of you. And then I shall come, if I have any time, to the case which is probably most obvious, but also for me most difficult to deal with, and it's multinational corporation, and especially Facebook, or this sort of institution, I would say, because they behave as sovereign, and the state struggle to cope with these partners. And finally, perhaps, if I have any time, I shall add that even in the past, when the distinction between private and public seemed easy, and it also seemed firm, and it seemed quite definite, nuances were necessary. So the title of my intervention is Several Shades of Gray, because the final result is a rather nuanced picture, which is somewhat unfortunate for people teaching at law students. Students tend to prefer something which is quite clear, which has sharp separation, and what is easy to understand is also easy to teach. Unfortunately, things tend to become more complicated and more nuanced. So the most interesting part of the subject for me is the question mark. Is this distinction still valuable? It used to be very useful for people teaching the classes of introduction to the major legal system, because when you were introducing the common law, you could say, well, you see, one of the big differences is that they don't have separate jurisdiction for litigation concerning the state or the public bodies. The same judges who decide litigation between private parties are also enabled to decide cases involving public entities. And this used to be a very useful tool, because then you could speak about Napoleon, the introduction of the Conseil d'État, and it was also useful in pointing out the different remedies that could be achieved according to which jurisdiction you were acceding. Unfortunately, this distinction doesn't allow us much help any longer, as it has been pointed out. Also, the common law, in this case, I'm speaking about England, they have been contaminated. They have administrative tribunals. They have created tribunals with a specialization, and therefore this neat distinction has become more nuanced and more difficult to express. So I come to the examples because I don't want to waste too much time in telling you how difficult it is for us, especially if we come from a background which is specific, such as myself. I started from private law. And whenever I teach the classes on the major legal system, I have the impression that I'm skating on thin ice. Because when you introduce a legal system, you have to cope with several points of view. You have to speak about the constitution. You have to speak about many issues that you don't really trust yourself to know quite thoroughly. But I'm not going to waste much time on this. And I'm giving you a few examples in which I have the impression that maybe the public part is giving up some privileges. One is the instance of the whistleblowers. Every now and then on the radio, you hear that whistleblowers have been introduced in Italy, and I let you imagine how the word is pronounced and what people, ordinary people, are going to understand about a whistleblower. Likely they are going to think about someone involved in sports. The whistleblower is someone who is an insider, maybe in an administrative body, or someone who has a hint of an illegal action going on. And this person may either refer to an authority, for instance, in competition law, one of the parties having in the past used practices that are anti-competition, antitrust. Any of them can refer to the authority, and the good point is that they are not going to be prosecuted. So the whistleblower is an insider, is someone who alerts the authorities to some illegal practice, and the advantage is that the whistleblower will not be prosecuted. So it's going to be protected. In this case, I have the impression that there is a sort of giving up of a prerogative of the public authorities. They do realize that they don't have the tools, the means to keep a good control of practices, and they ask the rescue of the ordinary citizen. Please tell us if something is against competition, if something in the procurement is not legal, let us know. And this is not the same thing as an ombudsman. The ombudsman is an institution that you can access, and the ombudsman will alert the practices to be followed. But the whistleblower is a private citizen that alerts on something which is not going smoothly and has the advantage of being protected. A variation on a whistleblower is the legislation in Texas, which I forced myself to deal with, but is really upsetting me. Everyone is speaking quite often about Mississippi because Mississippi has caused the decision by the Supreme Court of US which has overruled Roe and Wade. But in my view, in my eyes, the Texas legislation is even more worrying, because the legislation in past and which is in force, very likely many of you know about it, this legislation is in force in Texas, provides that anyone performing an abortion procedure after medical devices can feel the heartbeat of the fetus may be prosecuted. But any citizen, whoever, has news of someone having performed or attempting to perform an abortion within 6 weeks from the conception, any citizen can report the news to the authorities and will be rewarded with a sum which is not less than $10,000 US. There is a reward for denouncing anyone performing an abortion after 6 weeks after conception. 6 weeks means that generally someone does not know that she is pregnant. It's very difficult to be aware. And the result has been in the Texas that the abortion clinics have said that they have very, very early abortions. Immediately, women do not have time to consider, because if 6 weeks pass, then they will not be allowed to have an abortion. So this, to me, reminds me very much of a bounty. It's not simply an encouragement for legality. Of course, it has been framed in the notion that citizens represent the interest of the baby, and that maybe a reward should be given to the person because their feelings have been hurt, or they have been maybe emotionally involved, but the result is that they are going to get a bounty. In this case, I really have the impression that the state is giving up one of the prerogatives, that is to look after crimes. It's not the public prosecutor, as you know, and the reason has been identified in making much more difficult to inhibit the enforcement of the law, because you cannot prosecute the general attorney, you have to prosecute the individuals, which makes it more unlikely that an injunction will be delivered. Finally, another case in which private law and public law seem to intersect, in my impression, has to do with a very specific field that I don't know. Therefore, I feel uneasy speaking about it, but is compulsory mediation. It has been introduced in Italy in many litigation. The parties are not free to arrange their litigation. They cannot decide how to run litigation because they have to go through a compulsory alternative dispute resolution procedure. So their initiative is limited. The state has become more intervening in private litigation. Finally, the example which is most obvious, and it has been illustrated already, so I'm not going to spend much time, concerns multinational companies, and especially Facebook. The CEO of Facebook has delivered an interview, and his words, as far as I could ascertain, because I simply read the interview, and so I don't have much further information. He said, in a lot of ways, Facebook is more like a government than a traditional company. So what the difference between a state and a company really becomes rather subtle. This has been clarified much better by Sabino Cassese. Therefore, I'm not going to try and compare myself to him, but he has studied the phenomenon, and especially the fact that the states have lost the prerogative of ruling on what happens within their borders, because big companies choose the law which will be applied, and therefore something that used to be mandatory, the legislation of the state, may be avoided, and therefore Sabino Cassese said the distinction between what is private and what is public is really thinning. In the past, as I mentioned, we had, I really enjoyed, or at least I found it instrumental to be able to classify the common law and the civil law, saying, well, you know, in the common law, they don't have separate jurisdiction. And there was an episode which I think many of you have been using during the classes concerning Lord Mackenzie Stuart in the 1970s, where he was discussing with a German colleague, and he was telling the German colleague, well, you know, as you probably know, Mackenzie Stuart was a judge at the European Court of Justice. And I think he is originally Scottish, which perhaps is relevant. And he was telling his German colleague, you know, there is this case where an importer of goods has paid an amount of money as caution, but actually the money was not due. Therefore, we have to decide this case, which of course is a case of quasi contracts. And the German colleague says, of course not according to German law, because according to German law, this is an issue of public law. If the caution which was required was illegal, then the administrative act has to be avoided. And this has nothing to do with quasi-contract. So this was a very useful episode because it helped the student to touch what it means, the classification according whether you have or you have not this distinction. I'm not sure that this is still true because of the participation, which has not been lasted that long within the European Union. The United Kingdom has incorporated quite a number of notions that belonged to our tradition of public law. Diritti quesiti, for instance, there is a lot of terminology which has gone through the borders into the United Kingdom. And I also feel a little bit embarrassed about speaking the law in England because recently have been very disappointed with the legal procedures in the United Kingdom, not only because of Boris Johnson's and his prorogation, and also his attitude towards the Northern Ireland Protocol, but there is an episode which I find rather interesting, and it concerns Jacob Rees-Mogg. You may remember he was the one who was in charge of illustrating the benefit of Brexit. Now he's been moved to a different ministerial position, but I found extremely interesting an interview which he delivered in which he candidly argued that Boris Johnson should be excused for not attending the rules concerning isolation and attempting to meet also the Queen in order to give her a little bit of COVID. Rees-Mogg said, well, he should be excused because, you know, the rules were not very clear. The rules that they had devised, that they had written, were not very clear. There was an issue of interpretation. And then, you know, judges had not interpreted the rules. Therefore, we could not know what they meant. Actually, they had written the rules. And they say, well, you know, we didn't know what they meant because the judges had not given a decision on the issue. Therefore, I feel less confident in speaking about the UK legal system. Finally, I should just add that when we were teaching this distinction, the distinction was not always so sharp, because we had to introduce some differentiation, some qualification. We had to explain that some administrative tribunals actually existed. And we had also to explain the situation of the US was quite different from the United Kingdom, because obviously big agencies are extremely powerful, very significant. And also we had to explain to the student, and this was useful in my impression, the different origin of judges, because in England, very, very rarely you find a Supreme Court judge who has a background in administration. Just recently, I think Lady Rose, who has joined the Supreme Court, had originally an experience in bodies of administration. While in the United States, it's quite frequent that judges previously had experience in federal agencies, and they have a more sound knowledge of public administration. So the final element, perhaps, that I used to introduce, do I have any time left? The final element, oh, right, I'm finishing here actually. I also used to teach my students that there is a difference in attitude toward the states between the United Kingdom and the states. In the states, my impression, but of course my colleague may correct me, especially Vivian, there is this sort of mistrust, this sort of resentment against public power, which is obvious when people plead for carrying arms. Arms, weapons are necessary, and this is the origin, and it is often used as an argument, not so much against violent citizens, but to protect the citizens against the state. So there is this notion of distrust, which seems to be still ongoing, because I have read some articles concerning deconstructing distrust, how Americans view government, national criminal justice, and this notion that the state or the government, the big state, is an enemy, that you have to be defiant, that you have to mistrust, and you have to react. I don't see this feeling in the United Kingdom. I don't have the impression that there is anything similar, because the welfare state has been introduced in early enough, and the benefit of having a government providing is generally well accepted. So these are my reflection on the issue.
Thank you very much, Professor Ferreri, also for the very interesting example. I think that this is a good way of teaching this distinction to students too. So we now move to the third presentation, Professor Vivian Curran. Professor Curran is Distinguished Professor of Law at Pittsburgh University in Pennsylvania. She is Honorary President of the American Society of Comparative Law, of which she is past president. She has served as Vice President of the International Academy of Comparative Law. She is a member of the American Law Institute and also President of the North American section of the Société de législation comparée. She has received several decorations and prizes, as that of Chevalier de l'Ordre de Palme Académique for her services in promotion of the French language and culture in the United States. Professor Curran has published widely in the field of comparative and international law, and her latest book title is Porosité du droit, Law's Porosities, published in 2021.
in the book series of the Société de législation comparée. So thank you very much, Professor Karen, for having accepted our invitation, and I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to be here. So I hope you will forgive me for just saying one thing about your Johnson anecdote, which I found fascinating. To me, the absolute quintessence of the common law is that the legislator's law means nothing until the judge has interpreted and said what it means. But that may be a subject for us to debate later. But with respect to everything else, I completely agree. So we know from, I also wanted just to mention at the beginning that, like Professor Ferrari, I plan to make some general remarks and then give some examples from US law of the intermingling of private and public law. So we all know from comparative law that legal categories which seem inherent in law often prove not to be. Public and private law distinctions may be one such example, as well as an example of poles that are collapsing in significance as comparative law fragments in keeping with other areas of the law. So Professors Ferrari and Giorati have given us great historical backgrounds as to the distinction between the two. And of course, there is the perennial question of categorizing comparative law. Is it public? Is it private? Is it law at all? Is it method? Maybe it's one thing one day, or one thing for one person and another for another. Or more likely, even when one thinks of the presentations we have heard today, it's one thing in the hands of one comparatist and another in the hands of another, as I think Professor Scarciglia suggested in the last panel. So to consider the taxonomy issue for the present time, as our panel is asked to do, this means assessing the present. And that raises the particular challenge of our lack of hindsight into the present and the fact that at best one can only speculate about the future. What only a moment ago, it seems, were possibilities of true international legal harmonization, if perhaps not cooperation. And one thinks, for instance, of the amazing evolutions in countries like France in according civil jurisdiction over multinational parent companies for grave human rights violations committed by their subsidiaries anywhere in the world. This, of course, is an intermingling of public with private law. And these developments, or developments like them, gave rise to being a harbinger of international harmonization on such novel jurisdictional fronts. But developments like that one, in the blink of an eye, seem to have paled before the specter of ferocious renationalizations, sweeping parts of the world that we had thought to be historically beyond the appeal of the simple solutions to complex problems that now are capturing the attention of greater numbers of people. How will we in the future look back on the present? The war in Ukraine may well be seen as a watershed moment for all of us in the West. It may reorient law and an international legal order we had come to think of as durable, but it's not clear how or what reconfigurations our world will be facing when it ends. History teaches that change can occur with lightning speed. This was the case for France in 1940. In July of that year, the Third Republic's parliament voted to end the Third Republic, to end itself. Catastrophe followed. When governments are toppled, or when they change in nature from within without admitting to the depth of their substantive changes, by keeping the shell of their former selves, comparative law is tasked with understanding the nature of the altered signified under the guise of an unaltered signifier. Some of this is what we have been seeing for years in states like Hungary and Poland, where autocratic leaders have transformed their societies and legal systems while maintaining the vocabulary of their fading, weakening, increasingly moribund democracies, allowing themselves to be led into what one commentator called in another context, totalitarianism by popular consent. Other kinds of changes also challenge comparative law, such as the subtle or not so subtle rearrangement of legal phenomena that call into question old categories and old nomenclature. When we speak of law's transnationalization and law's deterritorialization, we evoke the sort of change that goes to the heart of what we used to define as law. How much will that be affected by the renationalizations, which for the moment seem to be on the increase? The internet and other technology may be relentless and unstoppable. For so long, they seem to usher in an inevitable globalization. For quite a number of years, up until her very recent death, Mireille Delmas-Marty led a project on a new kind of international jus commune. But tariffs to prevent one country from accessing another's industries or from impinging on a state's self-sufficiency in areas it considers vital to its self-sufficiency, such as the production of medicine, may come into play as a counter effect to transnationalization. No matter that capital can be moved from one location in the world to another with the tap of a key on a computer, that transformational hallmark of globalization. And here I think I am echoing the comments that Marco made in the last panel. Much has been written about the enormous capacity for transnationalization of the corporate world, its uncanny ability to operate beyond and across borders, in contrast to fields that lay a patent but unrealized claim to internationalization, such as human rights. But national regulations also can be effective in restraining corporate globalization in times of nationalization. How will this affect our capacity for common cause? For the moment, we still observe the profound transformations in domestic courts due to their forced encounter with foreign parties, all of which has created new roles for comparative law, as well as increasing porosity between private and public law. This can be seen in the United States, where the field of comparative law is one with which most judges have little familiarity, and where foreign law has become an inevitable thorn in the side of a judiciary, which would like nothing better than to ignore it if only it could. So some areas where domestic courts in the US must deal with foreign law juxtapose public and private law concepts, and I thought I would mention a few examples. The first is US discovery, the pretrial process of evidence gathering, which is quite simply described by European jurists as a fishing expedition. But in fact, the federal rules of civil procedure explicitly prohibit discovery from being a fishing expedition. So one sees from this either the relativity of truth or maybe of the definition of fishing expeditions. There was an effort to limit the extent of discovery a few years ago because the use of emails and e-discovery has meant hundreds of thousands and even millions of documents now being demanded and produced in large cases. But it seems that even the modified rules of civil procedure have not changed the reality on the ground, and practices that have developed over time continue. Discovery involves the right of both parties to learn what the other knows. It goes to the heart of public law inasmuch as it is considered so fundamental a right that some US courts believe it is a constitutional right inherent in the United States trial, and others say it is a quasi-constitutional right. This means that United States judges feel a deep responsibility to the parties and primarily to the plaintiff to grant full discovery rights, even where the other party is from a civil law country, such as a corporation in a transnational case, which argues that to comply with the discovery requests of the US party would be to violate its own national law, for instance, its country's blocking statute. The judge's sense of duty to accord the traditional expansive discovery to the US plaintiff weighs heavily despite another principle of US law, according to which courts should not ask foreign parties to violate the laws of their own nation. Discovery brings private law civil disputes into confrontation with fundamental constitutional issues, and not just the one I have mentioned, but also the deeply held European privacy rights that US discovery unknowingly thwarts. At least one US judge's response to the French blocking statute was that the French shouldn't have passed it. It was their fault that it existed, and therefore not his problem to take it into account. Attempts to take United States discovery into foreign countries through oral depositions generally also violate systemic public law concepts of national sovereignty. In France and Germany, and I just don't know if this is also the case in Italy, but I suspect it probably is, only the judge may question with witnesses. It is an ethical violation for a lawyer to do so. As an aside, I was told recently by an American lawyer who specializes in transnational cases that he deposed in Italy legally after the case went through the Hague Evidence Convention, which generally is not allowed by US courts because US courts favor the federal rules of civil procedure. But in this case, the Italian judge approved an oral deposition to be taken in Italy through Chapter 2 of the Hague Evidence Convention, but to be taken according to Rule 30b-6 of the US Rules of Civil Procedure. So it is quite an interesting case. Now, although my evidence here is anecdotal, it seems that American lawyers routinely depose abroad without asking for permission to do so. Although in France, technically, they can be put in jail for doing that. Okay, in many civil law countries, there is no obligation for either party to assist its opponent in waging its lawsuit, which is seen as what US discovery forces both parties to do by allowing broad and vague requests for information and documents to become mandatory. The deeper the systemic intrusions from one legal order into another, the less visible they are likely to be, and the less amenable to being grasped by judges and lawyers from another legal order. In the US, judges look to party experts for explanations of the foreign system, but such experts are jurists from within the foreign system who do not write or testify in a way that can adequately transmit their message to the common law judge. Now, not always, but very often that's the case. US judges have frequently discounted foreign expert reports for failure to base their conclusions on cases, on case law, despite the experts basing their findings on the primary sources of law in their own legal systems. Sometimes experts from civil law legal systems reach conclusions with little explanation because they trust to their status as experts, which as sufficient justification, which would be sufficient justification in their own country. But this is completely inadequate to the US common law judge who expects the conclusion to be buttressed by painstaking common law reasoning. The gaping need for comparatist is unfilled unless the expert herself is a comparatist able to be sufficiently well-versed in the foreign legal system to understand what is necessary, as well as in the US system to be able to express it comprehensively to a US judge, to translate it essentially, whose semiotic system diverges substantially from the system of origin. An example of a shift from public to private law occurred in a Supreme Court case dealing with a statute that for 30 years had dealt with violations of the most fundamental human rights, or jus cogens, a statute known as the Alien Tort Statute. This law had dealt with liability in civil, here in the sense of non-criminal cases, law, for perpetrators anywhere of torture, murder, and slavery against foreign victims. In these cases, denominated as tort cases, where the only result could be civil damages, there had been no previous criminal trial. Then in 2013, in the Kjobel case, the Supreme Court signaled the end to the use of the law for those purposes by inserting it into a long line of cases that had been developing in commercial law, analogizing to the court's own reasoning on extraterritoriality in that area of private law, and ignoring that the Alien Tort Statute had gained acceptance for 3 decades as an international human rights statute. By doing this, the court shifted the statute from the terrain of public law to private law. As it analogized to cases arising in an utterly different commercial private law context, the Supreme Court also claimed that it was rejecting US hegemony over the rest of the world in its reasoning against accepting jurisdiction for matters which occurred outside of its national borders. Part of the court's rejection of the plaintiff's case was its declaration that no other country in the world allowed universal jurisdiction in civil, here again in the sense of non-criminal cases. In this, it lacked the comparative law insight to understand how the US tort action categorized under the civil law rubric of tort law, in fact, resembles in many ways the function which in civilian states are performed by criminal law. The US civil action in tort law is performed in front of a jury. It's a discrete event like the civilian criminal trial, unlike the civilian civil trial. The United States tort action is a public oral event that permits the plaintiff to have a voice which the press may write about, especially where the allegations involve grave human rights violations, generating public response, also more similar to the European criminal trial, which can take on an educational role, and where in some countries the judge is the voice of the state, both for purposes of the immediate outcome of the case and for the larger lessons to be drawn. So the last US legal area with multiple admixtures that I will mention, which has public and private law and has seen comparative law applied to foreign law, is foreign sovereign immunity. In the United States, this is governed by a statute that has been the subject of a great deal of litigation, including a number of recent US Supreme Court cases in the last few years. The governing statute is the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, which was enacted in 1976 to put order into what had become an area of law determined by the executive branch's wishes in each case. And so it had produced a lot of legal inconsistency. The law set as a stated goal to remove foreign sovereign immunity decisions from the executive branch of government and to transfer it into the hands of the courts to be decided under this comprehensive statute. In recent years, many cases have arisen under this law concerning events that took place during the Second World War relating to the recovery of property stolen during that time by Nazi Germany or its occupation forces in other European countries. The plaintiffs are US citizens who came as refugees or whose parents or grandparents did. These cases were able to proceed when in 2004, the Supreme Court decided that the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act did not bar jurisdiction, what would be called competence here, over events that took place before the law's enactment, because the statute is a statute of what in the United States is jurisdiction, what is called competence in Italy, not a substantive statute, such that the principle of non-retroactivity is not applicable. This was decided in the Altmann case brought by the heir to Klimt paintings against the Republic of Austria. Since then, and for a number of other reasons also, which includes the internet's creation of accessible provenance databases and also of Russia's opening up the former USSR's archives, many more such suits have been brought. The Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act provision under which they are brought is Section 1605A3 and deals with property expropriation by the foreign state in violation of international law, interpreted as international customary law. A foreign sovereignty law provision that is unique in the world. At the same time that this statute is comprehensive and self-contained, the US, along with some 40 other countries, has signed several public declarations, such as the Washington Principles and the Terezin Declaration, to the effect that it will ensure that its government returns Nazi looted property. The courts which decide these cases under the US statute deal with its quite specific terms, but also are under the sway of this public policy. One provision of this Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, although it is not Section 1605A3, grants immunity to museums for foreign art exhibits, but specifies an exception where an artwork is subject to a Nazi-era claim of recovery. So in that way, the public policy has entered the statute, but US statutory construction, unlike statutory construction in civil law countries, is very amorphous. So it leaves room for arguing about the effect of that reference. Last year, the Supreme Court, in keeping with its general disfavoring of extraterritorial human rights claims, said that the relevant section of this act was about property, not about international human rights. But the section itself cannot escape the realm of human rights entirely. Nor did the court feel entirely easy in dismissing that case. It suggested a different solution on its own that might save the plaintiff's case, while at the same time minimizing the interpretation of the statute's human rights dimensions, which is a very rare thing for a US court to do. US courts only let the parties manage the case. For the comparatists trying to shed light on the best resolution to these ongoing cases, the public and private legal taxonomies are largely without significance. Whether this conclusion should be generalized to encompass all of comparative law is much more doubtful. Comparative law as a field is fragmented in both concept and practice. The task of assessing categories is an important one, however, just as is the task of assessing the present, despite its propensity to be invisible, because what is invisible affects human decision-making. So I applaud the question our organizers have asked us to explore as a step against invisibility and towards accuracy of taxonomy. And I thank all of you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Karen. I remember a sentence in your beautiful article, Comparative Law and Language, when you said that comparative law should be the light, highlighting concept from inside. So, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
So now we move to our discussant, Professor Barbara Marchetti, who is Professor of Administrative Law at Trento University. Her major fields of interest is comparative administrative law with specific focus on the USA. Barbara Marchetti has coordinated several national research projects as a PI, and she is member of the International Society of Public Law and of the European Group of Public Law. Her latest book, written in English, title is Searching for the Fundamentals of Administrative Law, recently published. So thank you very much, Barbara.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you for the presentation too much. I'm very happy to be here, also because I'm in front of many of my professors when I was student here. So it's a particularly nice moment. I want to start from some notes on public-private divide and then examine some conclusions of the three presentations, and then just say some notes, probably some very simple points and a possible conclusion that is a question to the speakers. When teaching administrative law here, comparative administrative law, I usually start, as many of us, by contrasting English experience and French experience as the two ideal types in Sabino Cassese's words, and explaining English administrative law of the late 19th century means talking about Dicey and his rejection of the French model of droit administratif as a special, autonomous, distinct, and separate system of rules. But on the second day of the course, students are already told that this opposition was more apparent than real. I want to remember that Paul Craig, in his studies and research, traced back to the 16th century case law, the first case of reasonable review of public decision. So probably we are talking about a different representation of an entity, but probably the entity was not so different from our continental idea of administrative law. However, I also tell the students that the distance begins to close very early, and this leads to a convergence between the two systems in the second half of the 20th century, when UK recognized special remedies and rules for public administration. So a public-private divide, with the very well-known case of O'Reilly versus Machman. And France reduced the authoritarian features of administrative action and the emergence of private rules applicable to public administration. And from the occurrence of these convergences in the last decades of the 20th century to the present, the public-private distinction has undergone new developments that all of us know very well. Here there is Maria Rosaria Ferrarese, and I want to recall the last work, Nuovi Poteri, in which she analyzed that all national system, there has been, in all the national system, there has been a twofold movement, a movement of internationalization and Europeanization, a process very evident for European states, which in turn has deeply influenced the categories of private and public law in Europe, causing an increasing convergence of the member states, and a movement of privatization. But this movement of privatization has to be understood both as delegation of public powers to private actors, to the contraction of public resources and inability of government to carry out all the assigned tasks, and above all, entry into the political arena of private actors to core. Here I refer mainly to the big tech companies and their enormous powers on the citizens of the world. And the case of the big tech corporations is probably the most emblematic case of a strong reshuffling of the categories of the public and private sphere. For many aspects, Facebook is more like a state than a traditional company. And it is an accident that in the delay of public regulation, Facebook has given itself a kind of self-regulation and created a rudimentary internal justice system. What is clear then is that today, like never before, it is not possible to draw a clear distinction between rules governing public actors and rules governing private actors. And from this point of view, the dichotomy has an entire diverse dimension. So for this reason, as a three presentation confirm, the traditional public-private dichotomy can no longer be understood in the same way we understood it in the last century. Silvia Ferreri goes beyond that, several shades, right, of gray. She suggests that we have to abandon the private opposition, this sharp distinction in favor of the complexity, of the nuances, of the framework of variation, that allows us to represent the various space occupied by public and private law, and the same is for Bernardo Sordi's last work on diritto pubblico e diritto privato, una genealogia storica. And also Vivian Curran tells us that the space occupied by public law and private law varies a lot from system to system because of the porosity of law. And so they are intertwined and change in nature. So from private to public and vice versa. And this is the reason why these categories are not so, or are of little use in and for comparison. Giacinto della Cananea, on the other hand, points us to three areas in which the distinction between public and private retains relevant significance: public goods, public finance, and the treatment that tax law received within the European Convention on Human Rights, and the discipline of administrative procedures, and the criteria for identifying public administration. So we have three different presentations, and probably only one of the three, the Giacinto presentation, is convinced of the importance and the really relevance in comparison of the public-private divide. It is not easy to discuss these. I can simply add some little notes and thoughts. First point, I would start from the common law system, and specifically from the United Kingdom, because this is the state, the system in which the public and private categories have traditionally played a less relevant role. But today, it seems to me that there is an increasing reliance to the public-private division. And this can be considered ironic, as Varroas observing its taxonomy and public law. If we see at the Judicial Review and Court Act of April 2022 for reforming the judicial review of administrative action, there is the idea that UK is going toward an even stronger protection of government from the court scrutiny. And this seems to result in a strengthening of specialty in that system, while paradoxically in civil law systems we see trends in the opposite direction, tending to favor the egalitarian logic and attenuate the specialty features of public disputes and procedure. For example, it is not more possible to get from the tribunal, administrative tribunals, to the court in immigration case law. And this is a clear signal that there is more protection for the public authorities from the courts. From this case, I will not draw on the idea of a diminishing relevance of the distinction. On the contrary, I would underline the importance of observing and understanding the reasons for these new trends in UK. Why does the UK seem to be going in the direction that continental Europe seems to abandon, strengthening the distinction between public and private sphere? So we can observe that the main difference existing in the past between UK and French administrative law is reversed. In continental Europe, public and private law have become more intertwining, while in UK, the dichotomy now seems clearer and more marked than in the past. Second point, let's look at the power of the big tech and the law governing the digitalization process in the world. We are seeing an almost contrasting approach between the US and the China, from one hand, in which only self-regulation or lack of regulation can be observed, and Europe, from the other hand, which is trying to regulate digital platform, digital services, artificial intelligence in the perspective of a human-centered approach. Data protection regulations, the Digital Market Act, the Digital Service Act, the proposal of artificial intelligence all represent new domains of public regulation, protection of citizen rights, and public control. While in US, for example, we have simply self-regulation of the big tech. And this self-regulation isn't working. It seems to me that the space of public law and regulation is increasing in Europe compared to other legal experiences, with, among other things, a tendency to export the European model to the whole world according to the Brussels effect phenomenon observed by Anne Bradford. This is happening in different areas: competition, digital economy, consumer health and safety, environment, data protection. So here we have an effort to affirm not only market, but also public interest in the regulation of these sectors. Third point, first, the financial crisis and then the pandemic revitalized the role of the state to that of Stato Salvatore, savior state, and Stato Imprenditore, enterprise state, so that the winds of privatization are to be followed by new winds of republicizing the economy and the market. And the European Green New Deal is a clear manifestation of this new trend, aiming at promoting a new leading role of the state in the economy. It seems to me that all these three phenomena testify to the vitality and importance of maintaining the two categories and to keep our eyes on the public-private dichotomy developments. The oscillation of the pendulum, like Ferreri said, between public and private sectors, the degree of coverage of public law and the space of private law remain a useful key for understanding the relationship between law, economy, and society, and for comparing the different choices made by the different legal system on that. Traditionally, private law is inspired by the principle of lordship of the will and equality of a relationship. Public law, on the contrary, looks after the interest of others over than of the holder of power. In this sense, public law is primarily the law of limits to powers and of guarantees for those who are subjected to power. Rationality, reasonableness, proportionality, fairness, due process of law are all fundamental principles developed in the public sphere to contrast and limit powers. This is why public law traditionally and historically followed public powers. But if powers become private and pose a threat to the rights and freedom of citizens, it is natural that the law governing these new private powers should evolve, and should evolve probably toward the typical public rules and principles. Or, as Taubner speaks of, de-economized private law. Because private law, which rests fundamentally on liability, seems less adequate to protect the interests of those who are subjected to it. In this sense, it seems to me that the public-private dichotomy has a new dimension today. There is not correspondence like in the past between public actors and public law from one side, and private law and private actors from the other side. Because we know that public actors have actions governed by private rules, because in many areas they do not need to exercise powers, and private actors are and have to be regulated by public law, not only when they exercise public services or public functions delegated by the state, but also when they are pure private actors that exercise powers affecting members of the public to a significant degree. So maybe a new frontier of public law. But these changes, in my opinion, do not deny the relevance of the categories as long as public law and private law continue to be based on different values, tools, principles, rules, and remedies. So I think that for this reason, as long as the two spheres of rules rest separate and based on different values, this dichotomy continue to be important also in comparative legal analysis. So I think that this development, of course, can blur the distinction. And in many cases, like Vivian Curran showed us, it's difficult, it's extremely difficult to find a clear distinction. But it seems to me that this development revitalize this public-private distinction and renew it from inside. And so I think that we have to reflect on it and on this development, but we have to keep it as a fundamental tool in our comparative analysis. To finish.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for this was more a conclusion than the role of a discussant, a very, very interesting and stimulating, a new point of departure, let's say, particularly the suggestion of looking at this dichotomy as a useful key to see the relationship between law, economy, and society. So thank you very much. And now we have 10 minutes time for the debate. 8. Okay, so we can start from the public. Are there any questions? Public is tired, yes. And online as well, I suppose. Okay, so now we can move to the conclusions. So I invite Professor Gambaro and Professor Chiti to the floor. Thank you. So Professor Gambaro and Professor Chiti do not need any presentation. I just would say the 3 words. Professor Antonio Gambaro is Emeritus Professor of Diritto Civile, Milan University Statale. He is a member of the Accademia Nazionale dei Lincei. Was president of the Italian Association of Comparative Law and of the SIR, the Italian Association for the Support of Research in Comparative Law. His interests, as you all know, are very are many and different. So I just would like to mention his last work, that is the updated and revision of one of these main books, that is Comparative Property Law. So thank you very much, Professor Gambaro, for being here.
Thanks to organizer to have invited me here, and thank you especially for Luisa and Elena for the invitation. I must confess that I am always just a little bit embarrassed to take this kind of job, that sometimes Luigi Mengoni, one of my mentors, has introduced quite an neologism in Italian languages, saying, now we are listening to the sintetizzatore. And I was the sintetizzatore. One of the unpleasant aspects of this job is that you cannot prepare the final remark in advance, at least if you are honest, because you have to listen to the other before to make some final remarks. Normally I am unable to sintetizzatore because there are so many interesting and useful insight in what we have listened in this important meeting. So I will point out some aspects regarding what we can say the terminology, but in reality about concept. For instance, here I was listening about the necessity of a pluralistic approach to comparative law. But if we assume, in line with the Trento thesis, that comparative law is merely a tool for the better understanding of the legal machine, then there is no room for a pluralistic approach, no more than a pluralistic approach to the physical facts. There is no many different approach to physics. There is just one science at this regard, and so for chemistry and so on. In my mind, what the pluralistic approach means is a plea to enlarge the object of comparative studies. That is quite a different concept than a pluralistic approach to comparative law. That is to say that no longer the focus must be on civil law and common law or on the Western legal system, but we have to enlarge our perspective, taking into account many other legal experience or legal system outside the Western world. This, to my mind, is totally right. And I want to underline that this is one of Sacco's achievements. Because I must remember that in the 60s and the 70s of the last century, when indeed the larger part of comparative lawyers were working on civil law, common law, transatlantic dialogue, and so on, it was started to study the socialist experience. That was considered quite bizarre at that time. And he has encouraged many, some are also here, many of his students to study African law, socialist law, Japanese law, Islamic law, etc. And again, that was regarded as absurd or bizarre, but Sacco was bizarre, so it could be forgiven for that. Now, the pluralistic approach is the mainstream attitude in comparative studies. In the other sense, a pluralistic approach can mean that in the comparison of legal system, it is impossible to establish a hierarchy of values. All the legal system, all the legal experience has the same value, or no value at all, but the same. This has been the lesson of the anthropologist. This lesson has been incorporated in comparative law studies and is part of our way of thinking. Comparative law studies, I must say, the academic comparative law studies. Because if we look to other type of comparison, for instance, at the famous Doing Business report, then we can find the opposite. They try to establish a hierarchy of values or the line of efficiency between legal system, and of course the American legal system was the best. But okay, in academic comparative law studies, this is normal. There is no hierarchy of values between legal systems. In another sense, again, the idea of pluralistic approach is linked with another topic that we have developed in this day. I mean, the need to interdisciplinary approach to the study of the law. Well, here I must say that if we assume that comparative law is mainly a scientific enterprise, then there is no doubt that the toolbox of comparatists must be the larger as possible. So all the insight that can come from other sciences of discipline, say what you want, are of course welcome. But at this regard, I think that we have to make some more precise concept, because comparative law is, I say, a tool for a better understanding of the legal machine. We can doubt that we succeed in this enterprise, but the enterprise is as such. This implies that we recognize that the law is to some extent an autonomous phenomenon in respect to other social phenomenon that we can perceive in the society today. So I have to point out that indeed the comparatist has been from the beginning extremely realistic. The distinction between law in books, that means legal text, and the law in action, that is to say the practical come out of the legal rules, is one of the main aspect of our method. But the focus is on the adjudication and on administrative decision. That is to say, our focus is not society entirely as a whole, but is the legal process. This is important to understand that the field of comparative law is not how the real society behaves. Is how the legal rules are implied in the perspective of the legal process. So today we have so many empirical research. Empirical research are extremely useful, but they are related to how the society behaves. This morning, Ugo has pointed out that some too much realistic or sociological approach overlook the problem of ascertain to which point the legal process shape social behavior. Is not granted that even the law in action, the law that is applied by the court, by the administrative body, really impact on how people behave. There is no evidence about that. Well, there is a good evidence that never happened 100%. But there are some situations in which what happened in the reality and that we can perceive by empirical research on the field, that the social behavior respond to a totally different legal order or some type of order. The return of social empirical research is not so much useful for us. We have to clarify many data before to say, oh, yes, this is really clarifying in my mind regarding the tort law, etc. No, wait. In reality, when we use empirical or social data in order to understand how the law is, we make exactly the opposite mistake that has been done many years ago at the beginning of modern comparative law. That is to say, based the study of the law on the assumption that legal rules are more or less immediately translated into people behavior. This was already a progress in respect to the type of approach used in the 19th century, when people were thinking in this sense, what is in the legislative text is immediately translated into what happened in real world. That is really a childish approach, a totally unscientific approach. It reminds me a phrase by Hart and Sachs speaking about the fact of the primitive idea that if we don't want something happens, make it a crime. Is what is going on in Italy today. Too many traffic accidents, make it a crime. Too many tax evasion, make it a crime. The society then, nothing changed. Well, I think that in a realistic perspective, we have understood that it's not only a problem to translate the legal text into legal norms. This is the aspect that has been analyzed so many times. The problem of interpretation, etc. is a difficult problem. It's a difficult problem. How to translate a text into legal rules is indeed a big problem and not totally solved. But there is another aspect. There is another aspect that if we think to legal system or legal order, use the terminology you prefer, indeed, you are not, or we are not, indicate a single rule. Single rules, for instance, article such and such, exist only in our teaching room. In the reality, there are a huge amount of overlapping rules, principle, precedent, etc. What is in the legal system, in the Western legal system today, at the beginning is a real chaos. We speak about model on the assumption that we are able to bring some consistency in this chaos. But not always it happens. In some cases, yes, we succeed to make bring some order, intellectual order. But normally we discover that the legal system, the Western legal system, are full of inconsistency and contradiction. And this opened the way to arbitrary decision or something else. I speak about the chaos also in the legal process, that is in the real application of the legal rules. That is to say that there is so much to understand in how a legal system really works. Leaving aside the impact on society, the impact on the people. This really is a big problem, and my idea, my perspective is that this type of problem is worsening, not going better. European law has added a lot of chaos to our legal system, not clarity, not simplicity, not something that is easily foreseeable. The so-called formal rationality about which was speaking Max Weber no longer exists. And this is one of the aims, one of the duty of comparative law, just because we are here to understand, not to evaluate, not to suggest. No, we are here to understand. And this is something that is open to us. And sometime I have concluded some final remarks saying to the young people, be happy. There are so many things that you have yet to discover because we did not succeed. So go on and have a good life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Mario Chiti is Professor of Administrative Law, Emeritus Professor of Administrative Law, but he's still holding the Chair Jean Monnet ad personam of European Administrative Law at Florence University. Professor Chiti was member of a commission for the constitutional reform nominated by the Italian Prime Minister, and is research focused at the very beginning on administrative law, internal administrative law. And then Professor Chiti was one of the first member of the group who started to analyze and study the European administrative law. So now his field of research are still on one side on internal administrative law, and then on the developing of a European administrative law. And in fact, he published a book in 2018 on European administrative law. So Professor Chiti, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. As a last speaker of this long and busy day, 12 papers, a vibrant discussion. I don't want to abuse of your patience, trying to draw a sensible conclusion of this day. My ambition is just to express a few final remarks on the four main issues discussed today. Unfortunately, my remarks will be affirmative, dogmatic, without an appropriate reasoning, but the time is a great limit. Now, first session, the West and the rest. In my view, the time is ripe for definitely eliminating, cancelling the old-fashioned expression. The West and the rest was developed when Western civilization seemed to be the central reference for law, economics, political institutions, and expressions that reveals a sense of absolute Western hegemony with respect to the rest of the world. An expression which has been used to highlight the alleged defects of the others, of the rest, and to request agreement to the values of the Western legal civilization. However, the rest is made up of 2/3 of the world population, of more than half of the global economic wealth, of legal orders of centenary, sometimes millennial tradition. Furthermore, the West, in my view, does not represent a cohesive system. It is a verbal synthesis of some common principles and values accompanied by great diversities and particularities. The same notion of rule of law, one of the pillars of a Western civilization, has very different meanings in continental European countries and in those of Anglo-Saxon tradition. In brief, the hegemony of Western legal civilization, in my view, must leave room for other cultures and legal traditions. The papers presented in the first session have confirmed the need to abandon the old expression and to assume a broader vision open to the whole world and to different legal traditions. An inclusive vision, we can say, a vision which includes. About the second topic, the relationship of comparative law with other sciences. It seems obvious, to me at least, to state that comparative law, perhaps more than other legal branch, must be closely correlated with social sciences, economics, political science, statistics, demography, and so on. Also with new branches of studies of uncertain qualification, social, technical, for instance, artificial intelligence. Where is this group? But first of all, comparative law must be closely correlated with history. Every comparison of institutes and principles implies knowing their history. I agree with Giacinto della Cananea when he wrote that history is in a certain sense the precondition of comparison, but also vice versa. And when he recalls some expressions of academic masters as Gorla and Capogrossi, history involves comparison, and conversely, comparison involves history. But with all evidence, this method produces the risk of general, perhaps generic studies. Above all, it is manifest the risk of dispersing the legal data in a sort of undifferentiated melting pot. Legal science in general must primarily use the tools of legal analysis. On their part, comparatists have to meet the extra effort to also being social scientists, knowing very well the other social sciences close to the law, but avoiding the risk of being diluted in a vague and uncertain studies. In my opinion, perhaps provocative, often the risk becomes real. It is also time to overcome researches mostly focused on theories and methods, even if of high profile. This kind of researching is far from the law in action, and it implies a separation of law and society, which I don't appreciate. About the third topic, globalization, simple words. Nowadays, in many studies, we get a sense of malaise facing the crisis of globalization, the globalization, the re-emergence of the states. Globalization apparently seemed an irreversible trend, but now has been greatly reduced. The decline of a state, which seemed inevitable, has been disproved by the major events of the past 2 decades. The pendulum is swinging rapidly from the retreat of a state to the rebirth of a state. And this development, in my view, does not seem open to a new change in the foreseeable future. The idea, in general, the idea of governing the world, the idea of a global political order capable of framing and structuring the actions of states through a variety of international and global institutions is becoming, in my view, a dream of yesterday. Curiously, among the colleagues, there are some orphans of the globalization. Let me provocatively, orphans of globalization, who try to resume their fil rouge that has been in crisis in the last 15 years due to the great financial and economic crisis of 2008, by the banking and sovereign debt crisis in Europe since 2012, by the pandemic, and this year from the traditional war in Ukraine. Even among comparatists, awareness of the return of the state is not yet widespread. In my opinion, a lasting and perhaps irreversible return, especially after the pandemic, a tragic phenomenon that has brought citizens back to a direct contact with the state, with their urgent request for assistance and guarantees. In my opinion, a downsizing of globalization should lead in comparative law to the emergence or the re-emergence of a traditional approach focused on diversity and peculiarity of the different systems and their possible intersections, even inside the European Union. Fourth topic, the possible lasting division of public law and private law. It is an issue which in the last 30 years constantly recurs in every legal discussion. My view is that the traditional understanding of the division has long since been outdated. The division existed. It was not just an intellectual creation of eminent scholars. Actually, it corresponded to the real situation of the legal system at the time, the 19th century, although a black-white view of the problem has never been convincing. More recently, innovative studies, already quoted by my colleagues, have demonstrated that public authorities have never been completely subject to the general law. It is more correct to speak of a mutual hybridization of a porous law and thus ensure the intermingle, as our colleague from Pittsburgh says. The different reports presented today are an expression or a more correct vision, well summarized in the title of our colleague Ferreri, Several Shades of Gray, a very appealing title. What are the consequences for comparative law? First of all, it must be borne in mind that public law maintains an essential function as a privileged legal instrument for the implementation of public policies and for the guarantees of individuals against abuses of power. Secondly, public law is no longer a body of law clearly separated from private law, but a branch of law permeated with general principles and notions coming from other disciplines, which in turn are influenced by public law in a positive circular process. In a situation of legal osmosis, the traditional dichotomy between private law and public law is no longer particularly relevant, if it ever was in the past. I have a final remark, not connected with the 4 sessions, but a sort of invitation for all of us to confront our discipline, our methods, our idea with a new theory called interlegality. It is an issue for a next meeting, perhaps, but this approach is more than a method, is an approach in theory, which for the first time was supported by a sociologist of law, a Portuguese scholar, De Souza Santos, is now systematized, organized in a full scientific manifesto by a group of European scholars. The main difference so far of this approach, of this theory, perhaps saying, with the traditional comparative law is to give more attention, to give a special room for the case at hand, the real case before us, what in Italian is called fattispecie. I think I have no time to express all the important ideas expressed in this manifesto, but in my view, this approach can enrich our perspective, combining a systemic vision typical of comparative law with the specific relevance of a concrete case. Finish.
Professor Kitty, thank you very much. So we had a very interesting and stimulating day with interesting and wise conclusions. So it's really a shame that we cannot open the day better, and will not do that. So thank you to you all. And so we see you again tomorrow morning at 8:45. So we had anticipate 8:45.